with Jen Ryan. So here's a story for you. A quarter of young adults in Greater Boston are likely to leave in the next 5 years, citing a combination of high housing costs and transport challenges. Jen, nearly 90% of young residents say they like their day-to-day lives, but affordability concerns are driving many to consider moving from the area. And this is according to a survey by the Greater Boston Chamber of Commerce Foundation in partnership with HIT Strategies.
So I read this story and I think, can we just substitute the word Boston with New York? But then I look at the story lower down and it says, where are these people moving to? Well, according to the census, they're going to New Hampshire, Connecticut, Florida, and also New York.
Get out. So it's cheaper to be a young person in New York than in Boston?
That is saying something.
What? Okay, that feels like a lot. So the survey had about 800 individuals that they surveyed, aged 20 to 30. They highlight the strains of housing cost for young people at the beginning of their careers. More than 80% of respondents indicated rent costs as a major factor influencing their decision to stay or to leave the region. And 2/3 urged local leaders to prioritize affordable housing, while 39% pointed to the need for more high-quality jobs.
Then another issue is transportation. And again, can we just substitute New York here? Because 20% of all respondents said mobility in the region is challenging. About 1/3 said Boston's transportation system was difficult to use. I mean, I would like to introduce them to the construction schedule on the N, which is, it does your head in. You need an Excel spreadsheet.
But when things are running smoothly in the subway system and the MTA, they crush.
They do. That is true.
Yes,
that
they are
is true.
doing a lot of infrastructure work for sure. You know, it took 17,000 years for the F line to go farther up in the queue. But still, like, when it works, it is solid.
That's true. You're right. You're right. You're always right, Alex.
That's
Who am I to say?
entirely not true. But that would contrast with my Twitter feed, where I definitely complain about the MTA probably all the time. So there is that. Anyway, that wraps it up for me and Jen. Pleasure to have you. Balance of Power is up next. This is Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Inflation runs hot just as voters get busy on another primary day. Welcome to the fastest show in politics. With CPI data topping forecasts again, we'll get details in a moment from Bloomberg's Molly Smith, who joins from New York. With primary elections underway today in Georgia, Mississippi, Washington, and Hawaii, we'll get insights on the campaign with political scientist Andra Gillespie from Emory University. And the special counsel who called Joe Biden old and forgetful testifying today on Capitol Hill. We'll have analysis from all these stories with our signature panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us for the duration. So let's get started. As always, on Wall Street, this CPI day, here we go with Charlie Pellet. Hey,
thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Indeed, right now we are trading very close to session highs on the S&P, up 45 to 51.63. Could see a record close today on the S&P, up by 0.9%. The Dow up 198 now, up by 0.5%. We've got the NASDAQ Composite Index up 193 for NASDAQ, a gain right now of just about 1.1%. Stock market managing to rebound after the latest inflation numbers did little to alter bets that the Federal Reserve will cut rates this year, even if it keeps a more cautious stance for now. Reaction to the hotter-than-expected CPI report from Stephen Rusciotto, chief economist at Mizuho Securities.
This American consumer, they have a tight labor market, they have income gains, and they're going to spend it. There's liquidity. People are willing to lend the money. They're going to spend money, and that's the Energizer Bunny of the U.S. economy, is the U.S. consumer.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. 10-year at 4.14%, the 2-year 4.59%. Spot gold right now down $19 the ounce, down 0.9%. An ounce of the precious metal now at $21.62. Crude oil up 0.5%, 78.34 for a barrel of WTI. As for Bitcoin today, it is down 0.5%, $71,720. on Bitcoin. So again, recapping, U.S. stocks are pushing higher. Oracle, one of today's top performers, up 11.2%. Oracle posting its biggest intraday gain in almost 2 years after reporting a spike in bookings in its cloud computing business. S&P up 41, up 0.8%. Balance of power continues. The Tuesday edition back. We go to Washington. And once again, your host, here's Joe Matthew.
Charlie Pellet, thank you, and welcome to the Tuesday edition of Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew, live in Washington, where it's all about CPI day today. Everyone up early, including Molly Smith, to put pen to paper, or I guess type away, on the numbers here. We're going to dive into this with Molly in a second with the headline, not what the administration wants to see. Remember the hotter than expected jobs report on Friday? Well, now U.S. core inflation is topping forecasts again, and this has, of course, implications for the Federal Reserve, not to mention the outcome of this presidential election. Top line and core inflation up 0.4 from January. Molly Smith set the alarm extra early today as Bloomberg economics editor to crank this out at 8:30. That's got to be a little bit of heartburn, right? I mean, when the big ones hit like this, the jobs day, the CPI day, everybody's watching.
It certainly wakes you up at that hour for sure, Joe. And I got to say, like, just hearing Charlie run through the market trading right now, I'm just baffled at, like, why stocks are up as much as they are. I would love to hear what good news investors saw in this, because I really didn't see it from my seat.
Okay, so let's get into it, because, you know, on Friday we were talking about the push-pull of the jobs report, and, you know, you can find a good story to tell if you look at it the right way. In this case, shelter's up, gasoline is up, cars up, clothing, airfares. Have you tried to book a flight lately? This is what people are talking about at home.
Yeah, exactly. So like you just said, this was just a lot of, pretty robust reading across the board. I mean, I guess if you really wanted to slice and dice it, the positive here, so to speak, was that there was a bit of a pullback in this really narrow category of services inflation that the Fed looks at very closely, if you've heard people describe core services ex housing. So this one pulled back a bit from like a very strong January reading, but really went more from like rising very sharply to still rising pretty quickly. So I wouldn't say it was exactly a slam dunk in terms of people looking for positive news to take away. Maybe that shelter inflation also did come down a bit, but shelter combined with gasoline contributed to over 60% of the rise in the overall CPI in the month. So these are things that people pay for every day. So if you're the average American consumer right now, it certainly doesn't make you feel good to know that your housing costs and gasoline are still very much rising.
Yeah, right. Is there hope, at least in the volatility behind energy prices? I mean, obviously gasoline has seasonal factors here. Maybe you see some relief in the next couple of months, or is that wishful thinking?
It's certainly possible. I mean, this was the first rise in the whole energy category that we saw in 5 months. So, lately that had been a driver more of disinflation on the overall headline. But as you said, these things are seasonal. Patterns can change. And also when you see airfares so high, more people might want to drive, and then that could drive up the demand for gasoline, and therefore the price of that as well.
No, and the cycle continues. What can you tell us about airfares? The biggest monthly advance, did I read that right?
Yes, the biggest monthly advance since May of 22. So that one really came up quite a bit in the month. And it's interesting because we saw a report earlier today from Southwest saying that they're going to have to reduce capacity given all of the struggles that they're having with fewer Boeing deliveries, as we certainly know about that story and how that's been playing out. But I think that's something I think Ryanair may have also warned of something similar to capacity constraints. So that's, of course, also just going to push up prices more so. So I'm not sure if that was a factor in the February reading, but certainly could be in the months ahead.
Have you flown since the door blowout, Molly?
I flew in last month. I did fly, so maybe I'm contributing to the problem. But I booked the flights well in advance, and it was like a $200 round trip fare to Atlanta. So I think that's pretty good.
Pretty good. Might be twice that by now. Did you try to sit, see people getting on the plane, they're trying to figure out where their door plug is, even if there isn't one on the plane.
Oh, my goodness.
And then they buckle up before being told. That's a fascinating element of this for me. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I mean, look, I would do it too if I was nervous that a part of the plane was going to blow out when I was, 30,000 feet in the air. So any precaution necessary.
All right, so we've got PPI tomorrow. Does this take on new meaning? Because I have to ask you about the Fed here, of course. Molly Smith, everybody says that this means we're not going to see anything till June at the earliest.
Yeah, it looks like that's where most of the bets.
Okay, today I'm going to talk about how to succeed with a startup. Obviously, more than can be said here in 20 minutes, but I will do the best I can. The most important thing, the number one lesson we try to teach startups is that the degree to which you're successful approximates the degree to which you build a product that is so good, people spontaneously tell their friends about it. Startups always ask us for the secret to success. They always want to believe it's something other than this, because this is really hard to do. But this is it. If you can build a product that is so good, people spontaneously tell their friends about it, you have done 80% of the work that you need to be a really successful startup. If you think about the most successful companies you know, Google, Facebook, whatever, you probably found out about them because a friend of yours said, you got to try this, it's great. So this is the bar. Something that people love so much they tell their friends about it. One important indicator for a product like that is a product that's simple to explain and easy to understand. If you can't explain in a few words what you do, and if at least some people don't say, oh, that's pretty interesting, that's usually a mistake. It's usually a sign of unclear thinking or a need that is not big enough.
I want a bank that shows me what I spend instantly.
We're Monzo. Give us a go. See?
Well, I want a bank that can help me budget for the things I need. Like a new leather jacket for Bingo.
We can do that.
Bingo's my cockapoo.
Hi, Bingo.
It's a real faff to sign up.
It takes less than 10 minutes.
Race you.
You're on. Time's up. How'd you get on?
It's a draw.
Is it? We hear you, Bingo. You make Monzo Monzo.
From the UK, and I'm the inventor of the Gel Razor. And today I'm looking for an angel investor to fund my project, the Gel Razor, whether that's a working concept and working prototype, or manufacturing possibilities with investment, or to get me a licensing deal secured. If you go in any supermarket today, you will see packets of razors sold separately with tins of mousse or gel. Hence I did that all in one. The idea is you pressurize the handle. The gel flows through the reservoir up to the head of the razor, coating the blade, ready for the shave. My target market is 18 plus, male or female, male blue version, female pink version. What I'm looking for in an investor is someone who's passionate, determined, shares my vision. That's an important step for me, and willing to succeed as I wanted to succeed myself. Patented in the UK in 2021 September. With copyright protection, I have a logo for the Gel Razor, which you will see on my LinkedIn profile. Currently working with a company in the US who have done me a lovely sell sheet. Big up to them guys. So if you're interested, contact me on LinkedIn profile, Paul J. Gwilt, GWILT, or email me at mufc219@gmail.com.
The 5th congressional district, or maybe one of the more Democratic leaning districts. Who's to say? Either way, between Georgia or Mississippi, and it's probably more likely to be Mississippi, Donald Trump is going to have enough delegates to be the presumptive Republican nominee.
Well, that's interesting. You mentioned turnout, and I wonder what the level of interest is in Georgia. When you go to ground, what are people talking about? How are the ads playing, et cetera?
So, it's still pretty early. The Biden campaign in particular has just done an ad buy. And so we're going to see what the fruits of that look like in the coming weeks. I think it's just really important and symbolic to note that both Donald Trump and Joe Biden were in Georgia on Saturday. And so I look at that as an unofficial kickoff of the 2024 general election cycle. The fact that they were here having competing rallies before a primary election, but during a week where it became very, very clear that these were likely going to be the presumptive nominees, I think is symbolically really important. Georgia is a state that Democrats cannot lose if they want to continue to hold the White House. And it is a state that Republicans wouldn't want to lose because it's a psychological blow. So it's going to be important until the polls show that one of these candidates has a definitive and consistent lead.
We're spending time with Andra Gillespie of Emory University here on Balance of Power. Andra, you were with us back in December of 22 when we came to Atlanta for the special Senate election. Of course, Raphael Warnock beat Herschel Walker, and there was a conversation in the air as we spoke to officials like Secretary Raffensperger, even the way your governor was talking at the time of a conservative Republican not in the MAGA camp. And there was a question about exactly what a Georgia Republican might look like. This is a different world, it seems like we're in now, isn't it?
Well, I mean, it is a slightly different circumstance. So Brian Kemp and Brad Raffensperger are not MAGA Republicans, but they're Republicans and loyal ones at that. It is highly unlikely that they're going to endorse Joe Biden or vote for Joe Biden or even abstain from voting in the presidential election because of the tension that they have had with the Trump campaign. So they, may not be walking arm in arm and campaigning in lockstep with Donald Trump, but it's highly unusual to expect for them to, not ultimately be supportive of former President Trump as the Republican nominee.
Sure, and I do hear you, but my God, if you went back to that day when we spoke about the Senate race, could you have imagined projecting a year out that Donald Trump would be the commanding favorite in the Republican primary in Georgia?
It's not surprising. Primary elections tend to turn out your most politically active and your most ideologically extreme voters. And so there is a tendency in primary elections for the extremes to actually really be cast the deciding vote in terms of who the nominee is going to be. And so in this case, Donald Trump still enjoys high levels of support among the base. And so the base is turning out in strong numbers to ratify their choice for a candidate. It doesn't negate Brian Kemp's operation in the state, his history with voters in the state, or his incumbency advantage in 2022. And so you can do both at the same time. And so Republicans can still support somebody who they've known for years, who has a strong operation in the state, while at the same time supporting this new wave of a Republican candidate like Donald Trump and his allies.
Well, so, Andra, could Joe Biden win Georgia again today? Would he be able to pull this off again? And what will you be looking for tonight to help answer that question?
So, I mean, it is a bit of an apples to kind of pears or oranges comparison. But, if there is very lackluster turnout in the Democratic primary, that probably isn't a good warning sign. And so the Biden campaign would have to make sure that they are redoubling their efforts to set up field offices across the state and sending people out to do the hard work of talking to voters on their doorsteps and on their phones to make sure that they actually do turn out to vote in an election. There's still a numerical disadvantage for Democrats in the state. What Democrats have been able to demonstrate in the last few election cycles, though, is that if they're running against a very problematic Republican candidate, they may be able to make the case to get more Democrats to turn out to vote. But Democrats are going to have to find every possible Democratic voter and make sure that they actually show up to vote in November. Otherwise, they probably will lose the race.
Have you heard talk of irregularities, security concerns, anything that the secretary has been trying to avoid?
No, I haven't heard anything. I don't expect that there are going to be those types of allegations made tonight. It could be in part because Donald Trump is expected to coast to victory in the state. But it's important for us to keep in mind that Brad Raffensperger brings an engineer's eye to running elections. And so he has done everything humanly possible to make sure that there are no errors in the contest and that the vote is counted accurately and fairly. And I think voters should have confidence in that.
Well, I'm glad you could come talk to us today. I don't know, with the apples to pears comparison, maybe I get a B in the class, but I'm trying. Andre Gillespie, it's great to see you. Happy primary day in Georgia. Come back and see us again. Associate Professor of Political Science at Emory. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. I'm glad you came along. Happy primary day to you. We're all political junkies around here. We'll keep an eye on the markets, though, as we always do, straight ahead, and we'll talk to Nathan Dean from Bloomberg Intelligence. We've had a couple hours to pick through the budget that Joe Biden dropped yesterday, and it's coming up next on Balance of Power, only on Bloomberg.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, all advancing. Russell 2000 in the red right now, down 0.3%, but the Dow up 170, up 0.4%. S&P up 41, higher by 0.8%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is up 179 points, now up by 1.1%. 10-year at 4.15% on this CPI Tuesday. We've got the 2-year yielding 4.59%. The stock market did manage to rebound after the latest inflation numbers did little to alter bets that the Fed will cut rates this year, even if it keeps a more cautious stance for now. Spot gold is trading right now little changed. It is down $19 the ounce to $21.63. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.6%, $78.39 a barrel. Bitcoin now lower by 1.7% at $70,954. Home Depot is expanding its marketing efforts with a 3-year NCAA deal that will be timed to begin with this year's March Madness tournament. Home Depot today up by 1%. Rival Lowe's also higher today, up by 0.9%. Again, recapping, stocks are advancing with the S&P right now up 42, up 0.8%. Balance of power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host here is Joe Matthew.
Charlie Pellet, thank you. We'll be back with Charlie a little bit later on. Keep you up to date on trading as we talk politics here on Balance of Power. Welcome to the Tuesday edition. We're live from Washington the day after the budget dropped, the day the earth shook. It was right around this time, high noon, as the president took the wraps off. What we are told is an aspirational statement, a statement of values, not something that can pass the House or the Senate. Of course, that would go for anything probably that he sent up there right now. But we wanted to pick through this massive 188 pages of proposed legislation and talk a little bit more about what could be important news in the effort, or at least the road to legalizing marijuana, with our friend Nathan Dean, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior U.S. Policy Analyst. Good to see you, sir.
Thanks for having me.
Doing well. I hope you've recovered from Budget Day. I know that's a big night out for BI. You guys really push it. But now that you've had a chance to spend some time on this, people have seized on the obvious stuff. Try to hike taxes on the wealthy and corporations, maybe a child care tax credit, some of the themes that have followed this president. You've been drilling down, though, interestingly, on something that's important that we need to keep our eyes on, which is housing.
Yeah, the budget, look, you don't need me to tell you that it's not going to pass.
Sure.
But, it's a great document because you can take it, print it out, stuff it in your desk, or save it as a PDF because if you're not printing, and dust it off if President Biden wins re-election, because there are a lot of aspirational nuggets in there. And we were looking at the housing finance one in particular because there's a lot of stuff happening in the Senate Banking Committee today on that. Also, we saw President Biden say this as part of his State of the Union address, a $400 tax credit, monthly tax credit. And so when it comes to housing, this is something that I think that you're not seeing any regulatory actions or just lots of ideas out there. And so if President Biden wins next year, look for this to be one of his top, what we would call maybe agency priorities. Like, I don't think the White House would say, well, certainly they'd probably say it's a top priority. But you may starting to see rules and legislation pop out to try and make housing more affordable. Mortgage originations in the United States were in a bloodbath in 2023.
Yeah, right.
They sort of stabilized in 2024, but they're not really changing. Obviously, a lot has to deal with rates, but look for these policy solutions to come back into play. And so, I just think, again, look at the Biden document, the budget document as a way to just try and predict where he's going to focus if he wins next year.
It's a roadmap.
Exactly.
For a second term, potentially. They're targeting young home buyers here for good reason. The political implications would help Joe Biden in the election. Could they see a benefit meaningfully between now and then if none of this gets passed?
Nah, I think, obviously the $400 a month, tax credit, that's something that voters can say, look, I know what $400 is. I know $400 in my pocket per month is. I like that. So
I may not be getting it, but I'll vote for the guy in case
I think that's more of just like, it's just pure politics at this point. It was a campaign speech, as you know.
Sure.
So, but again, none of it's going to pass Congress this year. Even if we had a Congress that was more amicable to bipartisan solutions, it's not really going to pass. There's not much that they can do between now and the elections. But again, if Biden wins next year or later in November, if you get a Congress that's more favorable to his policies and so forth like that, don't be surprised. But also we would just state is that a lot of this he can do unilaterally without Congress via Treasury or the IRS. That just takes time. He would need to have people in place. And so, you have this $7.3 trillion budget out there saying, here's all these great things that we can look at and so forth. But, none of it's really going to happen this year.
Well, let's talk more broadly about what might happen, because I'm guessing around budget time, your phone starts to ring again. And we don't even have to talk about the real budget. We've got 2 weeks to avoid another shutdown here. This is the second part of the spending plan to get through this fiscal year, about halfway through it. And defense spending is going to come up. This is I know important to a lot of terminal users. They want to know what's going to happen to defense contractors. We've got Homeland Security. We've got Health and Human Services. A lot of implications here for corporate America.
Yeah, so 3/4 of the government will shut down if they're not funded past March 22nd. And Senator Schumer even made a statement today that didn't bode well. He said it's just going to be very tough. I'm paraphrasing here, but he didn't make it seem like they were going to come to an agreement by March 22nd. But as we all know, Congress has a really good, they are really good at something called kicking the can.
Sure.
And if they don't get it done by March 22nd, they can kick a can even more. That date that they have to be worried about is April 30th. That's when they have the 1% sequester. And that's when the Department of Defense, among all the other agencies that aren't funded, would come in and have that 1% cut. And so don't be surprised if you see this negative language. This is how it always happens until 2 nights before, 1 night before, they come to an agreement.
Right.
But we are telling our investors, our clients, and so forth that we really don't need to pay much attention to the government shutdown. I don't think there's going to be one. I honestly don't think there's even going to be a sequester issue. And so a lot of these contractor stocks, I think, are just fine to go for right
Interesting. Okay. Well, so let's take the shutdown off the table for a moment quickly then. And what that second mini bus or mega bus, whatever we're calling it, is going to look like specifically for defense spending. I know they negotiated top line numbers, but there's still a lot of work to be done here, right?
Well, yeah, I honestly, I don't even think Congress is going to be able to get to that. I mean, they're going to have the top line number.
And then you just go for it.
And they just go for it.
Vote.
I mean, I think what they'll do is they will have to just come up with some type of baseline off of 2023 numbers and just, because look, we just don't have the time. And the problem, this is where the budget comes in. The White House is saying, look, I've already given you 2024. I expect you, because they have to get that done by September 30th. They won't, but, or I should say, they don't really have to. They can always kick the can on that. But, we've got essentially 2 scenarios playing here. Congress is still focused on 2023. The White House is focused on 2024. All the numbers are going back and forth. People are being confused. And the easiest solution here is just to say, you know what? Top line numbers, put it out there 72 hours before votes, get it into a situation where there's really no substantial changes, just keep the party going.
Sure. We're spending time with our friend Nathan Dean at Bloomberg Intelligence. I have to ask you about this Wall Street Journal story that I saw over the weekend on an issue that we have talked about a bit. And it has to do with rescheduling marijuana. This was on the 11th, something that you've been talking about quite a bit here, the DEA pushing back on loosening marijuana laws and specifically rescheduling. It looks like this might happen soon.
Yeah.
But there's concern within the agency that the administration is on the wrong track.
Well, so I think there's 2 things. One, if you're an investor in marijuana equities right now, you have this, I think the consensus is reschedulization is going to happen.
Yep.
We think it's
You've
70%.
been consistent about that, by the way, for everyone listening and watching.
We think it's a 70% chance that reschedulization happens because President Biden used 12 words in his State of the Union to talk about marijuana. That didn't get there by accident. It's not like they just said, hey, you know what, I'm going to off the cuff.
Okay.
But what the Wall Street Journal article is talking about is there is tremendous amount of opposition to this in the DEA. If you're a career DEA agent, think about it. You've lost friends and family and people over the last 30 to 40 years fighting against marijuana, and now it's beginning to go the other way. Now, I think that's a very strong argument, but the reason why I think the DEA will eventually go forward with reschedulization is the momentum in the United States. All you have to do is look at the state changes that are coming out. The momentum in the United States is leading towards decriminalization or legalization. You're not going to get that at a federal level, but this is just one small step that they can use to put it on that path.
Well, I have to say, you were ahead of everybody on this because you were also the first to bring us these concerns within the agency. Does that inform your timeline at all?
I could see Washington. Look, Washington could be a little funny and say, hey, let's do this at April 20th and so forth like that. Usually that's...
The DEA isn't going to do that.
No, they're not going to do that. That's more reserved for the Senate.
Would be a day.
But it's going to happen. It's a political decision. So the question is that's going over the White House is if they've made this decision that they are going to reschedule marijuana, when can we put it out there for the best impact for the elections? But from the investment community, what I would say is they will put out a statement. You'll see the equities respond to it. But along with that statement is going to come with a proposed rule. That proposed rule has to go through the Administrative Procedures Act. They may not finalize that before the election. And if President Trump wins and he decides he's not on board with this, things could change.
So the 420 ads are coming to the campaign as well.
Possibly.
What you're saying. Chuck Schumer, in our last moment here, said at some point this year, safe banking, we're just going to keep hearing that every year?
You know, I still don't think safe banking is going to act or is going to pass. Primarily, I think there's opposition at the House Financial Services Committee, specifically Patrick McHenry, the chairman.
Yeah.
If the Safe Banking Act were to pass the House, I'd be much more favorable. But look, I've been
That's
burnt.
the hurdle.
I've been burnt on safe banking before. I said it was going to pass in the last congressional session. I'm not going to move it until I actually see more support there.
You feel like you've seen this movie before.
Exactly.
Ask former Congressman Perlmutter, wherever he is now. Great to see you. Nathan Dean, find him on the terminal and online. We call him Dad around here because he's the voice of reason at Bloomberg Intelligence. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We want to keep you up to date on the news as always. Our panel's coming in next. We have Rick and Jeannie today. But first, Amy Morris with World and National News in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Amy.
Hi, Joe. Special counsel Robert Hur, who investigated President Biden's handling of classified documents, is testifying right now before the House Judiciary Committee. That committee is chaired by Republican Jim Jordan of Ohio, who says Biden should have been prosecuted.
Joe Biden said he took his notebooks with him after his vice presidency because, quote, they're mine. And every president before me has done the same exact thing. Never mind the fact that he had never been president when he took this information, but what comes through is Joe Biden felt he was entitled.
Now, a transcript of Biden's interview with the special counsel painted a mixed picture of his mental acuity, something Republicans have tried to exploit for the 2024 election. Hur wrote that Biden's handling of classified material shouldn't result in charges because a jury would be sympathetic to Biden. A bill that could force a sale of TikTok is gathering steam on Capitol Hill, even with wavering support from former President Trump. We get the latest from Bloomberg's Jody Schneider in Washington.
Donald Trump reversed his previous stance and suggested the app shouldn't be banned. The question is whether some Republicans will now vote for it or whether they're going to go ahead and support the former president's current stance. So it's all a bit confusing.
Bloomberg's Jody Schneider reports the bill comes up for a vote tomorrow. Hezbollah launched more than 100 missiles at Israeli military sites in one of the Lebanon-based group's heaviest assaults in recent months, threatening to escalate an already simmering conflict. Hezbollah released a statement saying this morning's rocket attack was in response to an Israeli strike on the Lebanese city of Baalbek that killed one person. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
Another thing that startups need to look for is a market that is either started to undergo or is soon going to undergo exponential growth. I think this is actually related to one of the biggest mistakes investors make when evaluating startups. Investors always say, well, what's your growth rate? We care about the growth rate. Investors will forgive smallish revenue today if it's growing quickly. For some reason, people don't think about markets this way. But if you think about the most important startups, they are the ones that I start in small markets that are growing very, very quickly. 11 years ago, the market for iPhone apps was $0. It's now huge. And I think if you only think about the TAM today, you'll make a big mistake. What you really want to do is identify a market that's going to grow every year and be able to ride that up elevator.
Welcome to the digital age. Are you struggling to stand out here? Don't worry. Meet Blue TV, who is your digital superhero.
Blue TV is a multi-purpose online media network that also provides digital marketing services. We are based in Islamabad, Pakistan. We are expert in creative marketing, social media and digital marketing, search engine optimization, web design, page rank, and SERPs, video editing, recording and production.
So, what are you waiting for? Pick up the phone and call or WhatsApp Blue TV on given number, or visit our Facebook page at facebook.com/blue.online.tv.
With Blue TV, your business growth will be skyrocketed.
I want a bank that shows me what I spend instantly.
We're Monzo. Give us a go. See?
I want a bank that can help me budget for the things I need, like a new leather jacket for bingo.
We can do that.
Bingo's my cockapoo.
Hi, Bingo.
It's a real faff to sign up.
It takes less than 10 minutes.
Race you.
You're on. Time's up. How'd you get on?
It's a draw.
Is it? We hear you, Bingo. You make Monzo Monzo.
My general advice is continue to seek out companies or people that are maybe one stage or two stage ahead of you. And I think this is generalizable to not just to startups, but anyone seeking fast growth in their own professional lives, in their careers too. What does greatness look like? Try to seek out people who've been there, done that before, and then try to not connect with one, but try to interview 3, 5, 10 people to see what is a general pattern of greatness that look like that will get you to the next level of the company, next stage, maybe a year, 12 months from now, 24 months from now. Seek out people who kind of went down the path a few times. Then you'll start to find this pattern that start to emerge. What are things that you need to have 12 months from now, 24 months from now that you currently don't have? Then try to like build a path towards that. It's almost like Amazon's or Jeff Bezos' mantra of working backwards. Think about what your end game or next stage look like, and then figure out your steps to getting there and who do you need to work with, upgrading or coaching your existing team or recruiting from somewhere else to really level your leadership. Because ultimately, the job of a CEO is to do 3 things, right? One is get the strategy right for your company, making sure it's executed, get the right teams onboarded, getting the resources, whether it be fundraising or allocating your resources. So it's strategy, people, or team, figuring out how you need to navigate those things to get to the next level.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. A hot CPI report, but stocks push higher. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the green. With the S&P up 34 right now at 51.52. That is a gain of 0.7%. Dow Industrials up 113 points, up now by about 0.3%. NASDAQ is up 148 points, up by 0.9%. 10-year 4.15% with a 2-year now yielding 4.59%. Spot gold is lower today. Gold is down 0.8%, $21.64 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 0.5%, $78.31 a barrel. And Bitcoin now retreating by 2.5%, very close to 70,279 right now on Bitcoin. A key measure of inflation did top Wall Street forecasts for a second month. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Core CPI rose 0.4% in February, led by used cars, air travel, and clothing. That reinforces the Federal Reserve's cautious approach to cutting interest rates and adds to evidence that inflation is proving stubborn. Over the past 3 months, core CPI rose at an annualized 4.2%, the most since June. Fed officials meet next week in Washington. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Oracle shares now up by 12.4%. Oracle posting its biggest intraday gain in almost 2 years after reporting a spike in bookings in its cloud computing business, showing progress in its bid to capture more of that competitive market. Again, Oracle after earnings up now by 12.5%. Recapping, stocks are higher with the S&P up 32, up 0.6%. Balance of power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Charlie Pellet, thank you, and thank you for being with us here on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite, and on YouTube. It's Balance of Power, live from Washington. If you want to find us on YouTube, go right now, search Bloomberg Global News. You'll find our live feed. See what everybody looks like. Join us in the studio. We saved a chair for you. Robert Hur will always be remembered as the man who referred to Joe Biden as an elderly man with a poor memory. This is the special counsel, of course, investigating the documents case that, boy, got everybody upset at the White House when he came out with his report, painting the picture of a Mr. Magoo running the country. And it really got the conversation going on the campaign trail, if it wasn't already, about the president's age. And Robert Hur testifying today before the House Judiciary Committee with Republicans in the House, hoping to hear him say that out loud and get that tape. If you're with us on YouTube, you're looking at the testimony. Jordan Fabian, Bloomberg's White House correspondent, got a hold of that testimony and was writing about it long before the hearing actually took place, and he's with us right now. Jordan, it's great to see you here. I needed to show my work is the line, or one of them, that's been jumping off the page here as he tries to argue for what he said about the president. A lot of folks thought he went out of line with his report.
That's right. And he went on about this at the hearing today, where he said, look, I had to tell people why we didn't have enough evidence to clear the beyond a reasonable doubt threshold to file criminal charges, that we didn't think, based on this interview and all the evidence we had, that we can convince Joe Biden knowingly retain these classified documents. But as you said, this set off a political firestorm. When age is the most sensitive subject for the president in a presidential race, for a federal prosecutor to put that in a report really angered some Democrats, and that did come up at today's hearing.
Well, so Robert Hur seems to be playing a little defense here. Are Republicans getting what they want out of him?
Well, they certainly got that political barb out of that report, but judging by what they're saying at this hearing, a lot of them wanted to see Joe Biden actually charged for the retention of documents, and they're frustrated that Robert Hur did not take that step. They're saying this is another example of this so-called two-tiered justice system where, in their view, conservatives and people allies of Donald Trump are charged and others are not. You can judge by the report whether that's true or not. Hur laid out this thinking, but that's the case they're making.
Democrats have a delicate dance here. They don't want to blow Robert Hur's credibility out of the water, because he also has qualified Donald Trump's case as being very different. And that contrast has been important to the administration. How do they straddle that?
That's right. And they don't want, to delegitimize a prosecutor who, at the end of the day, didn't charge the president. Right. But they are very upset about how this age question was laid out there. They're pointing out today, White House officials are on the air talking about how Hur himself made mistakes, how some of his questions were confusing. And so you could tell this is still a sore spot for the White House. That being said, they want to have this contrast out there, and so they're not going to, they might donk him over the head a little bit, but they're not going to put him to the ground,
Got it.
Yeah.
He covers the White House for us. Jordan Fabian, great to have you, as always. If you only knew what went into that story that you're reading on the terminal and at Bloomberg.com, you'd know why we always ask Jordan to come in and talk to us. Great to have you back, of course, on Balance of Power as we assemble our panel. They're both here today, Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, Bloomberg Politics contributors, as we start with the testimony of Robert Hur today on the Hill. I needed to show my work, he said today, Jeannie. I knew that for my decision to be credible, referring to his decision not to charge Joe Biden, I could not simply announce that I recommended no charges and leave it at that. I needed to explain why. Is that acceptable to Democrats?
No, clearly not acceptable to Democrats, wasn't acceptable to the White House. We all remember how they responded with that unfortunate press conference or statement the minute this came public. And we heard this, I think, most clearly from Adam Schiff, who asked, why, special counsel, did you use what he described as this general pejorative to describe why you did not choose to charge the president? And why, in other words, according to Democrats, did you go over the top in trying to make this explanation that he's elderly, that he doesn't have his faculties, when you could have simply said there wasn't evidence to charge? So Democrats clearly not happy. But then again, Joe, nobody is happy with her. I loved what Representative Tiffany from Wisconsin had to say. He accused him of being part of this Praetorian Guard who protects the swamp and elites. So Robert Hur is getting it from both sides on Capitol Hill today.
Well, maybe that means he's doing it right. Rick Davis, what do you think of this exercise today? Republicans were hoping that this would add to the narrative that Joe Biden is too senile to do his job. Did they get what they wanted?
Yeah, I would say Congress looks too senile to do its job the way they're questioning her. It's kind of like friendly fire. Jayapal says, "Oh, you've exonerated Biden." He goes, "I did not exonerate Biden." So chalk one up for Republicans, and then Senator Fitzgerald, conservative Republican, said, "Did you find him senile?" And Hur says, "No, I did not find him senile." Chalk one up for the Democrats. So, I mean, these guys are doing their own damage to themselves. It's actually the least artful committee hearing I've seen in a long time. And Hur is kind of playing it straight. So he's not making anybody's day.
So good performance, I guess. By the way, Rick has suffered through some pretty brutal hearings. So that's saying something. Jeannie, what does it mean, or what does it say about the overall effort to impeach Joe Biden? That's what this is actually all about, right? The classified documents case is not the purview of Congress.
Yeah, I think it says where we know that investigation that was leading to this quote unquote impeachment has really slowed down, backfired on the Republicans. They're trying to save face with this today. But I have to tell you, the White House feels very good about this timing coming just days after the State of the Union, because many Democrats feel that the president was able to show that he has vigor, that he is energetic, that he is able to respond and go toe-to-toe with Republicans. So imagine if this had occurred, and Republicans politically should have thought of this before the State of the Union. Now that it's occurring here, they feel good that they can combat these charges. I think everybody feels at this point like the idea of an impeachment of the president is going nowhere, especially since their primary witness himself has now been charged.
Well, there you go, Mr. Smirnov. Where are you now? Do you agree, Rick? Is this essentially winding down in the House when you look at Judiciary and Oversight's efforts to get an impeachment inquiry going, to bring Hunter Biden into the fold? Does this mark the beginning of the end of that effort?
It might. I think, the Republicans still have cards to play. I would disagree with Jeannie that any day there is a congressional hearing that is going to spend 4 hours talking about how senile Joe Biden is a bad day for Democrats, right? That has a way of making its way into the media, like what we're doing right now. And so the more talk about Biden's senility or lack thereof is still not a good thing. That being said, it does indicate that there's no smoking gun in this hearing related to Biden and this whole issue of his culpability and in the business dealings of his son. Has nothing to do with it. So they seem way off track, Republicans, on this impeachment inquiry, and I would be surprised if it makes any more noise other than just sort of crass political gum flapping, as it relates to just being an election year, which you would hear any other time anyway.
Fair enough. While we're on Capitol Hill, can I ask you about what the heck happens next? We've got 2 weeks to avoid a shutdown. Top line figures are set, but I keep hearing now Chuck Schumer, Jeannie, is speaking less optimistically today than he was 24 hours ago. Is there going to be a showdown on this minibus, megabus, whatever we're calling it next, or can we get through March 22nd?
When is there ever not a showdown? I think there may be a showdown, but I think it's in nobody's interest to have the government shut down. So while I think Chuck Schumer, I understand why he's not feeling particularly optimistic at this point. I think in the end, they will hopefully be able to reach a deal. And I have to correct Rick. I didn't say it's a good day. I said it's better timing-wise after the State of the Union than before. State of the Union got 30 million viewers today, probably maybe just the three of us watching this thing. So, it's a timing question, and they would much prefer it this way than flipped.
I have to admit, I was blown away by those ratings, Rick. We really believe all these people are sitting around talking about policy at home. Was it like a NASCAR race they were watching in case there was a crash? What do you make of it?
Yeah, I think there's probably a NASCAR crowd watching this in case of a crash. You know, can you fall off the dais in the House of Representatives?
Right.
I don't know. Is Johnson going to tear up the speech? I don't know. I mean, like, there's always things that can go wrong in a State of the Union, we've learned. But I think Joe Biden had the last laugh on that one.
Honestly. Well, I'll tell you what, guys, maybe we don't figure out a spending plan, but it looks like this TikTok bill is going to pass, at least the House. I would love to ask you both about this. The House is set to vote tomorrow. This is, again, wouldn't ban TikTok, at least in the outset. It would force ByteDance to divest its holdings or be banned. It's a choice. But apparently, and this is, by the way, supposed to pass with big numbers in the House, Jeannie, not so much in the Senate. Chuck Schumer is not making any commitments for a vote, I read. Chair of Commerce, Maria Cantwell, is pushing for a watered-down version of the House bill. Is this going to be just another item that we thought might pass this Congress and in the end fails?
Yeah, we got so hopeful with that 15-0 vote out of committee, and now we're starting to see the breaks. No, I agree. I think it does probably pass the House tomorrow with, overwhelming support, far more than the 2/3 needed. In the Senate, I would be surprised. I think it will probably pass, but I would be surprised if they didn't put some changes in the bill. I think you're hearing increasingly from a number of people, especially behind the scenes, who say they're not really comfortable with federal legislation that calls out one company. I happen to be one of them, as you know. And so, I do think we may see changes. They may pass it with changes, and then they'll try to work that out between the two bodies.
What do you think of this, Rick? Will the Senate be the death of this legislation?
It could be. I mean, as you pointed out repeatedly, this thing kind of disappeared for 4 months after the congressional hearings. That sort of exposed the House dislike for TikTok and the approach with the Communist Party of China. That being said, there's going to be an enormous public campaign that's launched, and it already has. I mean, when TikTok goes out of its way to become a lobbying organization and indicates the 170 million people who are on it should all call their congressman, that's pretty powerful stuff. So the Senate will be under a lot of pressure to do something about this. Whether or not they can get anything done in the short period of time they're going to have to legislate before the elections, who knows? I mean, as you point out, they still have a lot of work to be done on these appropriations, both for last year, 2024, and for 2025 coming up. Not to mention the supplemental, which still hasn't seen the light of day and may wind up being a discharge petition in the House, which would be welcome news for the Senate to get something from them that they could act on. So there's a lot going on in the Senate over the course of the next few months.
Well, so how much then is this going to ride on Donald Trump? Jeannie, we talked a bit yesterday about his evolution when it comes to TikTok. He seems to have seen the light based on friends and former colleagues, in the case of Kellyanne Conway, who are connected to the operation and have told him to maybe look at this differently. Is Donald Trump the answer to the TikTok ban?
Yeah, it's stunning given where he was in the past. And when you look at his Truth Social and you look at his comments, he clearly feels like this ban would potentially help Facebook, and he doesn't want anything to help Mark Zuckerberg, and I won't say what he calls Mark Zuckerberg. So, I think that, coupled with his friends, Kellyanne Conway, pushing against this bill, it may make it more difficult, but I think it still passes the House.
We'll spend more time with our panel, of course, in hour 2. Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, our signature panel with us. Former Congressman Denver Riggleman is on the way in at the top of hour 2 when Kaylee Lines joins the conversation, so stay with us. Hour 2 of Balance of Power starts now.
Another thing that startups need to look for is a market that is either started to undergo or is soon going to undergo exponential growth. I think this is actually related to one of the biggest mistakes investors make when evaluating startups. Investors always say, well, what's your growth rate? We care about the growth rate. Investors will forgive smallish revenue today if it's growing quickly. For some reason, people don't think about markets this way. But if you think about the most important startups, they are the ones that I start in small markets that are growing very, very quickly. 11 years ago, the market for iPhone apps was $0. It's now huge. And I think if you only think about the TAM today, you'll make a big mistake. What you really want to do is identify a market that's going to grow every year and be able to ride that up elevator.
Welcome to the digital age. Are you struggling to stand out here? Don't worry. Meet Blue TV, who is your digital superhero.
Blue TV is a multi-purpose online media network that also provides digital marketing services. We are based in Islamabad, Pakistan. We are expert in creative marketing, social media and digital marketing, search engine optimization, web design, page rank, and SERPs, video editing, recording and production.
So, what are you waiting for? Pick up the phone and call or WhatsApp Blue TV on given number, or visit our Facebook page at facebook.com/blue.online.tv.
With Blue TV, your business growth will be skyrocketed.
I want a bank that shows me what I spend instantly.
We're Monzo. Give us a go. See?
I want a bank that can help me budget for the things I need, like a new leather jacket for Bingo.
We can do that.
Bingo's my cockapoo.
Hi, Bingo.
It's a real faff to sign up.
It takes less than 10 minutes.
Race you.
You're on. Time's up. How'd you get on?
It's a draw.
Is it? We hear you, Bingo. You make Monzo Monzo.
My general advice is continue to seek out companies or people that are maybe one stage or two stage ahead of you. And I think this is generalizable to not just to startups, but anyone seeking fast growth in their own professional lives, in their careers too. What does greatness look like? Try to seek out people who've been there, done that before, and then try to not connect with one, but try to interview 3, 5, 10 people to see what is a general pattern of greatness that look like that will get you to the next level of the company, next stage, maybe a year, 12 months from now, 24 months from now. Seek out people who kind of went down the path a few times. Then you'll start to find this pattern that start to emerge. What are things that you need to have 12 months from now, 24 months from now that you currently don't have? Then try to like build a path towards that. Almost like Amazon's or Jeff Bezos' mantra of working backwards. Think about what your end game or next stage look like, and then figure out your steps to getting there and who do you need to work with, upgrading or coaching your existing team or recruiting from somewhere else to really level your leadership. Because ultimately, the job of a CEO is to do 3 things, right? One is get the strategy right for your company, making sure it's executed, get the right teams onboarded, getting the resources, whether it be fundraising or allocating your resources. So strategy, people, or team, figuring out how you need to navigate those things to get to the next level.
Shrugging things off. What do you see?
Indeed. We have got green on the screen, lots of it. Ahead of St. Patrick's Day, we have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing today. On top of that, we are looking at a tech rally right now. Right to NASDAQ up 140, up 0.9%. To put that in context, the S&P up by 0.6%. Higher right now by 30 points. We're off session highs, but the S&P right now at 51.48. The Dow up 87, up 0.2%. The 10-year 4.16% with the 2-year 4.59%. Bottom line, we got the CPI report hotter than expected. Stocks are advancing. Spot gold is lower now by 0.9%, $21.64 the ounce. Crude oil up 0.2%, $78.13 a barrel on WTI. Bitcoin, watching that closely, down today by 2.4%, holding just above 70,000 right now. Bitcoin 70,375. Southwest Airlines shares are plunging. Right now we have got Southwest down by by 14.4%. Southwest plans to cut capacity this year, halt most hiring, and review its spending plans in response to reduced aircraft deliveries from Boeing. Boeing shares, they're also down now by 14.4%. Again, recapping, green on the screen, equities higher, S&P up 27, a gain of 0.5%. Balance of power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Kaylee Lyons and Joe Matthew.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much for checking on the markets, as always, for us on Bloomberg Television and Radio. We are broadcasting to you live from Washington, where, of course, inflation data is not just something that markets pay attention to. It's something the White House pays attention to as well, Joe. President Biden having to put out a statement in reaction to this slightly hot CPI we got today, saying, as he said in the State of the Union, we have more to do to lower costs and give the middle class a fair shot.
That's right. And by that, I mean another 4 years to finish the job. And that has been the refrain from the White House. Maybe we hear more of that if we start to see a reacceleration here. I guess it's more of a plateau. But it makes us realize that this does not, or it reminds us that this does not move in a straight line. And we wanted to talk to Anna Wong about that, who joins us from here in Washington. Bloomberg Economics chief U.S. economist. We're going all the way to the top here, Anna. Thank you for joining us. How would you characterize this? Is it a plateau at 0.4, or is there something else going on here?
I think it is a sigh of relief, and that's the reason why the market was rallying in response on the day of today's CPI release, as opposed to January, even though the core CPI in January and February are the same at 0.4%. And the reason why is because everyone today was watching how the owner's equivalent rents inflation is doing. In January, that OER category jumped, and it's supposed to be a stickier form of inflation. So everybody was worried. But in today's report, we saw that it came back on track for disinflation in the rest of the year. So that was what caused a sigh of relief. And Powell also thinks that housing rents will be coming down, will be the key driver of disinflation this year. So I guess for everybody who's driving the market rally today, it is due to that relief that one powerful force of disinflation is still on track.
And yet, Anna, we're still not at 2%. You mentioned Fed Chair Jerome Powell. How is the Fed likely to look at today's data? Does it provide them any real evidence that they need to cut rates anytime soon, that they should?
Yeah, so also another factor contributing to the high reading today and January is this thing called residual seasonality. Generally, businesses like to mark up prices in January and February. So I think Powell already knows this, because we heard from him in his testimony last week that he said he didn't need to see better inflation print. In fact, he even said it could be a little bit worse, because I think he expected that the seasonal factors will lead to higher January and February reading. And according to our projection, so even if inflation continue at this path, and we are still likely going to see 12-month change in core PCE getting down to 2.5% or below by middle of the year.
Gasoline and shelter contributing to over 60% here, Anna, of the overall monthly advance. One of those, in terms of energy, gas prices could be quite volatile. We could actually see some movement there. Is it possible that that's the key to a lower reading next month?
Well, yeah, you're right, Joe. Gasoline is very volatile. We just had 2 months of negative readings, so it could be that next month could be up or down. But most importantly, the Fed is going to look through gasoline, and the Fed will be focusing on inflation expectations 1 year ahead. And from New York Fed's data yesterday, we saw that inflation expectations is actually coming down. So that's what matters for the Fed.
All right, Anna Wong, chief U.S. economist for us at Bloomberg Economics. Thank you so much, as always, for joining us, especially on CPI Day. But of course, it isn't just CPI Day here in Washington. It is also Robert Hur testimony day. As Joe and I were talking about, today is the day in which he is appearing before the Judiciary Committee, along with other guests like the Oversight Committee Chairman, Jim Comer, who came to ask questions. And it's really showing a bit of partisanship, Joe, I would say, on how exactly the special counsel's report related to President Biden is going down, depending on what side of the aisle.
I love that Jim Comer came in to it was like a little, like a jazz improv session there with the chairman from the Oversight Committee. This is interesting. Robert Hur's playing defense today, and neither side seems to like what he's saying because he doesn't seem to be fulfilling the roles that they were hoping he would today. Is that fair?
Well, on the one hand, Democrats don't like what he said in the report about the president and his poor memory, as Robert Hur described it. On the other hand, Republicans don't like that Robert Hur made the decision not to charge President Biden for willfully retaining documents when we've seen Donald Trump charged in his own case in Florida with many counts of willful retention of classified national security information. So that's what you're really seeing play out in the room today.
That's right. I think Republicans wanted him to talk about this Mr. Magoo that he met, though, and he's not doing that. Democrats don't want to completely blow away his credibility because he also decided not to charge Joe Biden and sees these two cases, the Biden and Trump cases, as being very different.
Well, let's get another voice into this conversation. Joining us here in our studio in Washington is former Republican Congressman from Virginia, Denver Riggleman. Sir, always great to see you, especially to see you in studio with us on Bloomberg TV
at the table
and radio. At the table, indeed. Of course, you're not in the room with everybody else today, but is anyone getting what they want out of this testimony? If it's what's the point of it?
I think the point is to make sure that they get YouTube videos that they can actually show back in their districts.
Okay, so like any other hearing.
Yeah, it's like shockingly partisan, right? So and so that's what my consultants would tell me to do, or my chief, right? Just like, okay, Denver, who cares what the world is saying? You're talking to your district right now. So what you're seeing, like when Comer comes in, it's the same thing. It's click type of politics. It's click politics right now. And why? I mean, it's really hard to split hairs and then try to make the Democrats and Republicans happy. Somebody who actually read the Mueller report, I know that's nuts, but somebody who actually did it, I need to read the whole Hur report. But when you try to actually split the middle, or you want to create a narrative on somebody's age or memory at that level and then not charge at the same time, I really don't know what they were trying to do. When it's the law, it's either illegal or not. Maybe just talk about intent, but it's not surprising to me that it's shockingly partisan today.
His line, I needed to show my work, Denver. The question, of course, why would you go there? Why would you even characterize his memory or his physical ability? You're not a doctor. Did he make the case for why?
No, I don't think so. And I think that's the thing that surprised me a little bit. Almost, it would be like me, doing an investigation. I have this new AI company I have now, right? And it's like me doing an investigation. We get to that final point, and I'm said, well, we would actually go after this person, but you know what? Actually, they meant to steal a Snickers bar, not a Zero bar, from what we can see and what we talked about. But on the other hand, so since he stole the wrong thing and he's not really very good at things, we're just not going to charge him. It just doesn't make any sense to me. It's and I
either did something wrong or you didn't.
Or you didn't, and that's the same thing with the Mueller report. Either you did something wrong, or you didn't. And I think when they're trying to split the baby and it's this politicized right now, I think it's really a detriment to the American people, and I think it's actually a bit of an insult.
Well, of course, doing the business of the American people is what Congress was elected to do. They are literally representatives of each of their districts. So when we think about the business, they're doing hearings like this. They are potentially going to be voting on a TikTok bill tomorrow that would see it banned if ByteDance doesn't divest it. And then on the 22nd, they're going to try to fund the rest of the government, the hard parts of the government to fund, including Homeland Security, the Defense Department. Is their work working? Are you confident that they're going to be able to do those next 6 appropriations bills when they're also doing things like we're seeing today?
The short answer is no. I'm not very confident. And, for instance, when I know some of these representatives actually trying to, I would say, ferret through the TikTok technology or what it actually means to actually ban TikTok or looking at other types of things, I don't know if they're behind the door actually talking about what other type of operations look with that type of technology. When you talk about information operations or radicalization, I don't even think they have the ability to digest it. I don't think they have the intelligence to do so. I think when you're looking at the other bills, it's become so partisan. And now what do we have, a 1 or 2 seat separation, maybe 3 seat separation based on who shows up that day? Let me tell you, I think it's going to be a knockdown, drag out, and I think you're going to see the screamers and the partisans really coming to play, and I think it's going to be literally insane for a lot of the sane to watch them.
I want you to tell us what happened with this TikTok thing, because 6 months ago, it was quiet. It was crickets. There was this massive effort to block the talk. We're going to ban it. There were 4 different bills, Democrats and Republicans acting like they liked each other. And then they hired lobbyists and dumped millions of dollars on the district, and the story went away. That in itself is a story, if you ask me. But how did it come back?
Well, it's an election year. So, with election year, there's probably some polling going on or things like that, or they're getting constituent calls, but also you have lobbyists on both sides. I mean, you think about TikTok going away, how does that open up the market for other competitors? Number one.
Ask Donald Trump.
Ask Donald Trump.
That was
Absolutely.
the word yesterday.
This is about finances. This is about actually pay to play. This is rent seeking, right? So that's what you're actually gosh, I'm being very blunt here. I apologize.
That's why we asked.
But that's what's happening right now. The thing when you're talking about TikTok, I despise parts of TikTok based on the fact I was in information warfare.
Sure.
I sort of do that today, right, with the company that we have when you're talking about it. And I've told people that information war is the forever war. When you're looking at TikTok, there's other things I would rather do to look at TikTok for data purposes and information rather than totally ban it. I think, again, but that's nuance. Now you're talking about, you actually have to have Republicans and Democrats talking to experts in the technical field on the nuance of the specific bill. And nuance is not part of this tribalism that's going on today. It's like, how many sticks can I bang together and run through the woods and scream, painted in bizarre earth paints. That's really what they're doing. And so that's what you're seeing right now is you're seeing a massive lobby flow coming in that's actually trying to dictate one way or the other where Democrats or Republicans are going to go in the TikTok situation.
Well, and of course, they in the House will have a chance to vote on this measure tomorrow. That's the working plan. This goes to the floor on Wednesday. The Senate, though, seems much more in question. And some of what you're hearing from senators who seem more reluctant about this particular legislation are concerns around maybe the First Amendment on constitutionality. Also, the fact that this is a private company specifically being called out in a piece of legislation. Are those concerns warranted?
Well, the thing is, if you're banning TikTok, what does that do to Facebook? The senators, the Senate's showing some nuance right now. Now you're talking about, okay, what is the cutoff line when you're talking about radicalization and statistics, or you're talking about ownership of a said corporation, and what does that actually do for the future of any type of, I would say, any type of controls on this type of language? I mean, that, for me being a First Amendment guy and also understanding that there's really bad things happening in the radicalization space, there has to be nuance where, again, you're not really representing the American people. You're representing special interests based on what your fundraising looks like and based on what your polling and crosstabs looks like. And I get it. You want to win your race, but maybe do something and tell the truth to the American people. Or try to have some nuance in your thinking when you're going forward.
Nuance, that is not a word that...
No, I don't even know if they know how to spell that.
Yeah,
it's like NEWANCE or something. That's how they spell it in Congress.
As we spend time with someone who knows, the former Congressman Denver Riggleman is with us here on Balance of Power. We're going to spend time later today with the president of Poland on the later edition of Balance of Power. He's meeting with Speaker Mike Johnson right now. The matter of Ukraine, of course, is what they're talking about. What does Mike Johnson say to a foreign head of state like this, coming with an ask when there is absolutely no answer?
He's dancing on eggshells right now, and what he's trying to do is use a lot of big syllable words to say nothing. That's what's happening behind closed doors right now. And, I wonder, Mike Johnson has got to have, I don't want to say this in a come to Jesus on what's going on in Ukraine. And I think Poland can help him with that. There's got to be funding for Ukraine. Anybody who's outside of that box right now, I think, is in real trouble, because if we actually take away funding from Ukraine or that support, Poland's going to be very worried about Russia right now. So, again, I would love to be in that discussion right now. My background is Eastern European affairs. I deployed there, for Operation Allied Force on the Romanian-Serbian border. I know a little bit about Russia, just a little, but I would love to be in there right now. But I can't imagine how that conversation is going with Mike Johnson having to appeal to the base of his party in the Freedom Caucus and talking, to a representative from Poland at that level. It's got to be a mind-numbingly crazy conversation right now.
Well, and not just the members of his own conference, but former President Trump as well, who we know has opinions on Ukraine and whether or not the U.S. should continue to fund the war or just make sure the war comes to an end in whatever capacity. If you were in Poland, if you were a part of the Polish government, would you fear a second Trump administration? Should they?
Anybody sane should. Yeah, and I would say that the head of the Freedom Caucus is in Mar-a-Lago, by the way. So, that's really what we got. And I would say that the speaker actually go to Mar-a-Lago before he actually makes any decision going forward, because President Trump is the nominee for the presidential race in 2024 and could possibly win. So, yeah, I think what you're seeing right now, I would think that anybody who's sane in the Polish government is like, for the love of God, we hope that Trump doesn't win.
Pretty remarkable. He's meeting with the president a little bit later on.
4 p.m.
Before he makes his way here. Kaylee, I suspect that'll be a very different conversation. But he'll be able to tell the president about what he heard today.
Absolutely. And I think they're going to be very blunt in that conversation. And again, I can't believe as the United States of America, we have a GOP that's mostly against Ukraine funding. It seems like we're in an upside down world right now.
Must be incredible coming back to Washington and walking freely as a former congressman.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Say whatever you want.
I would rather stick a pencil in my eye than be in Congress right now, so I'm happy.
Never one to
Always
mince words. Don't be a stranger. Great to see you, as
Great
always.
to see you, Joe.
Denver Riggleman, the former congressman, former Air Force intelligence, founder of Rig Security, and author of The Breach, the untold story of the investigation into January 6th. This is Bloomberg.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, all higher. CPI Tuesday, a 41-point gain right now on the S&P 500 index. We are at 51.58, an advance right now of 0.8%. Dow Industrials up 170 points for the Dow. That is a gain now of just about 0.5%. NASDAQ is up 181. Tech shares outperforming. NASDAQ up now by 1%. 4.1%. 10-year, 4.16%, with a 2-year, 4.59%. Spot gold is down $20 the ounce to $21.62. For gold, that represents a drop right now of 0.9%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 0.3%, $78.15 for a barrel of WTI. And Bitcoin now down 4.2%, below $70,000 now at $69,044 on Bitcoin. Again, a drop there of 4.3%. So the stock market did manage to rebound after this morning's inflation data. Again, the S&P up 0.8%. Briefly, Home Depot expanding its marketing efforts with a 3-year NCAA deal that will be timed to begin with this year's March Madness tournament. Today, Home Depot up 0.9%. Rival Lowe's, it is up by 0.6%. S&P up 41, up 0.8%. Balance of power continues. Back we go to Washington, and once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. Welcome back to Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio, live from Washington, where the Polish president, Andrzej Duda, is today. He's meeting with congressional leaders. In fact, House Speaker Mike Johnson right about now, and I'm sure Ukraine aid is a big part of that conversation, Joe. And interestingly, House Democrats are trying to move forward on that, even around the speaker. They today launched a discharge petition that would force that to the floor if it gets enough signatures, which is a very big if.
It says a lot to think that there are multiple discharge petitions.
Yeah.
This one is from Jim McGovern,
yes,
ranking member of the Rules Committee, a Democrat, to your point, from Massachusetts. So this is live.
Mm-hmm.
We can start actually counting
signatures
votes now. He's got 4 on it already, which is not a lot.
I think 11 last I checked.
Oh, is that true?
Yeah.
Interesting. And that could change a lot over the course of the day. But remembering, Kaylee, the Speaker of the House made clear that he would work against a discharge petition, so I'm not sure how this comes to form. Let's get to our panel. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are back with us today, Bloomberg Politics contributors, our signature panel here on Balance of Power, and it's great to see you both back together. What are we thinking here, Rick? If the Speaker of the House doesn't want to see this, and he's obviously got support in his conference to block a Democratic discharge petition, is this a waste of time?
You know, maybe it's the strategy. It's spring, let 1,000 flowers bloom. As you said, there are numerous discharge petitions that are floating around. Don Bacon, a Republican from Nebraska, he's got one. And so I think it's just a matter of who gets to 218 first, which would trigger the discharge petition to go to the floor. And it doesn't seem like the Speaker has much of a horse in the race. He's not actively opposing them in public. And Republicans and Democrats alike seem to feel like this is open season for discharge for the Ukraine funding. So we'll see. Don Bacon has said that he's probably got over 150 Republicans willing to support a discharge. You couple that with, 100 or so Democrats, and you've got yourself a floor vote. So I think it's too soon to tell, but something looks like it's going to happen around this, and soon.
You see the last couple of names on here.
Yep.
You just mentioned 11, now 13.
Now 13.
You see that 13? Hakeem
Jeffries, the House Democratic leader, of course. But on the subject of the Democrats, Jeannie, the timing here is also interesting because, of course, a large part of this initiative is just trying to get the funding to Ukraine through whatever means they can. But it's not just Ukraine funding that is in question here. It also is Israel funding, and especially coming against a backdrop of a ceasefire deal that is still not in hand, an invasion of Rafah that could be happening potentially during Ramadan, despite the warnings from President Biden to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. How many Democrats are going to be willing to attach their name to something that provides more aid to Israel, specifically in this moment?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why, we had trouble getting this over the line last time, because it included foreign aid for, these 3 big issues: Taiwan, Israel, the Middle East, and Ukraine. And then it coupled that with the border security issue. So one lesson I think we've learned is that while sometimes adding more is better, in this case with legislation, it's not. And skinny is probably better, because to your point, Kaylee, the idea that Democrats who need 218 could even get all 213 of the Democrats to log into this or join this given where we are with the issue surrounding the Middle East. I think that's an uphill battle. But I do think there is a possibility that if we could somehow combine these discharge petitions, we shouldn't forget about the one from Brian Fitzpatrick as well. You know, he is actively working. It's not live yet, but he's actively working on that. If you can sort of sew these together and keep them skinny enough, you could get the 218 you need to work around Johnson. And I think this is a great day for Johnson. He doesn't have to push for it. He doesn't have to push against it. He can just sort of sit there and allow it to go around him, because he has publicly said he supports at least the aid for Ukraine.
Rick, we've mentioned that the president of Poland is in town today. He'll be at the White House a little while later before we sit down with him here at Bloomberg. Before that, though, in fact, likely right now behind closed doors, he's still with the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. Does a visit like that do anything to advance this conversation? What's happening in that room?
Oh, for sure. The Prime Minister of Poland is a huge supporter of Ukraine and the efforts to try and push back Russia. They understand the threat that Russia poses to Europe and Eastern Europe especially. And so having a firsthand description of the problem as a very strong ally of the United States is a particularly helpful thing at this moment. So well-timed visit by the Prime Minister, and talking to Speaker Johnson is very valuable, because ultimately his comments will resonate with a lot of Republicans who may be a little skittish about what to do about funding Ukraine. And if he can come out and be more supportive, I think it's a good use of time for the Prime Minister.
Should he not, though, also be trying to talk to former President Donald Trump, who we've seen has a direct line to the Speaker, Rick?
Well, you know, he'd have to elbow out Viktor Orban, one of his rivals in Eastern, you know, who's taken up residence down at Mar-a-Lago, you know, feasting on the buffet and a tea time. So the reality is that I think that the Prime Minister of Poland looks at a potential future Trump administration probably in fear of what it means for Putin's domination of the region. And so sure, if he has the gumption to want to go and talk to Donald Trump, I would say I'm sure he could get a meeting. But the reality is the last thing he wants to do is give voice to the guy who's been one of the biggest impediments to funding Ukraine that there is. And so the politics would indicate go where you know the votes are. And that's, you know, with House Republicans right now who are a little bit recalcitrant might be able to be turned around. Donald Trump, highly unlikely, will be turned around on the issue of Vladimir Putin.
Well, he's going to the White House as well, Jeannie. Of course, he's got votes, or at least one important one on the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue here. What does Joe Biden do publicly? Of course, they have business to discuss behind closed doors, but there's an opportunity here. It's not a big rollout. We're not getting a state visit or even a bilateral news conference, but there will be a pool spray, as they call it. They'll be in the Oval Office, sit in front of the fireplace. How does Joe Biden leverage the moment?
You know, I think he reminds us what he said in the State of the Union. It was not lost on any of us as we sat there and watched this, that I think for one of the first times in the modern era, we had a president start the State of the Union with the issue of Ukraine. And that is very, very telling. Seldom happens you see a president start the State of the Union with a foreign policy issue. And that just goes to show how important and how invested in this Joe Biden is. I think we are going to feel that today when he sits down with the Prime Minister from Poland and reiterates his, you know, unwavering support for Ukraine and urges Congress, urges the House really to pass this, because again, there is bipartisan support for Ukraine. And maybe in this situation, we do need that skinny bill to get it over the hump and then consider the other related critically important issues as well later. But get this done because of everything the West, Poland, the United States, and democracy has at stake, given this issue involving Russia's war in Ukraine.
Jeannie, the farther along we get into this election year, being it's now March, we have about 8 months to go until November. Does this get harder, or if Ukraine's circumstances get more dire, it gets easier? I just wonder how we think about timing here.
Yeah, I think it's always gets harder in an election year. And, we are hearing pushback. You all were just talking about Donald Trump pushing back on this funding for a variety of reasons. I do think it gets harder. I think the White House knows that. That's why they wanted it, quite frankly, last talked about early this year. Now we're in the spring. They really do feel they have to get it done. And of course, putting all the politics aside, what's at stake in Ukraine for the people of Ukraine, they are, really losing so much in terms of what they need to fight this battle, from ammunition to arms to the technology support and others. It is important to get it now. So I think, the longer this goes, the better it helps Putin. He knows that. That's why he has been saying the West won't stick to this. They will move aside when politics enters the fray. And Joe Biden's argument has got to be, we've got to prove Putin wrong on that.
All right, Jeannie, thank you. And Rick Davis, of course. Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis make up our signature panel here on Balance of Power with breaking news on the discharge petition. Kaylee Lyons, who knows, maybe this thing will see the light of day. It would be a pretty unusual way of making laws if it happens.
Sure, it's a way of making laws that doesn't historically always work. We've seen very few discharge petitions do as intended and make it so that legislation passes. But maybe the words of the Polish president can sway those on Capitol Hill.
O'clock, Washington time, with the president of Poland. He is here with the prime minister as well as they make the rounds. We should mention as well, Kaylee, it's primary day. This would have been the biggest thing going a week or two ago. But not just in any old state, Georgia is voting today, and there's a possibility that he hits the number tonight, likely a week from tonight. But 12:15 is getting awfully close for Donald Trump.
Yep, that's where he has to get. Mathematically, it would have to be almost a perfect primary performance today to actually get there. But the point is, he could lock it up very soon. Speaking of very soon, we got to get world and national news very soon. Amy Morris has that in our 99.1 newsroom here in Washington. Hey, Amy.
Hey, Kaylee, the special counsel who investigated President Biden's handling of classified documents, testifying right now before a Republican-led House panel. It's still going on. Robert Hur ultimately declined to bring criminal charges against the president and said the facts stopped short of finding that he willfully retained classified material. In what may be a major step toward the end of the violence in Haiti, the nation's acting prime minister is going to resign. The Caribbean Community Organization, or CARICOM, announced that Haiti's prime minister Ariel Henry will step down. Henry's resignation will be effective upon the creation of a transitional council that will appoint an interim prime minister and prepare for elections. And it looks like Donald Trump was looking to sell off Truth Social last summer. Sources tell the Washington Post Trump approached Elon Musk asking whether he would be interested in buying the social media network. It did not lead to a deal. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ continuing to advance. CPI Tuesday with the S&P now up 41 points at 51.59, up 0.8%. Stock market rebounding. Even after the latest inflation numbers did little to alter bets that the Fed will cut rates this year. We've got the Dow up 185 now, up 0.5%, while NASDAQ is up 180 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a gain right now of 1.1%. 10-year 4.16% with a 2-year that's yielding 4.59%. Spot gold is lower by 1.1%, down $23 the ounce. Spot gold now at $21.59. West Texas Intermediate crude lower, little change, down 0.1%, 77.87 a barrel, while Bitcoin now down 2.8%, just above $70,000 on Bitcoin. United Airlines has told Boeing to stop building 737 MAX 10 jets for the carrier, opting to switch to a smaller variant and the rival Airbus A321 until the American plane maker can pull the stretched single aisle through its long-delayed certification. Shares of United, they are lower now by 3.2%. Boeing, it is dropping 4.4%. Again, recapping, U.S. stocks are advancing with the S&P up 42, up 0.8%. Balance of Power continues, the Tuesday edition. Back we go to Washington, and once again, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
Thanks for being with us. Tuesday edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio and on YouTube. You can always find the podcast if you showed up late. Go to Apple, Spotify, wherever you do that stuff, and subscribe. As we focus on the economy, of course, something that is of dire concern to the Biden administration, with CPI Day bringing hotter than expected inflation. And Kaylee, this is the second time in a row we've seen a hotter than expected print, getting some folks to wonder, is this bad news for Joe Biden? Could we see a reacceleration of inflation? That would not be out of the question.
Or could we just see stalling progress in a deceleration of inflation? If this all proves sticky, does the price pressure relief that has been underway continue? And of course, this isn't just potentially a problem for political figures like the President of the United States, but non-political figures as well, like, say, the chairman of the Federal Reserve. Because, of course, Joe, the market is still anticipating that by midway through this year, the Fed could be cutting interest rates. The problem is if inflation isn't doing what they want, is the Fed going to feel comfortable doing that?
These are big questions when you're trying to plan a campaign, never mind forecast the economy.
Absolutely. And they're big questions that we pose to our guests, like the one joining us now. We're very lucky to say Danny Blanchflower, a tenured professor of economics at Dartmouth College, is with us. Professor, always great to have you on Bloomberg TV and radio. When you look at the data today, some of the more sticky components of inflation potentially that we're watching here, do you see signs that policy can or should ease in the not-so-distant future?
Well, there's nothing in the data today, I think, that changed my view from yesterday. And I always say to people, I was a person who sat and set interest rates. And I think very often the debate in public is not quite the debate that policymakers have. Because when you change interest rates, that impacts things in about 18 months' time. And you always should be thinking, what's going to happen there? And has this latest piece of information changed my view of things? And I think the answer to that is no. We're running steady. But the problem, and you're rightly picking it up, is that the economy has been a puzzle. Inflation has remained stickier than you would have thought, given the rate rises. And consumer spending's remained stickier and held up more than you would have thought. There are, however, worrying signs. And I would be focused on the labor market and also looking at the rest of the world, because the UK and other European countries are clearly in recession. China's pretty slow. So the answer is I don't think there's much would change my view. The big issue still is, have those rate rises that have been in place for a while now, have they fully had an effect? And the Fed, I guess, will be sitting, waiting and watching. I don't think it rules anything out. The market's a little up on the news, but I'm worried that something bad's still coming.
Danny Blanchflower, last time you joined us, we made clear that you would have failed me in your economics class, so I'm going to be careful here. But based on what you just said, if you're setting interest rates... That's it's all right. I can copy from Kaylee's paper in here. But if you're 18 months out on interest rates, that would indicate that we're not there yet, right? That there is more of an impact to come.
Well, I would have thought so. I mean, things, if you think of that logic, central bankers call it the forecast horizon. In a sense, that's what we have to think about. I would like to just focus back on some worrying signs. The question, in a sense, is always the two sets of worrying signs. Consumer confidence predicts recession. The other thing that tells you you're in recession, particularly, is in the labor market, and I think very worrying, has been the big employment drops that you've seen on the household account in the last 4 or 5 months. Even bigger, the last 6 months, the declining in employment on that account is even bigger than it was in the last 6 months in 2007 as the recession started. So maybe, the dream world we're in, the positive environment we're in will continue. But there are worrying signs that, because that in a sense is the thing that picks up recession. So in a sense, the Fed must always think, well, okay, there are worrying signs here. To err on the side of actually cutting rates would probably be the right thing to do. I probably would, as always known as a dove, I would certainly be considering a rate cut. I certainly would rule out, as others have suggested, anything about a rate rise, because the risks, I think, are to the downside. And the market's seeing.
Well, Danny, we talked about the labor market, where you see some concern with the acting labor secretary here in the U.S., Julie Su, just last night on Balance of Power. I asked her specifically about wages, because she was touting the higher wages that people have received in part due to union contracts that have been negotiated over the last year, and whether or not that could refuel inflation, lead to that kind of wage price spiral people often talk about. This was her response to that question.
We want to see real wage increases, because more money in workers' pockets is a good thing. More money in the, at the kitchen table, right, where families are making hard decisions about what they're going to buy and how to live a secure life. You're never going to hear me say that making sure that working people get what they deserve is a bad thing. I don't think that we have to choose between families paying prices that they can afford and getting wages that are going to allow them to feel some security. It's a false choice.
So she says it's a false choice, Danny. She also went on to tell us that what we're seeing in the labor market is the very definition of a soft landing, that there doesn't need to be a decision made between getting inflation under control and potentially breaking the labor market. To what extent is that actually true?
Well, I think you've started to see some real wage growth, and obviously that's a good thing. And I think the contrast to the wage price spiral we saw in the past was when there were union contracts that built in escalator clauses, automatic escalator clauses. With inflation, we haven't really seen any of that. We've seen a little bit of emergence of worker power as economies have strengthened. And we've seen a little bit of a pickup in strike activity across the United States. But I don't think there's any evidence of a wage price spiral. And economies take a little time to move. The balance of power between labor and capital has swung over the last 2 decades so strongly in the favor of capital. It would be hard to tell people, a slight movement back towards labor means that the central bank has to plunge in again and make workers worse off. Certainly not something in the sense that you'd expect the Biden administration to want to see. So I think it is really sitting pat, holding, with expectations that perhaps we will see worsening in labor markets, worsening in other things, and the central bank will have to cut rates. Not least because of what's going on in the world. Look at what's going on in China. China seems to have just come out of a deflation situation, but the rest of the world is looking at America as a fine place in the economy doing well. The last thing they want to do is make another error.
We're talking about today's CPI data and the economy with Danny Blanchflower. Lastly, Danny, gas prices, a big part of this CPI report. Is that the wild card that will tell whether Joe Biden has a good economy to tout by the end of this campaign?
Well, I mean, oil prices are a pretty tough one to forecast, given the stuff that's going on in the Persian Gulf and the problems that are there. The ability to control the global oil price is pretty, despite what Donald Trump and others say, the president of the United States doesn't actually control the global oil price. It's called a global price, and global shocks impact it. So I think we'll see. I think that's obviously, if there was to be a considerable spike in oil, that would be bad, because it would impact people, impact their spending, because they have to spend more at the pump. So yes, I think it's something that you really want to be mindful for. But again, once-off spikes of the oil price are not something that the central bank should respond to. It's once-off things they'll spike today, they'll have an effect on inflation today, and in 12 months' time they'll drop away. But these are complicated issues. The central bank has done pretty darn well. I didn't think the economy would be doing as well, and I in a sense, I've been more of a doom merchant than I probably should have been. But we'll see going forward. We can't assume everything's rosy with an election coming.
Well, that is the exact place I wanted to go with you, Danny, because sure, monetary policy definitely has an influence on the economy, but fiscal policy does as well. And actually, in the statement that President Biden put out addressing today's CPI report, saying there is more work to do to bring prices down, he said, look, I requested a lot of this in my budget. And as we heard in the State of the Union last week, the idea that he wants to see, tax breaks for people who own homes within certain income groups, child care, universal pre-K, these kinds of things that may not actually become reality, but he's at least asking for them, coupled with higher taxes on the rich and on companies. I'm not sure if you've had a chance to look through the budget, but how should we be thinking about fiscal policy's influence on the economy now and going forward if some of these things actually do become a reality?
Well, I think the reality is that this whole series of economics papers, particularly from a famous economist called Ray Fair, who talked about how elections are won and how important the state of the economy is in determining whether the incumbent wins or not. So I don't think the administration has missed that fact and understands that if people are feeling good on the economy, the incumbent gets the credit for it. And oftentimes you'll see even manipulation in the sense that the budget disproportionately spent in places that the president would like to win himself and for his party to win. So you'd expect to see that right now. And in some sense, the Congress says, well, look, I don't want to do that. I don't want to give the incumbent help. But that's really where we are. A booming economy is good for the incumbent. If the unemployment rate rises, inflation rate rises, then the narrative will be the president is to blame for it. But in a sense, he can say, well, look how good the economy is. Look how good it is compared to the rest of the world. This does look like a rosy scenario. Vote for me. And so this is crucial. This is crucial, not just the scale of the budget, but who it's spent on and where it's spent. And you'd expect it to be spent disproportionately if the president could have his way in places that are important for him to win.
We'll let you get back to fishing, Danny. It's great to see you, Danny Blanchard, back with us from Dartmouth College. I hope you're well. Let's keep tabs with Danny as we work our way through the cycle. This is kind of interesting as you've started this line of questioning now. Kaylee, I feel like we check back every couple of months, see how he feels.
Absolutely, as we should, especially as we progress into the summer months when potentially we're going to be having a more realistic conversation about cutting back rates. And he seems to be a little bit more worried about what's happening in the labor market than we often hear here.
He went back to it a couple times without being asked, which is important. We'll find out about that lag effect when we get into the middle end of the summer, when it really does count, to Kaylee's point, going into the debates in the general. Big story around here today, beyond CPI, has been the testimony of the former special counsel. He's now a free man, a private citizen, but Robert Hur on Capitol Hill today before the Judiciary Committee, almost playing defense.
Playing defense on both sides of the aisle, frankly. On the one hand, Democrats do want to highlight the fact that Hur did not charge President Biden with anything, but on the other, they are upset with what they see as political language he used to describe the president's poor memory. Then Republicans are upset that Biden wasn't charged, even though Trump was charged with retaining classified documents, but also they want to point to some of the bad things that were said about Biden in this. So you're seeing just some conflict in what people want to get out of this.
So everybody's angry.
To say. Yeah.
Which usually makes for someone being right around here. Little taste of the testimony. This is Robert Hur again. This is the special counsel looking into the classified documents case for Joe Biden. Here he is earlier on Capitol Hill.
The evidence and the president himself put his memory squarely at issue. My assessment in the report about the relevance of the president's memory was necessary and accurate and fair. Most importantly, what I wrote is what I believe the evidence shows and what I expect jurors would perceive and believe. I did not sanitize my explanation, nor did I disparage the president unfairly. I explained to the Attorney General my decision and the reasons for it. That's what I was required to do.
The line, I needed to show my work. Because people were asking, why would you go there? You call him an old forgetful man, which isn't exactly the job of a special counsel, but he says it is when you decide not to charge him.
Well, and that's where a lot of the questioning from lawmakers has come into that point. Adam Schiff, specifically the Democratic congressman from California, had some pretty harsh words for Robert Hur about the way that he decided to classify or characterize the president's memory, and suggested he knew exactly what he was doing when he chose the language he did. My broader question around this, Joe, is this obviously is in front of the House Judiciary Committee, which has been one of the committees, together with Oversight, spearheading the impeachment inquiry into President Biden. It's unclear exactly how this testimony might factor into that, but frankly, a lot of the testimony we've seen in that inquiry so far hasn't necessarily produced something that seems as though it would meaningfully advance that inquiry, and I just wonder where that goes next.
It's really true. Rick and Jeannie were talking with us earlier, potentially seeing the impeachment inquiry winding down to nothing after today. This could be an inflection point when we look back on it. Much more to follow, including our conversation with the president of Poland. That'll be at 5 o'clock.
Yes.
Kaylee, Washington time.
Absolutely. So join us then on Bloomberg TV and radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody, live on radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. I'm Carol Masser along with Tim Stenivek. Let's get to the setup on this Tuesday, March 12th, 2024. We were ready, Tim, for a surprise, but...
Yeah, I mean, maybe everybody was preparing for the worst, yet the S&P 500 headed toward another all-time high. Look at that, the S&P 500 up 0.9%, 5162.
And don't bring up NVIDIA, but we will
I'm
with
not going
Abigail.
to. I'm not going to.
We
Don't
will
worry.
We will with Abigail in just a minute. All right, so that inflation report, it was the report we were bracing for. Inflation tain't done yet. U.S. core topping forecast again. What you need to know. We're going to dig into that in just a moment.
Opposite story when it comes to Boeing. Boeing hitting turbulence yet again. From an FAA audit finding issues to a whistleblower found dead. We're on it, and stock is lower on the day, too.
Every day there's a new drop of headlines when it comes to Boeing. Plus, Kathy Wood of ARK Invest, you might recall on Friday, she made some comparisons between NVIDIA and Cisco. So too does our own John Authors in a column. It's entitled NVIDIA versus Cisco, a bubble by any other metric. So we're going to get into his thinkings in just a moment.
Also, one more thing. It's kind of like a spring feel here in New York City today. We're talking about how it's above 60 degrees outside. Well, it turns out people are thinking about the beach, too, because Hampton's beach houses are already packed for the summer. We're going to explain what that means.
All right, first up, a check on the day's trade and your top business stories. Here's Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much. Lots of green on the screen as potentially the S&P heads toward another record. S&P right now up 44 to 51.62. We are looking at a gain of 0.8%. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 223 points right now, with the Dow higher by about 0.6%. The Nasdaq Composite Index up 185, a gain of 1.2%. 10-year 4.15%, with a 2-year 4.59%. Spot gold lower by 1.3%. 21.54 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.4%, 77.65 a barrel. And Bitcoin today slumping by 1.6% now, 70,920 on Bitcoin. So the stock market is managing to rebound after the latest inflation numbers did little to alter bets that the Fed will cut rates this year, even if it keeps a more cautious stance for now. We've got a whole lot more coming up on the CPI report and what it means for the Fed with our Ira Jersey and Michael McKee. Kohl's reported same-store sales in the fourth quarter that did miss the average analyst estimate. Kohl shares down now by 5.5%. Recapping stocks higher, S&P right now up by 0.9%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, got it, Charlie. Thank you so much. A headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal. Carl Icahn dropping threat of a new challenge to the Illumina board. This is coming from Reuters, and I'm looking at Illumina shares just down about 3.3%, Tim, right now in the trading session.
Yeah, Icahn decided there was little value in starting a proxy contest after the company took steps to comply with antitrust rulings to divest Grail. That's according to the People. We should note that Icahn and Illumina have declined to comment, according to Reuters.
All right, inflation schmlation report. I don't know
Say
if
that
I can
again.
say that.
Is that a real? Is that a technical
Schmlation?
term, Carol?
She's trying to. She's using technical.
It's not a function, though, on the Bloomberg yet. All right. Maybe I shouldn't go that far. Stocks did initially rally, though, following this morning's inflation report. And while they are off their highs, still in the green, let's talk about the trading environment. We'll get to Mike McKee in just a moment. But right now, let's get to Bloomberg News Markets reporter Abigail Doolittle. Talk to us about the trade off this morning's CPI report to where we are now, Abigail.
Well, it was a little bumpy initially. We did go higher, but then we actually, on the equal-weighted S&P 500 index, went lower. The Russell 2000 went lower. That index, that small-cap index, is still down. But the S&P 500 up 0.9%, the NASDAQ up more than 1%. So I would say it's a bit of a relief rally that CPI report, while it did come in a little bit warmer than expected, it wasn't hot, hot, hot. So I think that the idea, I think at the end of the day, investors are looking at it in terms of now that there's market voices out there saying that the Fed might not cut at all this year. The fact that last week Fed Chair Jay Powell said, yes, they are cutting this year, and that this CPI report gives them them the room to most likely be able to cut this year if other data doesn't come in. So long as they're cutting this year, whether it's the 3 that they're anticipated to cut or if it turns out to be 4 or 2, I think that that's less important.
Details, right?
Yeah,
But
just so long as they do. Because when you have somebody like Torsten Slot come out saying that they're not going to cut at all, and I personally could make a case for that as well. Mike McKee here might take exception to that, but I could see how they could make that case given inflation in the 70s, that it is staying stickier. I mean, David Kelly, is it David Kelly from JP Morgan this morning?
Yeah.
The hot cookie analogy, that taking the hot cookies out of the oven.
Yeah, that was great.
It takes longer. It takes them longer to cool. So, and that's the setup for Mike McKee.
Well, Mike, is that true? It does take the hot cookies longer to cool when it comes to inflation? Michael McKee,
You're the baker here. You can tell us.
It does sometimes.
She does. Christmas time, she's crazy with the cookie.
So I've heard.
I'll get back there. It's been really high.
I keep hearing this.
You're wearing leftovers
Yeah, so
from
just
Christmas
so you know,
cookies.
I've heard this. Carol and I have, been doing
Give
this show
Carol a
together
break.
for
It's been the
4
pandemic.
years at this point, and all I hear every year is she makes the best Christmas cookies.
Since we're talking about inflation, input costs have been really,
Ah,
really
there we
high.
go.
And labor costs, don't even get me started.
Those sprinkles are ridiculously expensive. It was a good analogy because you could debate. The number came in a little bit higher on the headline rate on a month-over-month basis, and it really didn't make a whole lot of difference. But what people are saying is, would that make it hot? And I think David said, no, it makes it warm, and the cookies have to cool down when they come right out of the oven. Yeah, the bottom line kind of is this. When you look at what happened, the headline CPI went from 0.305% to 0.442. So you're not talking about even a percentage point change. It looks that way on the Bloomberg, or it comes out as a 0.4 instead of 0.3, but it's a rounding question. So it's not a huge change there that we're seeing. That was largely gasoline, and people knew that, but everybody's been complaining about gas and food. Food was flat. There was no food inflation. So basically, we're not anywhere that tells you we have a real problem. It is a little sticky, as Abigail said, but the Fed expected that, and I think this doesn't change their view one way or another.
But does it give any credence to the folks who say that last mile getting inflation down to 2%? Again, I know.
Didn't we debunk this?
Or
is it
true?
true?
I know this is CPI, not PCE,
Yeah.
so it's not the Fed's preferred method, but this is an input for PCE.
It is.
But does it add credence to the idea that the last mile is going to be really tough?
I don't know. The last mile is going to take a while, and it's going to be bumpy. How tough it is, we aren't exactly sure yet, because we're just kind of getting to that last mile now. And the issue is, what is it that goes up in price that stays sticky? And this time we saw a number of things that had stuck in the past didn't. And then something like used cars, which had been going down for several months in a row, went up a little bit this month, 0.5%. So is it just going to be bumpy like that, or is there something that the Fed and its high interest rates can't attack, and it'll take a while for that to come down?
All right, we're going to roll one more name into this conversation. Ari Jersey is also with us, Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist at Bloomberg Intelligence out there in our BI headquarters in New Jersey. You're on surveillance this morning, breaking it down. So what's of note of your end, and as you listen to this discussion with Abigail and Mike?
Yeah, I think it was interesting just watching what happened with the knee-jerk reaction right after the number, right? Like Mike said, we saw that small beat, we sold off a little bit, and then most of us looked at the data and we're like, yeah, it's kind of like as expected pretty much, and then the market rallied back, and then finally we then sold off again as people kind of, I think, settled into the idea that, look, the numbers came in pretty much as expected, but when you look at what's been turning around, things like used autos and like a lot of actually the goods sector, which had been a drag on CPI for a while, then market participants started to say, like, well, yeah, maybe the Fed's not going to be able to go quite as quickly as we thought, and certainly the market, selling off a little bit today is a reflection of that. And you see 10-year auction didn't go particularly well about an hour ago. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't a good auction either. So I think market participants are like, okay, let's wait and see now. We have retail sales coming up, and then the Fed next week. Let's wait until we hear what Jay Powell has to say before we majorly switch our positions and thinking.
I was going to say, go ahead, Mike.
Here's why it matters to the Fed coming up, because they have the meeting on March 20th. They've already told us they're not going to do anything, but we do get a new set of economic projections and a new dot plot. So the market's trying to game out whether they're going to change that or not.
Right.
And my guess is this isn't definitive enough one way or another to lead them to change their forecasts.
I was going to say to Abigail, one group of investors certainly not waiting today is NVIDIA. We promised that we'd get to it. Shares
Every
higher
time we
by
come in, it feels, well,
5% now, so it's over $900 a share. It's not at all-time highs. That would be in the 970s, but still, I mean, it's been an incredible run. Is there anything fundamental about this, or is this all sort of part of the relief rally?
I mean, I think that today it's a little bit of both. I think that it's the relief that the market darling stock can continue to go higher, that the Fed is not going to get in the way of technology overall in terms of the idea that liquidity could stay as tight as it is all year or even tighten more. And this is the favored stock because of AI. Now, one thing I'll point out is as I'm looking at this stock, out of the 2022 lows, any guesses on how much this stock is up?
2022 lows, 400%?
800. Up 800%. And I can make...
I had to venture a guess.
I can make the case, the technical case very easily that all of this year's rally from about, let's call it 463 to current levels could go away like that, just because it's a parabolic uptrend, a 90-degree angle can't hold, and the RSI, which we talk about sometimes, it is actually just on the line of being overbought or oversold, which means that the momentum is not as good. So people are a little bit nervous here, but they don't want to stop buying.
we're going to talk about NVIDIA versus kind of Cisco, kind of do a little bit of a history lesson with John Authors in a moment. But Ira, I want to go back to you for a moment. In terms of how rates traded off of this morning's report, anything of note there? Because it does seem like we're a little bit higher along the curve.
Yeah, so just about everything, and it's a mix right now between inflation expectations and real yield. So the real yield piece is going to be driven pretty significantly by Federal Reserve expectations. But the fact that you had, I think, the slightly better or higher than expected CPI report is one of the reasons why you have break-even rates. So the amount of inflation that the market's expecting has also gone up a couple of 3 basis points, basically across the curve. So in the rates market, you know, we haven't really changed the pricing for the Fed. We're still kind of saying June at July, kind of as a first cut, and then a couple more cuts before year end, actually almost 4. I still think that might be too many, and I think that's one of the big risks that still needs to get priced out of the market is what happens, to Mike McKee's point, what happens if you just have 2 members of the Federal Reserve move from the median of the dots up just one, taking out one more cut, and in doing so, you can wind up seeing a pretty big sell-off in the front end of the curve because that could change some of the dynamics. It's hard to say that one cut is going to move the market a lot, but the fact is that these days it really is moving the market, you know, 25 basis points every time you get, you know, 1 or 2 dots moving significantly.
All right, Mike, the ball's in your court.
Well, it's funny because we've talked about this quite a bit, that the market is always adjusting, you know, minute by minute, day by day. And
And does some of the Fed's work for it, right, sometimes?
Yeah, to a certain extent, yes. I mean, that's the idea.
Yeah.
If monetary policy feeds through the financial markets. But the Fed only updates once every quarter. And so the Fed is always going to be, quote unquote, behind where the market is. But the question that the market has to divine is what they're looking at right now, the bright, shiny object in front of them right now, enough for the Fed to make a forecast that will last out a quarter. And that's the harder thing for them, which is why I think they don't change significantly unless somebody had already changed. I don't think this number makes a difference.
I think what's still fascinating to me, Carol, is that even after the summary of economic projections in December, which called for a median of 3, you had people pricing in 6 rate cuts.
It was so aggressive at the end of last year.
It took weeks for that to get down to even close to 3.
Yeah, a real reset.
To like match what the Fed is seeing.
One thing, you know, I want to roll into this because we were talking about this in the newsroom, and this comes from you, Ira. You were on surveillance this morning, and you talked about, you know, it's something we've talked about certainly with Abigail and others and market guests about kind of all of the money on the sidelines when it comes to the markets. And I feel like we've got the perfect roundtable to kind of address that. What are you actually seeing and what that means? Do we have it all wrong that this money is just going to kind of at some point come into either stocks or bonds?
So if you look at cash on the sidelines, meaning both bank deposits, retail bank deposits, as well as retail money market fund balances, it's basically at the average of what it has been for the last 30 years in terms of a share of financial net worth. So it's not obvious to us that that is cash on the sidelines that needs to go into other financial markets. In fact, we think that it probably is not. And when you look at a bulk of the change, so two things have been moving the money market mutual fund inflows. Number one was out of bank deposits starting last March when you had the SVB blow up. A lot of deposits left to go to money funds, and in particular because money market funds yield 3 times what the average bank deposit does. So why not move into there? And then you've seen new money. So the new savings that is going on, and just from the personal income and spending report that Mike McKee talks about at the end of every month when we get the PC data, as that money comes in, instead of going into bank deposits, it's now going into money funds for the same reason. Money funds yield 5%, bank deposits yield 1%. It's a no-brainer. It's just that's just where savings is going, not necessarily going to find its way into the stock market or the bond market or anywhere else.
I see Abigail nodding here because this is a question we've been asking for months at this point. What happens to this $5-6 trillion that is in money market funds when rates do start to go down? Where does it go? And Ira writes in a great note that, hey, it might not actually go into the market.
Yeah, I think it's a really compelling case that it may not indeed go into the market for the very reason that if you can get 4 or 5% by just putting it in money markets, why is it going to come out? Now, when rates go down, there will be some savvy, smart investors that will quickly redeploy it in other ways. Will it necessarily go into stocks? We don't know that. Maybe it goes into fixed income of some sort as rates come in. But a lot of people, they won't adjust it for a while, just creatures of habit. The difference between 5% and 3%, I think it would take a significant drop for people to take the money out. And then if rates are coming in that much, at that point, is there a haven bid to bonds? Is there a reason that folks would even want to put it into stocks? I don't know. I think that Ira makes a very compelling case around that.
Well, this whole idea that household cash is not above typical levels. As he says, the cash holdings as a share of financial assets are right in the range that's persisted for the past 2 generations. Mike, so the Fed component to this, I'm sure the Fed is looking at all of these kinds of data points.
Yeah, the Fed obviously looks at asset prices as part of their guesstimation of where inflation is. It's not an official part of it, but they try to figure out if we're seeing inflation there that could be a problem. And then they're always watching for bubbles. They won't step in front of them, but they want to know what's happening with the markets. But at this point, the idea of whether you're buying treasury bills or whether you're buying stocks, it's no concern of theirs.
And something interesting, just to jump in here for a moment, if you were to compare the yield on the S&P 500 when adjusted for inflation, it's 0.89%, so it's not even 1%. So there's a big spread there. I think it really helps.
Well, of course,
make
if I have
case.
only the S&P Nvidia.
Yes, that's true. Then you want enough stocks.
All right, round robin. Ira, next focal point for you, really quickly, 2 seconds.
Well, it's tomorrow's retail sales report because if the consumer is still very robust, it's hard to see the Fed needing to cut very early.
Mike, a second.
Well, I'm going to go with the retail sales report and the PPI that's coming because then we get the PCE. We can derive the PCE.
I'm looking a little bit further out to next week in the Fed.
Got it. You guys rock. This is Bloomberg.
2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the S&P 500 index trading very close to session highs right now, up 49 points. That is a gain right now of 1%. The Dow up 245, up 0.6%, while the Nasdaq Composite Index is advancing 207 now, up by 1.3%. The 10-year yield 4.15%, with a 2-year at 4.58%. Spot gold down 1.2%, 21.55 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.6%, 77.48 a barrel, while Bitcoin now just about 71,000, down 1.5%. The stock market is managing to rebound after the latest inflation numbers did little to alter bets that the Fed will cut rates this year, even if it keeps a more cautious stance for now. Lots of news in the airline industry today. United has told Boeing to stop building 737 MAX 10 jets for the carrier, opting to switch to a smaller variant on the rival Airbus A321 until the plane maker can pull the stretched single aisle through its long-delayed certification. United down 2.4%. Boeing shares down by 4.4%. Again, recapping here, S&P up 51, a gain of 1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, another day and another batch of Boeing stories and headlines, and another day with Boeing shares trading lower. They are down about 4.4%. They lost 3% on Monday, and they lost about 2.25% on Friday. Today's stories, Tim, let's just go through them. There's an FAA audit of the production of Boeing 737 MAX. It found dozens of failures in the manufacturing process. This is a story out from the New York Times.
Also today, a Boeing whistleblower who raised safety concerns was found dead. And Carol, meantime, Boeing deliveries trail Airbus as the 737 MAX crisis slows factories.
And then there's fallout that kind of spreads. You've got Southwest falling the most in 4 years on those Boeing woes. There's more. So let's get to it. The latest on Boeing and its impact. Let's get to our interview. Back with us is Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Aerospace, Defense, and Airlines Analyst George Ferguson in our BI headquarters in Princeton. George, I'm not quite sure where to start, although I do feel like the New York Times story is front and center, but you're the expert. What is top of mind when you're thinking about the Boeing story again on this Tuesday, March 12th?
Yeah, so I think the New York Times story was probably the most interesting piece of new news that came out in the last couple of days. I think we knew Boeing was going to have problems with the manufacturing process. We knew they probably weren't going to pass this. But I think where they honed in on Spirit Aerosystems, what we saw is that more of those inspections came up bad than came up good at Spirit. And I think that kind of dovetails with the news we saw, I think it was about a week and a half ago, about Boeing exploring the purchase and reintegration of Spirit Aerosystems. My guess is that Boeing probably saw the early version of this report. They've been looking at potentially bringing Spirit in-house anyways. This probably just cemented it. It does reinforce in my mind as an analyst that the path to higher quality and higher builds on the Boeing MAX really flows through Spirit Aerosystems, and Boeing buying it and integrating it is probably going to be the only way they can really control things well enough to feel really happy about, again, about the quality and about the number of airplanes they can get out the door.
I also want to bring in with us Sheila Kayaglu, Equity Research Managing Director and Aerospace and Defense and Airlines Analyst at Jefferies. She joins us on the phone from New York City. Sheila, given all the problems that Boeing has had just in the last few months, and even though management is now going to look to tie compensation more towards safety than it has in the past, is this a company you're confident in that can recover fully from its past?
Sure. Thank you for having me. So I think Boeing, obviously deliveries have been disappointing in January, as well as the February report that was just released at 11 a.m. today. However, I do think Boeing is one of the greatest manufacturers globally and obviously one of the largest in the U.S. So super critical to the U.S. economy, the airline industry, as well as all the employees and suppliers it touches. But clearly they're going through a tough time, and the headlines over the past week read pretty negatively and like a drama. So I do think that there has to be some changes made. Clearly not in the compensation, because safety is a part of every culture and should be, but maybe what the NTSB asked for last week was potentially more documentation, more oversight on these processes. But you would think the MAX line was one of the most scrutinized production lines in the world, manufacturing lines, just given the incidents it had over the past 5 years.
Sheila, so critical that you think the U.S. government could come in and offer some sort of bailout or fix for the company? Oversight?
So I don't think we're in the position of a bailout, right? Boeing is a very generally healthy company. It'll probably generate $4 billion in cash flow on the low end this year. Deliveries on the MAX are coming in lower, but to put it in perspective, we thought they would do 500 deliveries. Maybe the delivery number is going to be 400 this year, so 20% lower. So it's not necessarily like, it's not, in any point of view, a bailout, but things are 20% lower than expected, and we continue to hear delays, and that's resulting in certification process delays with their new aircraft, like the MAX 7, like the MAX 10. So I don't think Boeing's in a position of a bailout. However, it does need to fix its manufacturing processes to get the deliveries to the 38 a month that they should be at in the first half of this year.
George, I want to bring you back in. We've talked with you, Tim and I, a lot over the last few weeks when it comes to Boeing, and I'm hearing there's tough times and then there's tough times. When I hear bailout and I hear Sheila saying, no, that this is not likely, how do you describe the situation at Boeing right now? Is it just a tough time or something more serious in terms of figuring out, what's going on internally at this company and getting it under control?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is it's a function of decades of focusing on trying to outsource more of the build of an airplane and not focusing on the fundamentals. And so, unfortunately, I think, David Calhoun becomes the caretaker of putting it back together. But I think, this is sort of Boeing's time where they have to focus more on engineering, focus more on manufacturing, focus less on getting the last penny out of every supplier, and squeezing the process. This is a time where they've got to drop back to fundamentals. And so I think, again, it makes it a particularly difficult time. But I do think they'll turn it around here, and hopefully there'll be a stronger company for it that focuses on, again, the fundamentals of engineering and manufacturing.
George, do they turn it around soon enough? I mean, there's another story by Mary Schlangenstein today about United telling Boeing to stop building the 737 MAX 10 jets for the carrier, opting to switch to a smaller variant and the rival Airbus SE A321 until Boeing can pull the stretched single aisle through its long-delayed certification. I do feel like there's stuff coming from the airline space, and I wonder how much pressure that's putting on Boeing, and is Boeing really at risk at losing some of these guys as future customers?
Well, I mean, United is a case in point where Boeing would really not want to lose that customer. And even despite the fact that there's only 2 manufacturers and the backlog is even much larger at Airbus, right, where I think he probably couldn't get airplanes until late this decade, early next. Kirby's looking for a way to get those longer airplanes sooner rather than later, sort of giving up on Boeing's ability to get the Dash 10 certified in the near term. He's probably very, very frustrated because all the airlines, especially in the U.S., but around the globe, are moving to larger aircraft because of those higher pilot salaries they gave away. Those larger aircraft drop the cost per seat mile, and that's what's going to keep him competitive. So you can sense his frustration that he can't get his hands on that really important airplane to his business, and that's where you start to run the risk of losing customers. They haven't yet, but it's a real risk.
Sheila, what about when it comes to Southwest? Shares of Southwest down almost 15% as we speak because the company's planning to cut capacity this year, halt most of its hiring, review its spending plans in response to reduced aircraft deliveries from Boeing. This is a company that's exclusively reliant on 737s and Boeing aircraft. Does it make these companies think differently about perhaps changing up their fleets? I know that's a very, very big deal because it involves pilots, it involves maintenance, and it's a huge deal, but does it make them think differently?
Sure. So, covering Southwest, we do have an underperform rating on the name. So down 14%, I think this is what we expected for 2 reasons. First, they're cutting their MAX guidance, which was somewhat expected given where what they anticipated for the year was quite high. So they're trimming from 79 MAX deliveries in 2024 to 46, a 30-point cut, which results in a 1-point cut to their 2024 capacity expectations, previously up 6% year over year. Second, which is why Love is down, is they had an overzealous expectation for pricing. They were one of the only airlines that expected pricing up about mid-single digits year over year, versus American, our buy rating, that had expected domestic pricing down low single digits year over year for 2024. So it cut back its Q1 pricing guide, and it expects it now to be flat to up 2% from, it cut it to be down low single digits now. So that's why I think Southwest is underperforming, not only because of its Boeing woes, but because of its pricing expectations that it set out there, which were over-aggressive.
Hey, one last question, if we can get a response from both of you. I don't want to sound like a tabloid, but it's on the Bloomberg. We wrote about it. A Boeing whistleblower who raised some safety concerns about the plane makers, Boeing's production standards at the North Charleston 787 Dreamliner factory has been found dead. He's given evidence in a lawsuit against Boeing. He was supposed to go some further questioning on Saturday, and then he didn't appear, and they found him. George, I don't know. Is it just another headline in kind of a rough year for Boeing? How do you read this? Just got about 30 seconds.
Yeah, I don't know that I can't read much into that. I don't think there's any foul play, and I'm an analyst, more than a criminal investigator.
Fair enough. Sheila, any thoughts on that? 20 seconds for you.
I mean, you can't make it up with the New York Times audit saying that Spirit workers used hotel keys to check door seals, liquid soap as lubricants. It seems like not pleasant. So I can't comment on that criminal item, but or that investigation. But it seems like the headlines are not great.
Just a bad year, to say the least. All right, Boeing shares down about 4.5%. Hey guys, thank you so much. So appreciate it. Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Aerospace, Defense, and Airlines Analyst George Ferguson on our BI offices in Princeton, and Sheila Kayeloglu, Equity Research Managing Director, Aerospace and Defense and Airlines Analyst at Jefferies, joining us on the phone in New York City. Guys, thank you so much.
Hey, let's get a check on the latest world and national news. We got Amy Morris in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington, D.C. Hey, Amy.
Hey, Tim, there's a new plan now in place to provide hundreds of millions of dollars in military assistance to Ukraine. The Defense Department put the $300 million package together. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan.
This ammunition will keep Ukraine's guns firing for a period, but only a short period. It is nowhere near enough to meet Ukraine's battlefield needs, and it will not prevent Ukraine from running out of ammunition in the weeks to come.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan there. The House has failed to act on an aid bill that's allowed the momentum in the war to shift to Russia's favor. Special Counsel Robert Hur, who investigated President Biden's handling of classified documents, still testifying before the House Judiciary Committee, which is chaired by Republican Jim Jordan of Ohio, who says Biden should have been prosecuted.
Joe Biden said he took his notebooks with him after his vice presidency because, quote, they're mine. And every president before me has done the same exact thing. Never mind the fact that he had never been president when he took this information. But what comes through is Joe Biden felt he was entitled.
A transcript of Biden's interview with Special Counsel Hur painted a mixed picture of his mental acuity. That's something Republicans have tried to exploit for the 2024 election. Global news, 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. This is Bloomberg.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. They're all pushing higher right now. CPI Tuesday with the S&P 500 index up 53 right now, up by 1%. Dow Industrials up 280. That is a gain of 0.7%. While the NASDAQ Composite Index is up 220. For NASDAQ, that is a gain right now of 1.4%. The 10-year is yielding 4.14%. The 2-year, 4.58%. Spot gold lower now by just about 1.2%. $21.55 the ounce on gold. WTI West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.4%, $77.64. And Bitcoin now down by 1.2%, 71,269 on Bitcoin. Bottom line here, an up day. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing as the stock market manages to rebound after the latest inflation numbers did little to alter bets that the Fed will cut rates this year. New York Community Bank Corp has completed a deal to raise more than $1 billion of capital through an equity investment by backers led by former Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin. NYCB up now by 4.3%. Recapping stocks higher among tech names, NVIDIA up 5.3%, Cisco down 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Well, folks, to be or not to be a bubble.
I think Shakespeare said that.
Think he was talking about this?
Yeah, I think so.
Not so sure. All right, well, we spend a lot of time talking about the markets and whether or not it's a bubble. We have guests on who talk about it, address it, including just this past Friday with ARK Invest Kathy Wood, who has seen quite a few market cycles and addressed the recent run-up in stocks. Here's what she had to say.
We do not believe we are in a bubble anything like we were in the late 90s. I was there, and the technologies weren't ready. The costs were too high, too much capital, chased too few opportunities too soon. The seeds for what is happening now were planted during the 20 years that ended in the tech and telecom bubble, and they've been germinating for 25 or 30 years.
All right, that, of course, is ARK Invest Kathy Wood. Everyone, Tim, is talking about bubbles.
Including Bloomberg opinion columnist and Bloomberg Market senior editor John Authers, who's here with us in our Bloomberg studio. John, good to have you. You've got a great column out, among the most read on the Bloomberg terminal, all about whether or not this has similarities to not only what happened with Cisco in the early 2000s, but also what happened in the run-up to the financial crisis. So answer the question, please. Are we in a bubble or not?
I'm not sure we're in an overall market bubble. I do think we are probably in some kind of a bubble in AI and big tech. And I can take you through why that is. If you want to look at, I was also there in the 1990s. I followed Cisco up to its 250 PE multiple at the top, biggest company in the world. NVIDIA still isn't quite.
Kathy, and I have to tell you, you're in good company because Kathy was also doing some writing about this as well.
Exactly. I think to some extent it's a little cheap, not that I haven't done it myself, to compare it to 99-2000. Because that was, by most measures, the most extreme piece of over-speculation anybody has ever seen.
Not the only bubble we've ever seen.
Not the only bubble, but the biggest one.
Right.
It's a bit like, you know, in politics, it's like comparing to Hitler or something. It's just, well, yes, they're better than Hitler, but that's not the point.
An outlier, if you will.
Yes. Okay. Yes. So yes, it's certainly, yeah. In terms of how does it feel? No, this is nowhere near as overblown as it was in 1999-2000. At that point, people just thought the world was inviolable. Nothing could go wrong. I mean, it was extraordinary. It was very good looking back on it now. But you know, this is plainly something very different. I think where you get into the question about whether this is really a bubble is it's not totally about the valuation that's being put on NVIDIA. It's if you look at their earnings, if you look at their actual fundamentals, where there might well be a bubble is in those fundamentals. Now, I'm certainly not saying there's any fraud, any deception going on, but if you look at quite how fast their sales have increased and at how much their profit margins have increased as their sales have increased, obviously they've done something spectacularly well over the last year or two.
Right.
That ain't happening for much longer.
Because
you can't just keep selling more stuff and charging even more of a markup for it indefinitely. You displace the rest of the world if you do that. I can remember, and sorry, yes.
Well, I was going to go ahead, Carol.
No, it's kind of similar to some of what we talked about with Kathy Wood in terms of NVIDIA can't kind of keep doing this over and over. Why can't it? Like, let's just go there.
Well, okay.
Is it competition? Is it just...
Doesn't it have a moat?
Intel used to have a moat. Compare Intel in 2000 absolutely had a moat. It was an extremely safe, well defended company to buy. And I think from off the top of my head, I think with the increase in Nvidia's market cap so far this year, you could buy 5 Intels.
Wow.
So something along those lines. Don't hold me to it, but it's certainly a multiple number of Intels worth that the market cap of Nvidia has increased by just this year, and we're only in the middle of March.
It's staggering. So NVIDIA and Cisco, go back there.
Yes.
In terms of why that's an important comparison and maybe what it tells you about bubble, no bubble.
Okay, now Cisco is the best comparison, I think, because this was a real company that had been making real money, had been around for more than a decade. Mm-hmm. It was the obvious picks and shovels play. If the internet's going to grow, you're going to need routers. If AI is going to grow, you're going to need some seriously good chips. Mm-hmm. And on that basis, Cisco went to a point where it was the biggest company in the world briefly. It's had about 2 weeks in the last 24 years when it's managed to exceed its peak from 2000. Most of the time you were sitting on 70 or 80% losses. Right. That's even though Cisco actually did pretty much as well as people expected it to, and the internet, it's still the dominant router company.
Right.
This has nothing to do with anything done wrong by Cisco. It has a lot to do with how badly the market misjudged what it was fair to expect of it.
So it's just expectations, right? And then the valuation to meet those expectations.
But it's expectations, but it's also trying to extrapolate when you have an uncertain technology that nobody doubts. AI could be amazing, just as it was obvious in '99 that the internet really was going to change things. It's not so obvious exactly how much money you're going to make out of it, who is going to come along to compete. AOL appeared to be have a really good moat in 98, 99, for example. Alta Vista was my homepage, as we used to call those things, on my Netscape browser for several years. Google didn't even exist until 99.
This is internet shaming.
So, it is possible to get into a very strong position in a technology that is emerging fast. MySpace would be another one, and lose it. It can happen.
What would you say would be your takeaway for NVIDIA investors, that if they need a lesson from history?
If you need a lesson from history, it's that you need to be very careful about extrapolating growth on the scale they've had into the future. And again, something remarkable has happened, no question. It's fair for NVIDIA to be worth much more than it was. But if the normal multiples, this comes up time and again, look fair, look reasonable. But if revenues have done something like quadruple in not much more than a year, and margins have increased while you've done that, that is because there is some kind of a bubble going on in people desperately buying lots of chips from NVIDIA because they desperately got to get into AI before they lose. And that is the bubble. If there is one, it's in people arming themselves, generally with NVIDIA products, to get into AI. I'm not saying NVIDIA crashes or that it's a fraud or that it's in a bubble in the ways we normally expect. Do I think it could be like Cisco and go nowhere as an investment for 20 years? Yes, I think that's possible.
We got to run. Great thought piece. John Authers, senior editor at Bloomberg Markets, Bloomberg opinion columnist here in studio. Shares of NVIDIA, though, up more than 80%.
company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Apple will allow European users to download iPhone applications from web platforms for the first time as it moves to step into line with European Union rules targeting big tech dominance. As part of the overhaul, Apple will also let developers offer discounts to users away from the App Store and will permit third-party marketplaces to offer their own developed apps. Apple shares today, they are up by about 0.7%. Archer Daniels Midland investors appear to be breathing a sigh of relief today, driving the commodity giant shares higher after its delayed annual report didn't deliver the kind of bombshell financial revelations that some had feared. ADM up now by 4.4%. Oracle after earnings up now by 12%. Oracle posting its biggest intraday gain in almost 2 years after reporting a spike in bookings and its cloud computing business, showing progress in its bid to capture more of the competitive market. The Austin-based company, known for its database software, is focused on expanding its cloud infrastructure business to compete with Amazon, Microsoft, and Alphabet's Google. Right now, Oracle up by 12%. Home Depot is expanding its marketing efforts with a 3-year NCAA deal that will be timed to begin this year's March Madness tournament. The home improvement retailer, which has sponsored college games on CBS for more than 25 years, now adds basketball and about a dozen other college sports for each gender to its advertising repertoire. Spring, by the way, the most crucial selling season for Home Depot. Shares of Home Depot today, they are advancing. Those are some of the top company stories at this hour. I'm Charlie Pellet, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. That's Carol Massar. I'm Tim Stenevec. Let's get a check of the latest world and national news. We got Amy Morris in the 991 newsroom. Hey, Amy.
Hey, Tim, the special counsel who investigated President Biden's handling of classified documents still testifying before a Republican-led House panel. Robert Hur ultimately declined to bring criminal charges against the president and says the facts stop short of finding that he willfully retained classified material. His public testimony will be held before the House Judiciary Committee. It's led by Republican Jim Jordan of Ohio. In what may be a major step toward the end of violence in Haiti, the nation's acting prime minister is set to resign. The Caribbean Community Organization, or CARICOM, announced that Haiti's Prime Minister Ariel Henry will step down. Guyanese President Aaron Ali made that announcement at the conference in Jamaica.
We acknowledge the resignation of Prime Minister Ariel Henry upon the establishment of a transitional presidential council and the naming of an interim prime minister.
So Henry's resignation will be effective upon the creation of that transitional council. Then they will appoint an interim prime minister and then prepare for elections. Looks like Donald Trump was looking to sell off Truth Social last summer. Sources tell the Washington Post Trump approached Elon Musk asking whether he would be interested in buying the social media network. The overture did not lead to a deal. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg. Carol and Tim.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much. I don't know if Amy's thinking about where she might go for the summer, or Charlie Pellet, or you, for instance, Tim.
Oh, totally, yeah. You know, we're talking about this because there's a great article in the Bloomberg Terminal. It's one of the most read. It's about how the Hamptons market is already heating up despite the fact that we are months away from the summer. And it comes as recession fears have ebbed. So if you have a spare, I don't know, $21 million lying around, Carol, there's some pretty good stuff on the market right now.
What's kind of cool, too, it's homeowners are listing their properties for sale in greater numbers than they were a year ago, and would-be buyers are pouncing. So in other words...
So that inventory supply and demand problem, right?
Well, homeowners are willing to list at this point, and then you've got would-be buyers who are ready to. What's interesting is if you go back, about a year ago, it was a lack of inventory and rising mortgage rates and worries about the economy really froze purchases if you take ourselves back about 12 months ago.
Yeah, our own Jennifer Epstein writing about this, and she interviewed Tal Alexander over at the Brokerage Official, who said in 2023 there was a lot of talk about a looming recession. It never came, and I think a lot of that fear is gone. So if people are feeling better about the economy, of course, they're willing to shell out the big bucks for some of these homes.
Here's a listing actually that hit last month. 171 Great Hill Road. It's in Southampton. It's about 5,200 square feet. It's on almost 2.4 acres.
5,200 square feet.
I'm
okay.
sorry, like 5,200 square feet,
yeah.
almost, or more than. The Corcoran Group is marketing the property. It's got a swimming pool, a tennis court, and it abuts a nature preserve.
And how much? 7 million?
Yeah.
Okay.
Priced at almost 7 million.
Okay.
Yeah. 6.9995 if you want to be exact.
Okay, there's also one at 134 Herrick Road in Southampton. That one's listed just shy of $22 million at 21.95, 7,500 square feet.
And it says inventory is still scarce. There's definitely more buyers out there than there are real sellers. So if you're interested, you better get moving because those open houses apparently are packed already.
It turns out it's also a good market for cash buyers.
It's always a good market for cash buyers.
You know?
Stop the presses.
Turns out.
It's a good market for cash buyers. All right, everybody. That's our one more thing on this Tuesday. For those watching on TV, the close is up next. Check that out. Bloomberg Business Week, though, continuing on radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. We're going to continue talking about that CPI report.
Yeah, also speaking of economies, how's the economy doing in Ireland, home to many multinationals? Is it still attracting them? We're going to talk to the man whose job it is to get CEOs to invest in the country.
And get ready, everybody. Vulture capitalism. What is it and why you should care? That's coming up.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we're just about 60 minutes away from the closing bell on this Tuesday, March 12, 2024. Carol Master along with Tim Stenivek live on radio, on YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. We got stocks pretty much at their highs of the day.
Yeah, the S&P 500 up 1.1%, the Dow up 0.7%. Let's head on over to the NASDAQ 100, ticker NDX.
It's
higher
a
by
record
1.4%.
on the S&P 500. Again.
Yeah. So far this year, Carol, the S&P's up 8.5%.
Yeah, interesting. You got a NASDAQ up about 8% this year. I don't know if it's a record. Let me just pull it up on my Bloomberg. Is it a record on the NASDAQ? No.
Yeah, March 7th would be the record, right?
All right, we'll keep an eye on it. All right, folks, we're going to talk about the markets. We're going to talk about today's CPI report, get a little bit more analysis on that one. Speaking of economies, how's the economy doing in Ireland? We ask because it's home to many multinationals, and we're curious if investment is still flowing in. We're going to talk to the guy whose job it is to get CEOs to invest in that country.
Also, our weekly look at EVs, the Biden administration rolling out its plan for deploying EVs and hydrogen fueling infrastructure on the nation's freight corridors.
And I feel like, we talked about every day there's a story about Boeing. Every day there's a story about the GLP-1 drugs, and that includes the blockbuster weight loss drug Wegovy. Medicare may soon be required to cover it for heart disease patients with obesity. So we're going to get into that one and just kind of broaden out on that topic.
And you mentioned this one earlier, vulture capitalism, corporate crimes, backdoor bailouts,
You have to say it with the dun, dun, dun.
Freedom. Yeah, this is a pretty grim book title. Sorry, little guy, you're being left out. We're going to explain with the author of a brand new book, Grace Blakely. Also, quick correction, the high on the NASDAQ 100, I said it was the 7th. It was back on March 1st when it was 18,302.
All we know is it's just nearby, right?
Yeah,
we
very
just
close.
Keep going and going. All right, everybody, let's get a check on the trade. Some of your top business stories. Over to Charlie Pellet we go.
Hi, thank you very much. And here's what's going on right now. We've got the NASDAQ 100 index, 18,184, higher now by 1.3%. NASDAQ Composite Index also up by about 1.3% right now, up 218 points. As you mentioned, S&P trading at a record, up 55, 51.73 on the S&P 500, up 1.1%. The Dow underperforming today, up by 0.7%, higher by 277. Cannot neglect the Russell 2000 in the red, lower little change, down by about 0.1%. Your 10-year yield, 4.15%, with a 2-year at 4.59%. The stock market today managing to rebound after the latest inflation numbers did little to alter bets that the Fed will cut rates this year, even if it keeps a more cautious stance for now. Reaction to this morning's hotter-than-expected CPI report from Kathy Jones, the chief fixed income strategist at Charles Schwab.
No, I don't think it changes anything for the Fed, which was already on hold for the time being until they get more confidence that inflation's coming down. And this is not a number that's going to increase their confidence. I don't think it changes those who believe that second half of the year is the time to start cutting rates. I don't think it's that meaningful, but it doesn't build confidence for the Fed.
And again, you can hear more of the conversation with Kathy Jones on the Surveillance Podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. 10-year, 4.15%. The 2-year, 4.60%. Spot gold down 1.4%, 21.50 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.4%. And Bitcoin lower now by 1.2%, 71,241 on Bitcoin. Coal shares lower by about 5%. Coal's reported same-store sales in the fourth quarter that missed the average analyst estimate. Shares of coals, they are now lower by 5.8%. So again, recapping, we are looking at a higher stock market right now. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the green. S&P right now up 55. That is a gain of 1.1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Really do appreciate it. Carol, we got to talk inflation again because underlying U.S. inflation, top forecast for a second month in February. Prices jump for used cars, air travel, clothes. All of this reinforcing the Fed's cautious approach to cutting interest rates. However, I will say not quite working into today's equity trade by any means. Traders not at all concerned, totally shrugging it off. As Charlie mentioned, those numbers there, the S&P 500 up at a record high. For more, let's bring in Bloomberg News economics editor Molly Smith here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. So Molly, why are traders shrugging this off?
I was just going to ask you the same question.
Oh,
I have
okay.
no idea.
Well, well, when you look at the report, is there reason for concern?
I mean, if you really want to zero in, there is maybe like one line in here that I could see some optimism out of. That's core. When you're looking at ones that really would move the needle on like propelling like a 1% advance on the S&P today, roughly, that would think maybe the core services ex housing number that was like came up 0.8 in January. That was enormous. I think it was just 0.5 in February. That's still a lot, though. Like, I think that, what's something consistent more with 2% inflation is in the 0.2 to 0.3 monthly advance range. So 0.5 is hardly anything to cheer about. So, again, I'm wondering just as much as you guys what the stock traders are seeing.
John Authers was here, too. And we talked to him about something different about bubbles in the market or not bubbles in the market more broadly. But he made that point, too, like kind of...
He was off air when he made it.
Yeah, he was off air.
He did say that the markets react more to positive news than they do to negative news.
No,
I think he was saying no. Look at me.
Do we need to bring him in here?
Somebody get John Authers.
He was a little perplexed by the reaction, and his point was that maybe markets react more broadly when there's a disappointment, a weaker number, because that talks to weakness in economic growth and a slowdown. And so that by seeing, okay, there's still strength, that's, it's a reminder that people are out spending and they're doing things, and that's holding prices up a little bit or creating.
Carol, you sound like a stock trader. I think this is exactly the point here, is that people will find optimism no matter where, and that there's just they're going to find a reason for stocks to go up.
I think it's that balance potentially, right?
Okay.
I think it's that balance between we're way down in inflation from where we were a year ago, right?
Correct.
Prices are still going up, though. That's the bummer. And you talk to a lot of Americans, it's still they're being hurt by higher prices.
And when you look at especially like the year-over-year figures, so the core number on the annual basis came in at like 3.8%, and that's the lowest since May of 2021. I think the estimate was calling for 3.7. That would have been the lowest since April of 2021. Like, okay, that's still pretty good. We're talking about like a month's difference of a superlative, but still in the same ballpark here. It was really just more seeing that the monthly number, though, was 2 back-to-back readings, and that January reading wasn't a head fake. I think that was really more what from the people who I talked to who are not equities traders who are wondering, this is like really a pretty robust reading.
I thought used car prices were going down.
Yeah, I thought so too. That's the way a lot of us have been also expecting, and that was certainly like a surprise to see them come up as much as they did. Apparel being another one, really just all of the core goods category. I mean, this was the first time that category rose since May. Right, actual stuff that you can hold and touch rose for the first time since
Not
May.
just going to restaurants and stuff.
Right. Good
Which
point.
we know is expensive.
So this makes PPI even more important and maybe retail sales even more important now.
I think they're probably always important. I don't know necessarily more, but for sure as people are now thinking as the attention now looks at like, okay, well, what's the PCE going to come in at? That's the Fed's preferred inflation measure. That one's been running much closer to 2%.
But they
than
will
the
not get that
CPI has.
before next week's
Right. That's
meeting.
going to be later in March. So they will not see that before next week's meeting. But PPI, important in forecasting.
Tell us something smart about next week's meeting. Is it all about the SEP?
I would think so, yeah. I mean, gosh, I'm trying to even remember what was in the December projections now. I would think it was for 3 cuts
Yeah,
this
the
year,
median
right?
was 3.
I think that's probably still a fair thing for Fed officials to, on a median, be looking for. But I mean, if it
there's a
moved down
difference
to
there.
if it moved down to 2, I don't know. I wouldn't be totally stunned. There's some economists right now whose base case is for a first rate cut in November. Like not too long ago that most people were expecting it next week.
Torsten Slok.
Right, who actually told us, right? Nope,
Not
gonna
at all
happen
this year. Yeah.
So it continues. Well, great follow on from the conversation we had in the last hour. So appreciate you stopping by our studio. Molly, thank you. Really appreciate it. Bloomberg News economics editor Molly Smith right here in our studio. So we're talking about the economy here in the U.S., but we want to talk about another economy, and that has to do with that of Ireland.
Yeah, Ireland's final GDP fell 3.4% quarter over quarter in the fourth quarter of the year. That's according to data earlier this month from the Central Statistics Office of Ireland. That said, Carol, as you reminded me earlier, GDP not generally considered a good indicator of the Irish economy because it can be distorted by the large number of international companies that operate there, which have been impacted by rising inflation and high interest rates.
All right, so for a pulse on what's happening in Ireland, we welcome Michael Lohan. He's CEO of IDA Ireland. It's the country's foreign direct investment agency responsible for attracting business investment in the country as we get ready for St. Paddy's Day just around the corner. I'm like, oh, wait, what time of year is it? How are you?
I'm very good, Carol. Nice to meet you and Tim, and happy St. Patrick's Week.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Nice to meet you. We've been talking to your teams at IDA for many, many years. Tell us about the economy that you're seeing and how you are seeing things more broadly, because you guys have a great intersection of that.
We do, and it's interesting from your last segment into this segment. You know, there's a lot of comparables there as well at the European economy. But maybe if I speak to Ireland first, you know, you're correct. The Irish economy has been fueled by innovation, by enterprise, and particularly by foreign direct investment. And what has that meant to us? It's meant that, you know, the fundamentals of our economy are very strong. Like our demographics are strong. We have the youngest population in Europe, the most educated population in Europe. Our financial position as an economy, you know, we had a surplus at the end of the year. And when you put that against the backdrop, you know, of the incentives that the government had to bring in, you know, inflation, you know, and trying to counteract the inflation element, to still come out at the end of last year with a positive net surplus in the Irish economy puts us in a strong position. And the third area we're very confident as well, we have a very diversified economy in Ireland. Yes, we have FDI, but we also have a very strong indigenous base. We have a very strong food, agribusiness, and we have future areas of growth as well. So we see a real potential for the Irish economy going forward.
Talk to me about employment in the country. Are companies able to find enough employees there?
Yeah, so in the employment level, we're almost at what you'd classify as full employment. But where Ireland is actually, and this is really, I suppose, the difference in the Irish economy to many others, is we're an open economy where we actually attract a lot of talent in. So
meaning immigrants. Yeah,
absolutely. Meaning, so we are, at this point, in the last decade, the Irish economy has grown by 10%. You know, so that's by percentage scale, we're outscaling any other economy in the world. So actually, our population is growing. Our opportunity for that population is also growing. So we're attracting both, I suppose, inward talent into our country from all over the world.
Well, I was going to ask, where's that talent coming from?
Well, of course, within Europe, you have free movement. So, you know, you have 500 million people in Europe, 300 million of those are of working age, if you put it in that context. So they actually have free access, free access into Ireland. But if you go beyond the European Union, we actually have set up what we call critical skills. So we identify critical skills if you're in the technology industry, for example. You are fast-tracked in terms of access to Ireland. So therefore, it means that you can come to Ireland, get a career, and start to build your life in Ireland in that context. It has been really successful that, you know, we have, as I look at the cohort of companies that we have in our FDI portfolio, typically those sites have 30, 40, 50 different nationalities within their campus. So the diversity of that workforce is incredible. And not only from an economic perspective, from a social perspective as well, it's transformed.
What has changed? I mean, the multinational dominance and the importance that is certainly to the Ireland economy. I mean, not a new story, but I am curious with the pushback against globalization, pressure on the developed world to have more companies keeping business at home. What's changed dynamically in the last I don't know, what's the right timeline? Have things changed in the last 5 years, 3 years, 2 years?
So I think there is change, and I think there's always been change, but we've probably seen an acceleration of that, especially
Acceleration
post-COVID.
of people coming in or some movement coming out?
We've seen an acceleration of industrial policy across the globe. So if you think about, the IRA Act here in the US,
Right.
and we think about the response in Europe with the European Chips Act, so the industrial landscape has certainly changed, particularly in the last 24 months.
Is it slowing foreign direct investment or investment in Ireland?
Well, funnily, it's not. And I'll tell you, from my experience, why it's not slowing it is that companies still need to look for growth. They need to look for innovation, and they need to look for locations which are proven and stable. Unfortunately, in Ireland, we have that pro-enterprise, we're committed, and you know exactly what you're going to get in Ireland. You're going to get full commitment from the government. You're going to be able to attract the talent you need to enable to bring your technology or indeed your product or service to market. And so we're seeing actually, as companies look to grow their market share, Ireland is seen as a safe location, a proven location in which to do that.
Is it existing companies growing or is it new coming in? Give me an idea.
It's both. So maybe the best way to put it in context is last year we actually announced 248 distinct investments that we would have supported or enabled through IDA. That's an increase on the previous year. And we've now come off 12 years of incremental growth year on year. So every year we've actually beaten the record before, and last year we done the same. And of the 248 investments, 83 of them were what we classify as first-time new name investments into Ireland. And they come across sectors which are life sciences, international financial services, and indeed technology. So we get that spread across those sectors.
Michael, I don't know if you know this, but 2024 in the U.S. is an election year.
Yeah.
We have an election?
We
I
have
heard
an
something
election.
this morning about that. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so that's happening, breaking news. What's the conversation happening at IDA Ireland right now about the outcome of the presidential election? Does it matter to you?
Well, look, I think this year is an amazing year when you think about across the globe, the number of elections that happen.
I was going to say globally, right?
Globally, yeah, exactly. None more so maybe to importance than here in the US. So what's our conversation? I think we're looking with interest as to which way because let's be honest, the US economy, has very much it's a bellwether for the global economy. It certainly is very important from the Irish economy perspective.
And has been a standout, to be fair, among the in the developed world.
Absolutely. But remember this as well. Like this year, actually, in September of this year, Ireland and the US celebrate their 100 years of trade and of as well. We are 75 years in existence this year, and over all of those 75 years, or indeed 100, we've worked with every administration in the US. We've had this close relationship. I expect that to continue. Yes, there will be probably some challenges along the road, but we've faced challenges before.
When it comes to the multinationals in there, is the U.S. making up the largest component, and is that also the largest component of new business or new investment that comes in, or no?
Yeah, so if you look at our 1,800 client companies in IDA, 950 of them would be US companies.
So about half.
About half, yeah. And our business, and if we look at the 300,000 people that's employed in FDI in Ireland, 200,000 of those are actually related to US companies. So
they're the bigger employers.
They're a bigger
too.
employer. They're a bigger employer, correct. And if we look across our global business, on a yearly basis, it roughly spans 60-odd% from the US, 25% from Europe, and the rest from and the balance from around the world. So that's typically our yearly profile in terms of investment.
New investment, though, Asia, China, or the Middle East, is there anything that's kind of a new trend?
Yeah, so what we see actually in Asia, we actually see quite a lot of interest in Europe. We see quite a lot of interest in Ireland as a beachhead for Asian companies.
Is it China or Asian companies?
Well, it's both. So, in terms of China and Japan, we have a long relationship with Japan as well. So if we look at our portfolio of companies from what we call our Asia Pac region, it's roughly about 150 companies that we would have supported or be in partnership with in Ireland.
Where have you seen the most pullback in investment from just recently?
Pullback, obviously we've gone through a significant challenge in technology. And so in essence, there has been a step back and a pullback in the technology sector. But as I say, that has been, if we look at our numbers from last year, counteracted with the growth in life sciences and financial services.
What about a region of the world?
Actually, region in the world, Europe actually stronger last year. Europe last year was stronger for us than it was in a decade. The US was marginally down, but I'm speaking margins, degrees of margins in that regard.
The technology pullback because of the pressure on those big tech companies to kind of bring business back home. Is that why?
Well,
Real quickly.
I think there was a
20
technology. The
seconds.
technology reset last year, I think, caused decision making to slow, and I think ultimately we saw that in our numbers as well over the course of 2023.
Great stuff. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, happy St. Patty's Day, St. Patty's Week.
I guess it's a week now.
It
Used to me.
Yeah, it's officially a week.
Okay.
Michael Lowen, Chief Executive Officer at IDA Ireland, joining us in studio. Thank you.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got 39 minutes to go until that closing bell clangs on Wall Street. Stocks higher across the board. In fact, we're looking at a record close here on the S&P. Right now, the S&P up 57, 51.74 for that index. That is a gain right now of 1.1%. Dow Industrials are up 0.7%, higher now by 278 points. The Nasdaq Composite Index is up 229, up now by 1.4%. 10-year at 4.15%, with a 2-year at 4.59%. Spot gold down 1.3%, $21.54 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.2%, $77.80 a barrel. And Bitcoin right now down 0.9%, 71,454 on Bitcoin. A key measure of inflation, top forecast for a second month. Core CPI was up 0.4% in February, led by used cars, air travel, and clothing. Reaction to the CPI data from Nancy Tengler, CEO of Laffer Tengler Investments.
So I think if we take the Alan Greenspan playbook and we say, okay, the Fed's going to cut 3 times, that's exactly what happened in 1995. And then they left it above 5.5%, and yet the economy roared and stocks roared. So I'm not too concerned. I think inflation is stickier than we'd like, but it's still come down dramatically, obviously.
And speaking of roaring, we've got Oracle shares up now by 12.1%. They are posting their biggest intraday gain in about 2 years after reporting a spike in bookings in its cloud computing business. Again, Oracle after earnings up now by 12%. Recapping U.S. stocks, they're higher across the board. S&P trading at a record up 58 right now, up 1.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Really do appreciate it. Well, Carol, it's time for another edition of Bloomberg Plugged In. It's your weekly look at EVs, and there's a lot happening in the world of EVs.
No, nothing going on at all.
Okay, so listen to this. The Biden administration is rolling out its plan for deploying EV charging and hydrogen fueling infrastructure. You always talk about hydrogen.
I do.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
On the nation's freight corridor as part of a bid to decarbonize U.S. supply chains and accelerate the adoption of emission-free big rigs. Also, analysts at Evercore, after touring Tesla's Texas factory, they said that the company is likely years away from fully ramping up a new lower-cost model, which will take the company longer than Wall Street is assuming.
Ben Kello is a senior research analyst over at Baird. He covers sustainable energy and mobility, joins us from New York. Ben, I feel like there's a million places we could start with. Let's start with, I feel like, the company that everything else is measured by, and that is Tesla. You've got a buy rating on it, a $300 price target, shares trading shy of 180, down more than 28% this year. 300 is significant upside from here. What's the smart story around Tesla right now, and what's the market maybe missing right now in your view, based on your target?
Thank you, Carol. Thank you, Jim. So in the lead-in, I heard that there was a competitor, Evercore, out visiting the factory. We visited the factory last week. They've had hosted tours all last week. Our call a couple of weeks ago was that the delivery estimates were too high for Q1. Very short term, but it's a combination of production hiccups or things that got in the way, Red Sea delays, the arson that happened in Germany, the revamping or model of the Model 3 happening in Fremont. So there's some things happening in Q1 that should lead to Q over Q decline in volumes. And the street really hasn't lowered numbers. We've lowered numbers twice. We show we're estimating about 421,000 vehicles. Our near-term worry is that with a number like that, which is close to a year-over-year decline, and the backdrop of the economy, that people start worrying that it's a demand issue. And we have seen them do some kind of things to pull demand in, some levers such as
lowering prices.
Lowering prices has not been such a big thing as last year. But they're doing things like, buying points back on financing. They're offering free supercharging for a certain number of miles. It's similar to a price decrease, but not as much as that happened last year. But still, in this environment, with the backdrop of other OEMs pulling back on EVs, that actually probably works against Tesla because there's not as much EV advertisement, right. And the people that might buy a Ford or a GM and then they look at a Tesla, that probably works against Tesla too. So near term cautious, long term I don't agree with our competitors said that the next generation vehicle won't be on time. I think there's a lot going on behind the scenes. I think that it will be a big step up for Tesla, but it will be a 2026 story, really.
Okay, 2026 story. So still a couple years away. Again, a buy rating and a $300 price target on Tesla. I want to go back to something that I said at the beginning of the interview about the Biden administration rolling out its plan for deploying EV charging and hydrogen fueling infrastructure. We haven't seen this type of vehicle built at scale at this point. That is, when we're driving on the highway, the big rigs that pass us are powered by diesel. They're not powered by hydrogen or electricity, at least not at this point. How realistic, how far away are we from a world where we see long-haul trucking using renewable sources?
It's a great question. And I think that, I agree with Elon Musk when, he used to say fuel cells in many different categories. Long-haul trucking is one that I think that hydrogen actually makes sense. I think that, there are several big truck OEMs that are trying to get technology there. We covered Nikola. There's, a new management team in. They did, a rehaul of the company, kind of a reboot, Nikola 2.0. They actually delivered, 35 semis in Q4, small number. They're looking at ports. They're looking at California. They've pared back, how far they're, not going to Europe, not going to China, immediately. This charging is a big part of it. This will definitely help with bringing more semis on the road on hydrogen, for hydrogen. Infrastructure is very difficult. It's more difficult for electric all battery powered semis, getting all the charging stations up. We've seen, Rivian do commercial vans. And, part of the problem with Amazon rollout, and it's been good, but one thing that's a bottleneck is having those charging stations where you have a big stress on the grid and you need to upgrade the grid, to really roll out to, into big penetration rates.
Rivian, you mentioned Rivian, and obviously this one's been on our radar over the last week. Factory pause, construction on the Georgia plant. I mean, it just feels like the tone on this one and the view and the outlook has definitely gone a lot more negative. What's your thinking around this one?
I would say that, when they reported Q4 results and they basically guided to flat production from 23 to 24. I think even, they're revamping their facility, retooling it to bring costs down. But, some of the gross margin, the loss per vehicle, I think surprised people. I think it went straight to the penalty box, investors' minds. But then last week, they introduced the R2. They had,
this thing's cool. I'm just going to say
it's very cool. I don't like white cars. But that's like the most beautiful white car I've ever seen when they introduced. I was down there in Southern California. I think, the price point puts it, great in competition with the Model Y. The Model Y needs a good competitor out there. You go into some areas, California, Texas, New York here, and, you just see all Model Ys. People want something different, and no one's making a compelling product now. The good thing is, I think that one of the biggest things coming out of that event was that they're going to utilize their normal factory so they can pull forward production a bit rather than being a 27-story. Maybe really the first half of 26 is what they're targeting. There's still a lot of execution risk there, but I think that helped them get out of the penalty box. And then they showed the R3, which would be equivalent to the next generation Tesla vehicle, kind of. And a lower price point. That'll be a long-term story, but I do think it showed investors that they do have a pipeline of vehicles that they can build off of.
Ben, the stock's down almost 50%, 50% this year. I mean, back in late 2021, it was $172 a share. How do you think about Rivian? Liken it to one of the established automakers. Is it like a Porsche? Is it like a, I don't know, how do you what class do you put it in the future or longer term?
I think one of the Carol, we've talked about Tesla over the years for a decade now. But one of the things about Tesla is that they established a brand, and I think that there was early on people underestimated how strong that brand was. And to your question, I think that Rivian actually has established a brand. It's people that like to go outdoors, people that want to look like they go outdoors. The people wearing their pad going around the city, but want to differentiate themselves from people driving a Tesla. And I think that it is a brand, and this is what we think that why we think that Rivian ultimately will be successful is because they've created this lifestyle and they really work on that brand. And people in the United States are close to their vehicles, their cars. It's a lot of times an emotional
part
purchase.
of our identities,
and I
right?
think they've done a very good job of it so far.
Interesting.
Hey, Ben, we got to run, but really appreciate you joining us. Ben Callow, Senior Research Analyst at Baird, covers sustainable energy and mobility from New York.
All right, right now, let's get a check on world and national news. Back to D.C. we go, and Amy Morris. Hey, Amy.
Hey, Carol, the White House announced a package of $300 million in military assistance to Ukraine, the Biden administration's latest effort to secure aid for Kyiv as Congress remains deadlocked. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says the Defense Department is using the money saved on contracts to pay for this weapons package.
To put a fine point on it, we're able to use these cost savings to make this modest amount of new security assistance available right now without impacting U.S. military readiness.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says this newest Ukraine security assistance package includes anti-armor and anti-aircraft weapons and artillery rounds. The nation's top intelligence officials told the House Intelligence Committee the threat of terrorism has increased since Hamas invaded Israel. FBI Director Christopher Wray.
You've seen a veritable rogues gallery of foreign terrorist organizations calling for terrorist attacks against us in a way that we haven't seen in a long time. I would add to that we are very concerned about the risk of lone actors inspired by some of those same calls for violence from over in the Middle East.
FBI Director Wray says it calls for heightened vigilance long term. After years of growth, some of the nation's biggest music festivals are pulling the plug. Bloomberg's Karen Moscow has the latest.
At least 10 shows in the U.S. have been canceled so far this year, according to Bloomberg Research. Budget-conscious consumers are a factor, but so are rising costs for staffing stages and their performers. The cost of going to a multi-day music festival can top $1,000, including lodging and travel expenses, not to mention $15 beers. Some festival promoters are taking steps to ease the burden. Music lovers can buy 2-day tickets to the 4 days of Bonnaroo, for example, an option some are calling half-a-roo. Karen Moscow, Bloomberg Radio.
Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. This is Bloomberg.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index all advancing. Russell 2000 in the red, lower little change, down by about 0.1%. We begin with the Dow up 261 points now, up 0.7%. S&P 500 index up 56, a gain right now of 1.1%, while the NASDAQ 100, NASDAQ Composite Index is up 234, up 1.5%. The NASDAQ 100 index up now by 1.4%. 10-year yield 4.15%. The 2-year 4.56%. We have got spot gold down 1.3%, 21.55 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 0.1%, 77.81 a barrel. And Bitcoin right now down 0.8%, 71,555 right now on Bitcoin. The stock market did manage to rebound after the latest inflation numbers did little to alter bets on the Fed will cut rates this year, even if it does keep a more cautious stance for the time being. Again, equities higher across the board with the S&P up 1.1%, the 10-year 4.15%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
The funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, just got about 18 minutes left in today's trading session, and you've got stocks pretty much at their best levels of the day. We're talking about a record on the S&P 500 once again, and you have seen rates move up. We did get a slightly hotter print, although I feel like there's a little bit of debate about why investors aren't reacting.
How hot it is.
Exactly, but you've seen yields move up all along the U.S. Treasury curve.
Yeah, you know what? It's interesting, too. We're also seeing Bank of America strategists boosting their S&P 500 profit forecast. Now among Wall Street's most bullish profit forecasters, they say profits will benefit from economic growth and the AI investment cycle. So let's see what our next guest has to say about all this.
All right, time for the drive to the close. Eric Friedman with us, Chief Investment Officer at U.S. Bank Asset Management. He's joining us from Raleigh, North Carolina. Eric, nice to have you here with Tim and myself. How do you see the market environment? B of A, very bullish. They're talking about profits benefiting, as Tim mentioned, economic growth, the AI investment cycle. Are you more optimistic or more cautious in this market environment?
Yeah, Carol, Tim, thanks for having us on. We're very much a glass half full outlook with respect to the path forward. And I think some of the themes you touched on really kind of nail, if you will, the bullish case. Number one, this is still an economy that has participation on a more broad basis. We are seeing perhaps a little bit at the margin, some slowdown in lower income consumers and that cohort. But this is still a pretty broad uplift, if you will, in terms of activity. Number two, that ongoing tech spend is real. One of the things that we work on, we do a lot of things in global macro, and we would not be pitching a fight, if you will, against, if you will, with that sort of broader trend in AI spend and also big data spend. So that's something that does give us more of that glass half full mentality. And then finally, we do think this is an environment, and again, even today's actions suggest that the Fed has not set the bar too high to lower interest rates. This was a hotter than expected print, as you mentioned. The fact that we saw some amelioration in shelter costs was a positive. So again, those things lead us to believe that this is still a decent path forward for diversified portfolios, and we still have that glass half full mentality.
I mean, the S&P 500 now, by not even the middle of March, is up 8.5%. How much more room does it have to move higher, Eric, this year?
Yeah, Tim, we think that there's been a big pull forward both this year as well as towards the tail end of last year. And so I think this is going to be a story where, again, a kind of, let's call it 3 to 4 to 5% more type of advance would not be out of the realm of possibility. But then we'd expect to be seeing some more consolidation, which would probably be healthy. Again, this has been still a top-heavy move. Again, this year has been a slightly broader set of participatory sectors and also regions and economies. Up until Monday, Japan had been doing really, really well. Again, Euro stocks has done well. So it's not just an AI-driven, Mag 7 or whatever the moniker is this week. type of phenomenon. It's actually been a more broad-based rally. So we think the participation may actually start to pick up elsewhere, not just within S&P, but also across, let's call it broader developed international equities, and also some of the dividend payers that have been largely left out. We think that's probably the next frontier of upside potential from current levels.
Interesting. All right. So is there anything out there, though, as cause for concern at this point?
Yeah, Carol, I think there's two things that have our attention. Number one would be the lingering concerns about commercial real estate, which is not behind us. And specifically speaking, if you look at where we have some pockets of concern, it's not just office. It's not just big city office. It is multifamily. And in particular, if we do have inflation, which hangs around and the Fed does not go through the interest rate cut regime that many are expecting this year, that pressure on the upper end of interest rate projections could actually be an issue. So we can't just kind of whistle past that, because we're in a cycle now where there's a lot more maturities happening in terms of, re-upping on commercial real estate loans at much higher rates. That's issue number one. The issue number two is still China. And again, while China has had, from a beta perspective, a decent bounce in the last couple of weeks, the underlying issues are still there. Again, the upside down property market, some of the issues about liquidity, as well as export. Those are issues that are not quickly turned around. So those would be two things that we think bear watching. And again, having a perspective on both, we think will be important as we coast through the rest of this year.
Earlier in our interview, you mentioned you were seeing a slowdown in the lower income consumer. Can you talk a little bit more about that and what exactly you're seeing and why you're not concerned about that spreading?
Yeah, I think if you look at it, Tim, there's been a pretty consistent message from both fast food retailers as well as some of the credit card data that we look at. And that suggests that at the margin, that we are seeing some pressure on lower income consumers, in particular on spend. And this is true not just through things like credit card delinquency trends, but also through things like buy now, pay later, as well as some more, again, pressures that we're seeing. And one way that we explain this to clients is to think of interest rates like a ramp on a treadmill. And the longer that ramp remains elevated, eventually the runner will slow down. If you're a runner like me, it happens pretty early in the cycle, but this has been a very strong endurance, if you will, economy. And so we do expect there to be some more pressures as wages start to settle in, which we're seeing some evidence in, as well as some of those pressures on, again, credit card rates. Those are factors that cause consumers to slow down. Again, not yet at alarming levels, but at least at the margin, some things that are worth noting and could speak to perhaps a bit more of a slowdown in activity as we get deeper into this year.
Eric, just got about a minute left here. Top of mind, what is the thing that your clients, institutional or otherwise, ask you most about right now in this environment?
I think the biggest thing, Carol, is should I get out of cash? And again, we don't have cash as a strategic allocation for clients, but in a way, especially with some of our wealth clients and some of our institutional clients, is look, it's spitting out 4.5%, 5% still, and we know this plate of cookies won't be available in perpetuity. So should we migrate out? And again, our answer is there's a huge opportunity cost of being in cash. And so that's probably the number one question we get. Secondarily, I'd say is probably election risk, some stuff on China, but that decision on cash remains front and center with investors across both institutional and wealth cohorts.
What do you say about election risk?
Yeah, we think that, in fact, we wrote a paper about this, which we'd be happy to share. But, bottom line is that this is about foreign policy in particular. The biggest concern we have, Carol, is if this becomes really more of an isolationist trade strategy, that's inflationary. That can actually cause the Fed to keep that ramp, if you will, elevated for longer. That means the runner will slow down. So that's the number one concern that we have heading into what will be a very active Q2 and Q3 of this year.
This is why we get to that whole idea of that 2%. This is why I have to say, Eric, I think about this a lot, that whether that 2% target makes sense anymore, because there are just some macro forces out there that could make it tough for the Fed to get to that point. Eric, thank you so much. Eric Friedman, Chief Investment Officer at U.S. Bank Asset Management out there in Raleigh, North Carolina. Interesting.
Yeah, really interesting stuff. Hey, close to best levels of the day on the S&P 500, up by 1.1%. The Dow up by 0.6%. The NASDAQ 100, which was not at a record earlier and is still not, up 1.5%.
All right, you're listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week.
company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Lots of aviation news. Today we got Southwest Airlines shares now down by 15%. Southwest plans to cut capacity this year, halt most hiring, and review its spending plans in response to reduced aircraft deliveries from Boeing. That is the plane maker facing regulatory and criminal investigations in the wake of a near catastrophic accident in January. Again, Southwest down 15.2%, Boeing down by 4.3%. All of this as Boeing's aircraft deliveries trailed rival Airbus last month as the U.S. plane maker dealt with the growing fallout from an early January accident that has since plunged the company into crisis. Alaska Air Group, meanwhile, is forecasting losses that were better than expected. Alaska shares, they're up now by 3%. And with more on that story, here's Bloomberg's Kimberly Adams.
Charlie, that's even as the grounding of the Boeing 737 MAX 9 planes following its January fuselage blowout curtailed profits at the airline by at least $150 million. In a regulatory filing, Alaska Air said it sees a first quarter adjusted loss per share of about 45 cents to 55 cents. That compared to the average analyst estimate of a loss of $1.18. The airline said its performance is now back on track to exceed expectations for the rest of the year, thanks to spring break and West Coast business travel. Alaska says it's currently cooperating in a U.S. Justice Department investigation on the incident and has returned its fleet to service and restored its schedule. Charlie?
And that's Kimberly Adams reporting again. Alaska Airlines up 3.2%. Sources tell Bloomberg Shell has been considering slowing the pace of its carbon emission cuts as it updates its energy transition strategy. ADRs of Shell today, they're up 0.4%. Those are our top company stories, and this is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody. In just a few minutes, we're going to head over to our TV colleagues, count you down to the close on this Tuesday. We talked about Hampton's open houses are packed in a sign of robust sales season. Those of us who live in the New York metro area, we track this. It's like our sports pages.
Even if we don't go to the Hamptons, we track it.
Even if we don't go to the Hamptons, we track it. It's a metric for us.
I think the last time I went there was like,
Hamptons?
yeah, it was like before I even lived in New York.
Long time ago.
Yeah.
A lot has
Not
changed.
since I've lived in New York for 15 years. It's
Well,
okay.
we track the real estate
It's okay.
market. It's
Nobody invites me.
Well, it's a great
What's
sign.
the deal?
I don't know. What's the deal?
I don't know. Maybe I don't know enough
Somebody
people.
invite Tim, please.
Nobody invites me to the Hamptons.
Put him out of his misery. No, but what's interesting, it's a great metric of, I think, financial wealth, Wall Street wealth, although there's a lot more than just Wall Street types out there.
I did go once.
Okay.
Now that I'm thinking.
Well, maybe something you could afford is music festivals.
Maybe if I would actually go to one. I was telling you when I saw this story
You
earlier.
have two little critters, kiddo.
Am I like, you know, the Simpsons gif of like the old man yelling at the sky? Like that's me now because
Don't go there, please.
Carol sent me this story about music festivals canceling as costs rise, fans reconsider spending. And I told her, I said, Carol, music festivals are the worst. There's nowhere to sit. there's
Rain or shine.
There's nowhere to go to the bathroom. You're stuck around a bunch of people
that you don't know
that you
necessarily
don't know.
want to be
I
stuck around.
I can think of no worse way to spend a summer Saturday or Sunday than going to a music festival. And I have been to music festivals in the past.
Well, there is, an inflationary aspect of this story.
Everybody
on this CPI Tuesday.
Get in touch with me on Twitter. Tell me I'm,
Please
not
do
cool.
it. I really want to see that happen.
Yeah.
For 4 decades, the Riverband Festival delighted music fans in Tennessee with headlining acts like Lionel Richie and ZZ Top. But this year, the show will not go on. Riverbend is reevaluating and restructuring in order to be successful in the future. They put this out on their website. But after years of growth, we're seeing music festivals, at least some of them, in retreat. At least 10 shows in the U.S. Woe is us. Have been canceled this year, according to Bloomberg Research. More budget-conscious consumers are a factor, but so are rising costs for staffing, stages, and the performers. I'm having some fun with it, but this is a great indicator of what's going on in the economy.
Well, tickets for the Coachella Music Festival are still available.
You're a
It's in
Coachella
April.
kind of guy.
I have not been to Coachella. It does look beautiful, though,
You're
in
among
California.
friends. You can share.
They went on sale in January. So, yeah.
And are they selling?
No, they're still available if you want to go.
All right. I'd rather go to the Hamptons, but that's okay.
Someone's
All right,
gotta
folks.
invite you.
Don't go anywhere. Tim and I are heading over to our TV colleagues. Behind the Bell starts right now.
the bell. Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic alongside Alex Steele. We're counting you down to the closing bell, here to help take us beyond the bell. It's a global simulcast. We're joined right now, as you are every day at this time, by Scarlett Fu in our television studio, Carol Masser and Tim Stenovic in our radio booth. A welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms on what looks like it's going to be another record-setting day for the S&P 500.
All I really want to know is, can I have a side of fries with the nothing burger?
Yes,
listen.
maybe cheese fries.
Hey, listen. You know what? Yeah, we do have maybe a record close, but small caps really not partaking in this run up in stocks. It's definitely some of the bigger cap names that we're seeing in this trade.
And also not seeing a record as we speak now on Bitcoin, though the fact of the matter is it has been record day after day, still above $71,000 per Bitcoin, up a cool 70% so far this year, Scarlett.
Okay, so small caps not participating, big caps not participating, but you do see the credit market not really missing a step because corporate bond issuance is pretty rock steady today, even after the inflation report showed slightly hotter print than expected for the month of February.
But obviously, big tech outperforming, and I love tying this into the Bank of America note that we got earlier today about earnings, is that the big guys like a Microsoft and a Google and a Meta and Amazon, they're going to be spending a lot of money on CapEx as a reinvestment cycle. Now, that is a fundamental thesis to why some of these names will be going higher. There are a lot of beneficiaries of that kind of money, Romaine.
Yeah, but the question, though, is how widespread is that going to be, right? I mean, that's been the story for a while for those large cap names, and I guess that's great if we can continue to sort of have the market being driven by those names, but where's the broadening out in that spending?
Maybe there isn't.
Yeah.
The small caps.
I don't know. It'll be interesting. Let's walk you through the numbers here as we break down all the action here on the day. Green across the screen, at least for the large caps on this Tuesday afternoon. A Dow Jones Industrial Average up by about 200 points or 0.6% here on the day. The NASDAQ Composite is going to finish higher by roughly about 1.5%, but it's the S&P 500 that's really shining right now. A 1.1% gain on the day, 57 points higher, 5,175 and change, and that is, yes, a fresh record high. And as Carol was just alluding to, small caps not really getting much love, at least for the day. The Russell 2000 relatively unchanged here on the day, sitting out the rally.
Yeah, and you know what? We really saw a rally is those Chinese names that trade in the United States, the NASDAQ Golden Dragon, up almost 4%.
Blast from the past.
I know, but, you know, we've seen Chinese stocks up about 20% from the low. So, you know, you do wonder, do we hit a market bottom here, at least on those names, Scarlett?
Leave it to Carol to keep an eye on those names. I'm looking at the different sectors within the S&P 500, and the biggest groups saw the biggest gains. You have infotech, communication services, and consumer discretionary all up by at least 1%, with tech as a group up by 2.5%. The smallest parts of the market, utilities, real estate investment trusts, and energy, each losing ground. That's why the pie is so green.
All right, speaking of green, let's get to some of the individual namers. Oracle, number one gainer in the S&P 500, I believe closing at a record. I have to double check that, but it's up about 12% here at the close. Thanks, Romaine. So hitting a record in the close here today. Cloud revenue growth, right? We were breaking their earnings down after the close yesterday. Company did report third quarter results that beat expectations on key metrics, said demand for the company's Gen 2 AI infrastructure substantially exceeding supply. Company also saying Oracle to have exciting joint announcements with NVIDIA soon. Mizuho raising its price target to 160 from 140, and that stock closing at just below 130 a share. All right, so speaking of NVIDIA, the climb is back. It's up 7% here at the close, a gainer after a two-day rout that wiped about $172 billion off the world's most valuable chip makers' market cap. Latest retreat had come after, we know, an unbelievable rally in this name that propelled it into overbought territory. It's up about 80% so far this year. Again, the number one gainer in the S&P 500 for the second year in a row early on here in 2024 by a mile. And again, among the top gainers in both the S&P and the NASDAQ 100.
And it was interesting to see all those other AI chip names rally today, you know, like Supermicro and SoundHound and some of those names as well.
Again, right? The momentum continuing again today in the trade. Hey, one more for you, Novo Nordisk. The ADRs that trade here in the U.S. up 3% at the close. They're pretty much finishing at its best levels of the session. Novo Holdings, the shareholder that controls Novo Nordisk, saw its income and investment returns surge tenfold last year as the Danish drug makers' sales of obesity medicine soared. I mean, we know the story. We've been talking about it. It was one of the big stories last year. It is again this year. But again, Novo Nordisk, the ADR is up about 3% here, Tim.
All right, let's get to some some of the decliners on this Tuesday afternoon. I do want to start with Boeing. Shares finishing the day down by more than 4%. Now trading at October lows, not seen since October, I should say. Down almost 30% so far this year. A lot of headlines affecting the company coming out today. The FAA audit of the production of Boeing 737 MAX found dozens of failures in the manufacturing process. This, according to a big report in the New York Times. Meantime, we learned earlier today that deliveries from Boeing trailed Airbus as the 737 MAX crisis continued to slow factories. And then all happening as the crisis of the company is starting to spread to the airlines that buy its jets, such as Southwest, which I'm going to get to in just a moment. Speaking of Southwest, shares falling the most.
That was quick.
Yeah, I know. I'm not doing a deep tease here. I'm just going right to Southwest. Down close to 15% today. This is the most since March of 2020. At one point in the day, shares were down the most since 2009. The company did come out and say that it plans to reduce capacity by at least 1 percentage point this year. It did cite Boeing's continued challenges and a fluid delivery schedule. Southwest does rely exclusively on Boeing for its fleet of 737 MAX aircraft. And then on holding, finishing the day down today, let's see, about 8.8%. It did fall as much as 18% earlier in the day. It issued first quarter and full year net sales forecasts that fell short of Wall Street expectations. It's a Swiss company. They make shoes. You see them everywhere. Fourth quarter net sales also missed the average analyst estimate. Analysts did say, though, that despite the results, the company continues to demonstrate positive momentum. Alex, do you have a pair of these shoes? I don't have them yet.
I was literally just being like, on holding. What do they look like?
I have them.
Yeah, Carol's got them.
You do?
Yeah.
Are they flat?
They're super light.
No, these are.
They're super light, and they have you almost feel like you're walking on bubbles.
Walking on bubbles.
That's their whole thing, on cloud.
Sunshine.
On cloud.
Cool.
Walking on sunshine.
All right, I'm taking a look at yields guides because there was stuff that happened. So after that CPI, you saw the sell-off, you saw yields move higher pretty much across the curve. Then you also had that auction for the 10-year that was kind of meh. We get $30 billion worth of 30-year tomorrow. And then just crossing, you have a central bank governor over in Europe saying that the ECB is in broad agreement to cut rates in the spring, which just leads to the whole, hey guys, June, maybe we see some kind of central bank cutting cycle in the market, but then you get the hotter CPI and then you get conflicted.
Yeah, and look, I mean, this is all going to change, potentially change in a big way in about a week's time when we do get the Fed meeting and whatever communication they want to give. But everybody's been trying to sort of, I guess, read these economic tea leaves out of these economic reports here. But maybe they should just be, I guess, looking at, the real world.
I got some
Carol Massar.
I got some tea leaves.
I was told you were out in the Hamptons this weekend shopping for a home.
I was not. I was.
Nice.
No. But there are many that are out there this weekend, and apparently home sellers are ready to buy a bunch of properties, and they're also ready to sell some properties. So they've been doing open houses out on the east end of Long Island.
How much is that one that we're showing right now?
I don't know what that is, but
I'm guessing
it might be a little outside my price range.
3 homes with asking prices of $20 million or more reached the market in February. That's up from just one last year. So if that's not for you, there's might be maybe a $6 or $7 million.
Time to put some of that cash to work, Romaine.
Cash on that cash on the sideline, Scarlett?
Not safe.
Well, speaking of real economic indicators, there's another one that we can look at too, which is music festivals, because at least 10 of them have been canceled in the U.S. this year because prices have been going up. A lot of the price rise is being driven by the bands themselves, which are asking for higher prices because, of course, they lost income during the pandemic, so they're trying to make up for all of that. But everything's more expensive.
I think it's because nobody actually likes music festivals. This is my
When was the
thesis.
last time anyone on this
And
television was at a music festival?
The bands don't even want to go to
demo,
music festivals.
Yeah, I have never been to
Coachella.
You know what I don't like? I said this earlier. There's nowhere to sit.
There's no bathrooms.
You're surrounded by people you don't know. Is there a worse way to spend a weekend?
And it rains all the time.
No, it's terrible.
Or you're getting sunburned.
Or maybe all the people are just getting older like us. And
I
then
think
we're
that's
like,
the
I don't know, this stinks.
You've been to a music festival recently.
I have, and I'll say this. I think it's time for consolidation, as they say. It was just too many of them. Tim talks about all the negative things. Tim, there's a lot of good things about the festival.
Go on.
But the point is, you think about how many of these things come down the pike, and how many it's like the same kind of artists or a lot of overlap in the artists, and it's like, I don't know, there's only so much to go around. Like I don't need to see Ty Dolla $5 different times in one summer.
I also think that there's this idea of, if you want to spend serious money on a concert, you're going to spend that money to go to someone you really want to see, and not all of the other acts as well. So like not the headliners that, you have to put up with all the other bands to wait to see the
The good thing about getting older, though, is like all my favorite acts, they understand the struggle, Tim. They're going to be seats. It's going to be, it's going to start early and end before 10 p.m.
Exactly. Starts at 3 p.m. in the afternoon on Saturday.
For that music festival.
One of the most recent concerts I went to about a year ago, we did sell the floor tickets for seats later, as we got closer to the date. I was a little optimistic when I bought those floor seats.
Yeah.
We want a seat. We want a seat.
I want a seat.
My legs get tired.
Absolutely.
No GA for me.
And we want a bathroom. All right, that's a wrap. Cross-platform coverage, guys. Beyond the Bell, radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. We will see you again, same time, same place tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, you are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week on this Tuesday afternoon. Carol Masser along with Tim Stenivek. And there's certainly been a story that has been on our mind, and that is the GLP-1 drugs that went Hollywood this past weekend. And yes, it was definitely in Jimmy Kimmel's opening monologue. It was also an advertiser during the live broadcast. Check it out.
Some people have been using medicine never meant for them. For the smaller dress or tux. For a big night. But that's not the point. People whose health is affected by obesity are the reason we work on these medications. It matters who gets them.
That was an ad.
Yeah.
During the
Oscars. I didn't see the whole ad, Carol, because I didn't watch the Oscars. Which one? Who was it for? Was it for
Well, it's interesting.
Lily or was it for Novo? Do you know, Madison?
It was Lily.
It was Lily, okay.
But it was interesting how they end because they talk about it matters who gets them, and more people are getting these drugs.
But that was so on point for the audience of that night. Like that was
as
tailor-made.
Jimmy Kimmel pointed out.
I'm like out of my element here because I didn't actually watch. You put it on DVR, so I'll, you can send it over to me.
Come over and have some pizza.
Yeah,
right?
4 hours of it. Increasingly, more and more people are getting them, though. Just check out Novo Holdings. It's the shareholder that controls Novo Nordisk. Saw its income and investment returns surge tenfold last year as the drug maker's sales of obesity medicine soared.
Yeah, and more are likely to come in terms of users. Medicare may soon be required to cover the blockbuster weight loss drug Wegovy for heart disease patients with obesity after U.S. regulators approved an expanded label last week. We've been talking about this with our own Madison Muller about the spreading use of these drugs in particular. She joins us here in studio.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I mean, another day, another story about this.
Yep. I was at a luncheon today with Dave Ricks, the CEO of Eli Lilly.
Talk
He
a
was
little- yeah, talk a
interviewed
little bit
by Bloomberg's Carolyn Gage. So it was very interesting.
Talk to us about that, right?
Yeah.
That was at I think the New York Economic Club?
Yep. Yeah.
So tell us let's start there and what jumped out for you in that conversation.
So, he talked a little bit about Lilly's whole strategy behind this new marketing push that, we opened with in talking about the Oscars and all of the off-label use. And it's interesting for a pharma company to take this position, but we were talking a little bit about how it's still, they're still running ads during the Oscars. And so there's still kind of that association with the Oscars, with Hollywood, and with Lilly. The funny thing to me is that, last year when these weight loss drugs were talked about at the Oscars, they talked about Ozempic. They weren't talking about Lilly's drugs. They were talking about Novo's. So, Lilly's still trying to get its name out there, which we've talked about, is they're still trying to catch up to Novo Nordisk. So it's kind of funny. Novo didn't advertise at all during the Oscars.
I think after more than a year ago, Madison, there was an article in the New York Times as the trend, I don't want to call it a trend, but as people learn more and more about it, where they said on the Upper East Side of Manhattan, people are referring to it as, vitamin O,
right.
Vitamin Ozempic.
Right.
Yeah, so it's the use case, I think, has changed quite a, I would say the awareness about the use case has changed quite a bit in recent months.
Yeah, and the drug makers definitely are behind some of that. I scroll through my LinkedIn feed and I'm I don't know if it's because I'm talking about these drugs all the time and the algorithm's picking up on that, but it's Novo and then it's Lilly and it's these advertisements that are not your typical drug ads. They're awareness campaigns. They're education around the fact that obesity is a disease or that these GLP-1 drugs are diabetes drugs and obesity drugs, and they're not meant for people that are just trying to lose 5 pounds before vacation.
Well, help me out this, because it's not unusual, right, Madison, for like a drug company to look for more uses of a specific medication. But we've also talked with you about the potential for these medications to deal with so much that ails individuals and maybe to really lead a much healthier life. So I'm trying to understand the balance between marketing push to get more usage out there versus wait, this could really be a game changer in healthcare.
Right. And that's a good point. I think that the drug companies are trying to really sharpen the idea that like there are potentially many uses, but the drug shouldn't be used just off-label for cosmetic purposes. Like they have real, tangible health benefits, and that's what they're pushing for, because that's the important thing for insurance coverage. And that's what we're seeing with Medicare now, which doesn't cover obesity drugs, doesn't cover weight loss drugs, but they're currently reviewing this new FDA decision to expand the label into heart benefits, because they might need to cover that heart label and heart indication for certain patients, and so that's sort of what's under discussion right now.
There's been some criticism that I've seen online, kind of making its way, like bubbling up through Twitter, about the idea of quote unquote taxpayers paying for this medication. We also have interviewed treasurers of states in the past that are concerned about the cost of these medications. How has the conversation shifted about, okay, if we are going to tackle obesity, how can we tackle it in a way before people get to the point where, like, what I'm saying is like our food system, access to fresh foods, those sorts of things that aren't necessarily
time to exercise.
Yeah, but it's so much more than that,
agreed,
right?
Agreed.
Because there are countries in the world where this is not as big of an issue as is the United States, and we have processed foods are different here. Talk to me about that conversation that's happening.
I mean, it's interesting, and more states, I think, are like grappling with these costs now of covering these drugs, which we've talked about. And something that was interesting in this, when we were talking about Medicare last week and this decision with the FDA is, like, they're like, okay, now that the drug is actually approved for heart indications, we can work that, or Novo Nordisk will be able to work that into conversations with payers, and like that will actually factor into the conversation now around cost estimates and cost benefit analysis, things like that. And I think now also we're seeing states come in and try to, state health plans at least, and you're talking about treasurers, and like they're like, what else can we do to blunt the costs of this? Are there other, programs or requirements that we can put into place, whether that's like nutrition counseling alongside? So they're trying to figure out what is going to be the path forward for this, but I don't think that they've reached a conclusion.
The cost analysis is really interesting, because you think about, all right, what if you have to have open heart surgery or something? Like, what's the cost of that? And then whatever recuperation, or versus having to maybe take this medication, an expensive one, for the rest of your life.
Right. And it's interesting. We've been talking about this on our team a little bit. Like, we don't know if there's a drug that is debuted and come out at this high of a price that is so, I guess widely, it could be prescribed to so many different people. And so like that's a consideration too of, is the price of this drug just too high?
Does it cost this much to make? Like, I don't even know what the process has been, to get here.
When does a generic for this become available?
Well, so Ozempic, I think it's pretty soon, actually, like next few years.
Question.
I think before the end of the decade, potentially.
Because if this formulation, not the use case, but the formulation has been used for years for diabetes, then shouldn't there be some sort of patent expiration coming soon?
Right. And for Ozempic, there is. The other ones are a little bit, more recent, so they still are protected for a bit. Another thing that could help that we've heard actually AstraZeneca talk about, and Lilly and Novo as well, is the weight loss pills, the oral versions that are not as hard to make and could potentially help bring the costs down and just help with supply issues too, be more accessible, especially for people in other countries. They've actually talked about the pills being something that will help, make these drugs more accessible in other countries. So that's an interesting part of this too.
It's crazy. I didn't even think about that. That's really smart, right? Like in terms of, you're welcome. No, but you really do think about the generic and how that maybe
that changes everything.
This,
maybe.
Right?
I don't know.
Yeah. for Ozempic at least. The other ones, and they'll fight tooth and nail. I mean, even like, I'm pretty sure getting the drugs approved in pediatric indications can help extend the patents as well. So they have lots of strategies to protect them as long as they can, but we'll see what happens.
Madison Muller, thank you as always. Quick headline, Pentagon scrapping plans to spend $2.5 billion on an Intel defense grant. We'll break that down for you in a moment.
It's 4:21 on Wall Street. We do begin with a developing story. Now, sources tell Bloomberg the Pentagon has pulled out of a plan to spend as much as $2.5 billion on a chip grant to Intel, putting the onus on another federal agency, the Commerce Department, to make up for the shortfall. Those sources say the move threatens to limit the total amount that Intel has been expecting to get in federal funding. Now, after hours, we do have shares of Intel bouncing around. Right now, they are little changed, up less than 0.1% after hours. Turned out to be an up day on Wall Street, not just an up day, but another record for the S&P 500 index. The S&P today up 57, a gain of 1.1%. The Dow at 39,005, up 235 today, up by 0.6%. The Nasdaq Composite Index up 246, up now by 1.5%. 10-year yield on this CPI Tuesday, 4.15%, with a 2-year 4.5%. 0.58%. Spot gold down 1.2%, $21.56 for an ounce of the precious metal. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.2%, $77.75 a barrel. Bitcoin today down 1.3%, 71,675 on Bitcoin. New York Community Bank Corp has completed a deal to raise more than $1 billion of capital through an equity investment by backers led by former U.S. Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin. Again, recapping stocks higher. S&P today up 57, a gain of 1.1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Hey, another company that's definitely in the crosshairs, TikTok, and the company's CEO up on Capitol Hill today to lobby against a bill that would force the app's Chinese parent to sell it or face a ban here in the United States.
This is TikTok intends to exhaust all legal challenges before it considers any kind of divestiture from Chinese parent company ByteDance. If the latest U.S. legislation targeting the app becomes law, that's according to people familiar with the matter. Weighing in on this yesterday on Balance of Power, Democratic Representative from Massachusetts, Seth Moulton.
I think that we don't need the Chinese Communist Party telling our kids what to watch online, which is essentially what's going on here. And I just want to see TikTok survive and thrive, but under American protections, in American hands. And everyone, I think, here in America should want that too.
All right, that's Democratic Representative from Massachusetts, Seth Moulton, joining Balance of Power yesterday. Well, following all of this for us is our own Bloomberg News technology reporter, Alex Barinka. She's joining us from L.A. Alex, pretty heated issue, and it's funny. It's tricky. I don't know. How do you think about it from somebody who follows the tech sector and the tech companies here in the United States, and how it's different for a company that has a Chinese parent company?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Chinese parentage is the big difference here for TikTok. Obviously, we've seen scrutiny of the likes of Meta or X, formerly Twitter, but they have not been kind of caught up in this U.S.-China debate the same way TikTok has. Now, how do I see this bill? Well, this has been an ongoing process for TikTok. This is not the first bill that's been introduced, but if this bill does pass the House vote tomorrow morning, then it will be the furthest bill that we've seen to legislate TikTok. So there's quite a bit of momentum. It was introduced just a few days ago, and we're already moving really quickly to see a House vote, but it's not the end of the story. We still don't have a co-sponsor for a matching process in the Senate, which if you followed any of the legislation in DC, you know it's where a lot of House-introduced votes go to die. So certainly it'll continue to be kind of a dramatic flurry of events, not only over the next 24 hours until we see this vote on the House floor tomorrow, but also in the intervening weeks if the House does push this through and vote in favor for this bill.
Okay, I just want to take a step back and move away from Washington for a second, Alex, and talk more about TikTok as a product and what exactly is at issue here. Because there have been complaints about the TikTok algorithm, what it shows, especially to young kids around the world, but mostly here in the United States who use the app. What has your reporting told you about the TikTok algorithm and what kids in the U.S. see versus kids maybe in China see when they use the app?
Now, in the U.S., kids as young as 13 are able to log on to the app. Places like China have a higher age gating. I'll remind you that TikTok is not actually in China. Douyin, TikTok's sister app under the ByteDance parent umbrella, is the Chinese app. So you do have different age constraints, but companies would say that's on the government to actually put those regulations in place, like it is in other countries. Now, you mentioned the TikTok algorithm. It is so good and so uncanny at knowing your interests that it's actually been kind of the thing that's raised some red flags for lawmakers. TikTok's algorithm, based on what you watch, how long you watch it, what you comment on or share or like, kind of decides what you might be interested in. The vast majority of the concerns when we talk to experts are around that data collection. What could happen with that data? Could a country like China, because TikTok's parent company ByteDance is a Chinese company, 2020. Could the Chinese government request from ByteDance information on US users? Could the Chinese government somehow influence TikTok's feed, what those young vulnerable children are seeing, or adults, because there's now 170 million Americans on the app. It's not just kids anymore. So that tends to be kind of the generalized concern that is unique to TikTok. Of course, TikTok has said that they do not share any information with China. The CEO testified last year that they're not an agent of the Chinese government, and they spent upwards of $1.5 billion to kind of protect U.S. data on servers that are overseen by Oracle, an American company. So that is kind of the back and forth that TikTok is sandwiched in between.
Isn't it also, though, I mean, to be fair, I mean, China also, in terms of U.S. companies in China operating social media, they're also banned and blocked or have pulled out for like different reasons. But I feel like there's a little bit of the same thing that has gone on over there.
Certainly. Folks who've been watching this showdown kind of say what the U.S. government is looking to do with TikTok looks a lot more than what we see in China. Facebook hasn't been in that country since 2009. It is akin to, the kind of information control that we see in China. And that's also, frankly, centered to TikTok's argument. They've argued consistently that the U.S. Constitution, in one way or another, should protect the flow of free speech, including on their platform. So, yes, it certainly does seem like some lawmakers are taking some cues from the pseudo-techno-nationalism that we see in countries like China, which are much more gated for homegrown technologies.
What's also interesting now is former President Trump, kind of changing his tune on the way that he thinks about a potential ban of TikTok. Remember, this was first raised during his administration. There was that whole thing during 2020 with the idea of a U.S. company coming in and buying the U.S. assets of TikTok. Obviously, that didn't happen. But now he's out there saying, Alex, that he doesn't want to ban TikTok because then it would make Facebook bigger. But would that actually happen if TikTok is divested from ByteDance and a U.S. company holds on to it?
It's a stunning stunning flip-flop, excuse me, I must say, from Trump, who, as you mentioned, was the first to sign an executive order in 2020 to ban this app. Trump might be a little bit upset still because Facebook did kick him off the platform after the January 6, 2021 insurrection. They allowed him back on 2 years later, but maybe he's still a little bit salty. That being said, the way the language in this bill is laid out, they want a divestiture, separation from ByteDance. In theory, that would mean a U.S. company or another kind of cohort of shareholders might own the app and it would continue to exist. In practice, TikTok, among others, say that that's impossible. Lena Khan's FTC would never allow an antitrust, this to sail through antitrust if there is one of the few big tech buyers who could actually write the check for TikTok. So they say, look, this is inherently a ban.
Why don't they just spin it off? Couldn't they just spin it off and make it a public company?
They could. The problem is we don't know if that will satiate lawmakers' concerns. So when you think about the options, as a former deals reporter like I am, that would certainly be one that comes to mind. But lawmakers are not laying out specifically what exact structure would make them happy if ByteDance were to divest this, which our sources tell us ByteDance sees a divestiture or sale as the absolute last resort.
Anything we know on why the former president, Donald Trump, has flip-flopped?
It might be to kind of encourage his base to pay attention. He did talk a little bit about how teens would riot, how there are so many young people on the app. It has, though, put Republicans, who have largely been the driving force between the anti-TikTok and anti-China sentiment, it's put them in kind of an awkward position. So even as this drama is not only a little bit awkward between U.S. and China, within the party, you're seeing a little bit of awkwardness as folks like Republican Senator Tom Tillis have come out and said in the last 24 hours that he's concerned that this bill might set a weird precedent, particularly for other tech companies that are not domiciled here in America.
Hey, Alex, we should note that I know that the Biden campaign is on TikTok and uses TikTok.
Just recently, right?
Just recently. Is the Trump campaign on TikTok, though?
I have not seen the Trump campaign on TikTok. Biden is there doing the memes, doing the internet vernacular thing.
Anything to reach the youths, right?
Exactly. They've posted about 36 videos of things like him recoiling with eyes wide from Marjorie Taylor Greene ahead of the State of the Union with some kind of internet insider joke. So the Biden administration is there, even though he said that he would sign this bill if it does fly through Senate and the House and gets proposed to him as a law.
All right, if you could squeeze us in 30 seconds, anything that we're hearing about former President Donald Trump talking to Elon Musk about potentially buying Truth Social? Just got to be quick here. Are we hearing anything?
We are seeing the news reports. We're watching it closely. I think when it comes to people talking a big game in the social media world and the politics world, you've got all the right factors on this front. We'll see. That seems to be Trump's favorite place. Elon does seem to be favoring the Republican point of view on his social media platform. I think I would still have some questions for the likes of the FTC and the antitrust regulators whenever these names get thrown around for any of the big tech companies that are facing consumers.
Certainly not a boring world right now. All right, Alex, thank you so much. Bloomberg News technology reporter Alex Barinka joining us out there in LA. Alex, thanks.
Hey, let's get a check on the latest world and national news. Amy Morris is in the Bloomberg 99.1 Newsroom. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Tim. Let's do some more news from Washington, D.C. The House Select Intelligence Committee looking into the annual report of threats posed against the United States. Well, how Congressman Mike Turner, chairman of the committee, opened that hearing, laying out some of the biggest threats against the national security.
Over the last year, the committee has conducted numerous engagements, both in and beyond the SCIF. One area that seems fragmented and vague is the foreign-domestic divide. There are heightened threats at the border, and the homeland is under constant assault, whether it be from cyber attacks, counterintelligence threats, or foreign malign influence.
Ohio Republican Mike Turner says emerging technologies are changing the operational environment. FBI Director Christopher Wray told lawmakers the threat calls for heightened vigilance long term. Intelligence officials also warning House lawmakers about TikTok. The briefing comes ahead of a highly anticipated floor vote tomorrow that could ultimately ban the popular social media app in the U.S. by forcing Chinese company ByteDance to divest from TikTok or face a ban. Special counsel Robert Hur, who investigated President Biden's handling of classified documents, testified today before the House Judiciary Committee, chaired by Republican Jim Jordan of Ohio, who says Biden should have been prosecuted in the first place.
Joe Biden said he took his notebooks with him after his vice presidency because, quote, they're mine. And every president before me has done the same exact thing. Never mind the fact that he had never been president when he took this information. But what comes through is Joe Biden felt he was entitled.
A transcript of Biden's interview with special counsel Hur painted a mixed picture of his mental acuity, something Republicans have tried to exploit for the 2024 election. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, and another record for the S&P 500 index, ending the session at 5175, a gain today of 1.1%. Stocks climbed as the latest inflation numbers did little to alter bets that the Fed will cut rates this year, even if officials keep a more cautious stance for now. The Dow up 235, up 0.6%. The Nasdaq Composite Index up 246, up 1.5%. 10-year, 4.15%, with a 2-year that's yielding 4.58%. Spot gold today down 1.2%, $21.57 for an ounce of the precious metal. West Texas Intermediate crude, little change, $77.99 a barrel. And Bitcoin today down 1.5%, $71,034 on Bitcoin. Bottom line here, we had traders bracing for the worst. In the end, they shrugged off that hot CPI report. But what about the market and the economic backdrop? Eric Friedman is Chief Investment Officer at U.S. Bank Asset Management, and he was a guest right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
This is still an economy that has participation on a more broad basis. We are seeing perhaps a little bit at the margin some slowdown in lower income consumers and that cohort, but this is still a pretty broad uplift, if you will, in terms of activity.
And you can hear more of the conversation on the Bloomberg Business Week podcast. Sources tell Bloomberg the Pentagon has pulled out of a plan to spend as much as $2.5 billion on a chip grant to Intel. Oracle shares at a record today. Oracle shares did advance today by just about 11.75%. By the way, to the year-to-date number on Oracle up by 21%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, got it, Charlie. Thanks so much. Well, lots of things to be concerned about, and yet we may have the thing that tops it all, and that's after 30 years of furniture companies trying to dethrone it, a contender has finally arrived when it comes to the iconic $1,000 office chair.
Yeah, too bad no one's at the office.
Wah, wah, wah.
With more on that, let's get to Bloomberg News senior management and workplace reporter Matthew Boyle, who is not at the office. He's at home today, joining us from New York. Matt Boyle.
What kind of chair are you sitting in?
What are you in right now?
It is a steel case, but it is certainly not the steel case Carmen. My budget would not allow for a Carmen. I'm pretty sure I bought this in a frantic haste, in like April of 2020.
Well, the reason we're talking about this is because you have a great story in Bloomberg Business Week going into the company that's trying to dethrone the Aeron chair from Herman Miller. And it is none other than Steelcase. You mentioned the Carmen, which I think a lot of people could be familiar with if they follow space, because it represents what, that debatable area between the Earth's atmosphere and when space exists, the Carmen line. What's the Carmen from Steelcase?
Yeah, well, the Carmen is Steelcase's latest attempt sort of to dethrone the Aeron. It's got a very interesting backstory. I first heard about it in 2021 when I was talking to a Steelcase executive, not about chairs, but just about the whole return to office movement. Remember when we thought we were going to go back to the office in 2021, and then that sneaky Delta variant crept up on all of us. But I was closing out the interview, and this person said, I said, anything else going on? They said, yes, we've got a new chair coming out soon called the Carmen, and it's going to take on the Aeron. I got very excited. I said, oh, could I see it? Could I sit in it? And they said, sure. But, the pandemic wreaked absolute havoc with supply chains, as you guys remember, and it certainly did a number on all office furniture companies. So this Carmen that was supposed to come out in 2021 wasn't fully ready until last year. So that's, so it was 2 years delayed. And at the same time, you've got all these companies that were normally buying, tens of thousands of dollars of office furniture all the time, suddenly realizing, wait a minute, do we even need an office? And if we have an office, how much space do we need? And what should it look like? So the whole office furniture industry is sort of in this existential crisis, really.
I have to say, office chairs are a big thing. I mean, even when we move around here at Bloomberg, it's not like, oh, you could just leave the chair there. We take our chairs with us. And even though they're similar chairs,
they're
the
identical
exact
chairs.
Same thing.
They're just not the settings that you have set.
We have them all kind of worked out. Talk to us, though, about the chair that started it all, the Aeron.
Yeah, the Aeron really, came at a time when office chairs either were big, leather, think of like a big leather chair that Don Draper would sit in, or a small petite, chair for a secretary or an accountant or something like that. And then the Aeron came along, designed by these two guys at Herman Miller, who really wanted to just sort of take a next step forward in ergonomics, in design, and they had a proprietary textile. And basically what they did was they got rid of all this bulky leather and foam and garbage and just did this very breathable skin of mesh on the back, made it adjustable so you can tilt back and forth pretty easily. And it just, and it launched in this trade show in Germany. And a lot of the .com executives, remember, this was sort of the first .com boom in the mid-90s. Some of the .com offices and companies grabbed them. And then the big stodgy companies who wanted to look cool said, oh, we need these Aerons too. So it just became an absolute cultural phenomenon. It went from the cover of office design magazines to the next thing you know, it's on The Simpsons and Will and Grace.
And God is sitting in it on The Simpsons.
Yes, exactly. God could sit in this Aeron is good enough for me, right?
There's a great stat in your story that an Aeron rolls off the manufacturing line in Holland, Michigan every 30 seconds, and more than 9 million have been sold. I mean, it's pretty incredible, and it just speaks to that this is the chair that everybody's going after. You understand why they are.
Definitely. And, there's been plenty since then. I mean, we have this connection with chairs, which I think you guys alluded to. We're sitting in them all day. And now, while there are dozens and dozens of really good ergonomic, $1,000 chairs out there in the market, nothing really has ever been able to sort of capture the zeitgeist, capture our attention. There's a reason why the Aeron is in the MoMA Museum and alongside, the iPhone and things like that. So it's quite a project, quite an innovation story, and comes at a time when everybody wants to emulate it. But right now, it's almost like, as we say, office furniture, kind of in a weird position now, as we're still trying to determine, what is the office going to do for us.
So what's so good about the Carmen? Like you sat in this thing.
Yeah, I did sit in it. The Carmen's designers claim that, remember the name Carmen, it's about that sort of that atmospheric weightlessness boundary in space. So they're saying that the very, very super flexible frame of the Carmen is so good that you could even sit in it sideways if you wanted to. And I don't sit in my office chair sideways, but I do remember there are times in some of these frames of the chairs, they'll kind of dig into your thighs, dig into your butt a little bit if you're sitting in them for too long. So they're claiming that the Carmen is designed in such a way that this frame is so flexible, so comfortable, that you could sit sideways, you could sit any sort of way. It's also very easy to adjust. You ever look under an office chair and there's like 18 different knobs and levers, and you're like, I don't even know what to pull.
There's an instruction manual.
Yes, they have instruction manuals. They have YouTube videos. The Carmen only really has one adjustable knob. That's it. It also comes in the textile that it's made of is also woven in a way that, depending on the angle you view the chair, it could look like a different color, which is kind of cool, certainly. So it's got a lot going for it, as well as being, very sustainably made, as well, like most chairs are these days. So again, the people who reviewed the Carmen were like, this is a fantastic chair. It is a really good chair, but is it a cultural icon? The jury's still out on that. And again, they're trying to sell this thing not just to offices, but also to people, like me right now, working from home. But it's a much different equation when you're, it's one thing to ask JP Morgan Chase to buy 10,000 Carmens. It's another thing to ask some guy, working in his home office to spend $1,200 on this thing.
And Matt, just FYI, I actually have a standing desk, so I actually stand most of the day.
Do you even have a chair?
I have a chair, but you know what it does?
You always stand.
I throw my backpack on it and my coat on it and everything else, and I end up standing a lot.
I want one of these chairs, or at least an Aeron.
Unbelievable story.
At least an Aeron.
All right. We'll put it on your wish list. A great read, and really, it's so true, though. Like, our office chair means a lot. Matt, thank you so much. Glad you're, though, in a comfy chair.
We spend enough time in these things anyway.
We appreciate it. Bloomberg News Senior Management and Workplace reporter Matt Boyle joining us here on Zoom.
I'm on the Steelcase website right now. So
shopping?
Yeah, $1,072 for just the chair, but if you include the stool as well, it's another $154.
I want a chair with massage.
Ooh, the stool looks nice. It's got that
massage.
Footrest.
Keep the stool.
Yeah.
Give me the massage.
Okay.
Heat. that be sweet?
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right, you're listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week.
Your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We've got Intel shares down now by 0.1%. Sources tell Bloomberg the Pentagon has pulled out of a plan to spend as much as $2.5 billion on a chip grant to Intel, putting the onus on another federal agency, the Commerce Department, to make up for the shortfall. Kohl's reported same-store sales in the fourth quarter that missed the average analyst estimate, suggesting the department store chain struggled to attract shoppers during the crucial holiday shopping season. The retailer has struggled to drive sales growth. Kohl's shares today declined by just about 11.5%, or actually 6.7%, down 11.6% year-to-date on Kohl's. Home Depot is expanding its marketing efforts with a 3-year NCAA deal that will be timed to begin with this year's March Madness tournament. And with more on that story, here's Bloomberg's Dan Schwartzman.
Charlie, the home improvement retailer has sponsored college football games on CBS for more than 25 years. It now adds basketball and about a dozen other college sports for each gender to its advertising repertoire. The deal includes advertising rights for 90 NCAA championships, including the women's and men's Division I basketball tournaments. Spring is the most crucial selling season for Home Depot as shoppers plan construction projects for warmer weather, while professional contractors have continued to spend at Home Depot despite broader housing market weakness. Do-it-yourself customers have slowed their purchases in recent quarters. Charlie?
And that's Dan Schwartzman. Home Depot today up 0.8%. Rival Lowe's up by 1%. Boeing's aircraft deliveries trailed rival Airbus last month as the U.S. plane maker dealt with the growing fallout from an early January accident that has since plunged the company into crisis. And those are our top company stories at this hour. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, Tim and I getting ready to wrap up here on the Tuesday edition of Bloomberg Business Week, but do not despair because coming your way is obviously the Asia Open and Bloomberg Daybreak Asia anchor Doug Krisner joining us in studio.
So, Doug, you and Brian are going live starting tonight at 8 p.m.
Yeah.
What's the plan? What's on the agenda?
We're going to be looking at the TikTok story. Have you been tracking this?
Yeah, we just talked about it with Alex.
So what do you know about it?
What do we know?
A little bit of lobbying going on the part of the company to prevent this forced divestiture, really.
Right.
So we know
they
that
want to fight it.
They will. It's Chinese parent company ByteDance. They own the app. They own the algorithm. Do you remember during the Trump administration?
Yeah, we do. When
they
he
were
signed
really
an executive order to...
They were moving down the same path, right? To try to force TikTok to sell the asset, to sell this app, well, ByteDance, to sell the app to a U.S. company. Who was the company that was most...
Oracle.
Oracle.
Yeah.
So I look at the stock today, up 12%. And then I'm thinking, okay, how much of this had to do with the cloud computing number that we got after the bell yesterday? Probably a lot of it. And then there was also some very positive commentary on one of the products that is devoted to AI. I think it's the Gen 2 platform.
Correct.
So this kind of reinvigorated the AI trade today. But then in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, wait a minute. When was the last time that Oracle got a lot of attention? Oh, I know, the TikTok story. I'm going on a huge...
conspiracy theorist?
No. I'm just saying.
I will say
just
yes, and now the former president, Donald Trump, that is, has flip-flopped on this. And
That's where I thought you were going to go.
Well, and I think that's largely on the view that a loss for TikTok would benefit Meta, and he's been very critical of Zuckerberg.
Or
what, Carol?
I don't know. We need to know why he flip-flopped.
Okay.
I also wonder...
Is that a new one, though? I mean, to say that he's not flip-flopped before?
That's kind of a big one.
Yeah, it is.
It's not like Meta. Oh, a new company called Meta that's got a big following.
And I think the flip-flop's interesting given that it's not like any of the concerns about TikTok have gone away. They've just been exacerbated in the last 4 years since he tried to do this.
It's the control of the data, and that was one of the parts of the Oracle story that made sense. Okay, maybe the company does not give control of the algorithm, but at least the data would be housed in the U.S. That was the argument that was being made more than whenever it was during the Trump administration. I can't even remember.
What was the term that Alex Brinker used? Was it tech nationalism? Like this whole pushback. China's done it, right? They've blocked American tech companies, social media companies from operating over there, and now we're pushing back, and you just wonder how far this goes and what are the implications of it.
Not to mention the semiconductor story today too, right?
There's a semiconductor story.
Right, and China putting together a big fund to try to advance the technology. And most people are saying that China
they
can
call
hope
it a chip war.
Well, right, but to develop chips that would be used for things like automobiles, some of the other high-end appliances, computer products, not necessarily the super high-end chip that NVIDIA produces that is used to calculate a lot of the AI.
Just chips in general, right?
Right.
I wonder what happens with TikTok.
Good question.
You have
I don't know the
bipartisan
answer.
support on this.
What, did I go down the wrong path here with the Oracle? I mean, I felt like I opened up a can of worms.
I think it's interesting. I just, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think it went down the wrong path.
If that company were to be, now we know from Alex's
You're a smart
reporting.
dude. I would never question your thinking.
And I just, please do.
Okay.
But Alex was saying that there's not a co-sponsor for this bill in the Senate right now, and so that's where the lobbying effort is concentrated. We know the House committee cleared it unanimously. It goes to a floor vote tomorrow. The president has said that he's willing to sign it. If somehow this company has to, otherwise they'll be banned from doing business in the United States.
Right.
If there is a forced divestiture, what American company picks it up? I don't know.
Or European company?
Well,
I don't know. Could
I don't
that
know.
happen? No, I
And
guess not.
I mean, Alex said the only companies that have the cash would be a company like Meta Platforms. I mean, you can't see a Snap having
I
the
don't know
cash for
about
this.
Meta, right?
No, but from a regulatory perspective, they wouldn't let them.
Correct.
That's the thing.
I
and you
just-
can't spin it off either. That's what it's like an independent
I
publicly
say that
traded
not
company.
because of
Tick,
TikTok,
tick,
but the,
yes, you do.
the clock is.
clock-
I'm watching the clock.
Are you
Thank
worried?
you for keeping it
Are you
honest.
worried
No.
we're getting too slowly to the? No, I'm just kidding. All right, that's going to do it for Tim and me, folks. Have a great and safe evening. Catch Doug over the next couple of hours, and coming up next, Balance of Power, starting right now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. Alongside Kaylee Lyons, I'm Joe Matthew.
Robert Hur faces the House. The special counsel who investigated President Biden's handling of classified documents, commenting on his memory but not charging him with the crime, defends himself before a critical Judiciary Committee.
I knew that for my decision to be credible, I could not simply announce that I recommended no criminal charges and leave it at that. I needed to explain why.
As aid for Ukraine remains stalled in Congress, we speak to the president of one of Ukraine's closest neighbors. Poland's President Andrzej Duda will be with us in studio for an exclusive interview following his meeting today with President Biden.
And a hotter than expected February CPI report reinforces the Fed's caution about cutting rates. Betsy Stevenson of the University of Michigan will be with us. Joe, very happy CPI day to you.
Yes,
Usually that is a pretty big story here in Washington, and certainly today was no exception, but we had other big stories to follow as well, including not just the visit of the Polish president and questions around foreign policy, but in terms of domestic political intrigue, the testimony of the former special counsel.
Yeah, Robert Hur on Capitol Hill for quite a conversation today. Remembering this is the special counsel investigating President Joe Biden over his use of classified documents. He showed up as a private citizen today. Republicans were hoping that he would tell the story of an aging man with a bad memory, as he indicated in his report. The refrain that came from the testimony was, as Democrats criticized his handling of that report and getting personal with Joe Biden, I needed to show my work. Here's Robert Hur from earlier.
The evidence and the president himself put his memory squarely at issue. My assessment in the report about the relevance of the president's memory was necessary and accurate and fair. Most importantly, what I wrote is what I believe the evidence shows and what I expect jurors would perceive and believe. I did not sanitize my explanation, nor did I disparage the president unfairly. I explained to the Attorney General my decision and the reasons for it. That's what I was required to do.
Let's go now to Bloomberg senior Washington editor Wendy Benjaminson joining us from New York this evening, and Jack Fitzpatrick of Bloomberg Government, who is here with us in our Washington, D.C. studios. Wendy, just to begin with you, it seems that there was plenty of criticism for Mr. Hur on both the Republican and Democratic side, although for different reasons. What new did we learn? What came out of this hearing, except a lot of potential fodder for campaign ads?
Well, there certainly was plenty of that on both sides. He really walked into a buzzsaw today because Republicans were furious with him for not charging Biden with mishandling classified documents. That is one of the charges that Donald Trump faces criminal charges for in federal court in Florida. And the Democrats were furious with him for putting in such stark relief this fear the Democrats have and that polls show that voters are concerned with Biden's age. So when he said a sympathetic, well-meaning elderly man with memory problems, that exploded all over Washington, and polls did show, including our own Bloomberg News poll with Morning Consult, that a vast majority of voters are concerned about that. So he really walked into a buzzsaw.
A buzzsaw, Jack Fitzpatrick, good way of describing this here. But if Republicans didn't get the narrative they wanted today, they lost the primary witness in the president's impeachment trial, the so-called whistleblower. The Hunter Biden investigation has not turned up a smoking gun. Do we look back on today as essentially the end of the impeachment effort?
I don't know about the end of the impeachment effort. It's been a little while that the focus on impeachment has shifted or already had shifted toward the vote on Secretary Mayorkas, the Homeland Security Secretary. For a number of months, there was sort of the question lingering over Washington as to whether the hardline conservatives necessarily were determined to get a vote to impeach the president or the vote to impeach someone. So it's been a pretty slow-moving train in terms of the impeachment front and what kind of political itch that scratches. This might be a significant day with regard to that, but I think we have been measuring this over a matter of months, really.
Well, we talk about this effort being slow moving. Another effort currently underway in the House has actually been pretty quickly moving. It was just last week that the Energy and Commerce Committee in the House unanimously passed a bill that would see TikTok banned from the U.S. if ByteDance, its Chinese owner, did not divest it. And it's going to have a floor vote already tomorrow. Jack, we heard from a few members of Congress about this earlier today. Republican Chip Roy and Democrat and Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi. Take a listen.
What we continue to hear are the threats being posed to Americans by the Chinese Communist Party through, in this case, companies, in this case more specifically TikTok, who are, heavily owned by the Chinese Communist Party in the form of ByteDance.
The main thing, though, is we want TikTok to exist. We're not there to ban it. I've said we want to make it tic-tac-toe. We want to make it something that is not a fearful social media platform, but one that is very positive. And in order to do that, we have to see the divesting of it from the Chinese government.
So I don't know if we should start calling this the tic-tac-toe bill, Jack, but it seems likely it's going to pass in the House, right? The Senate is just a very different question.
Yeah, the House, it was a 50-0 vote in committee. That's almost a fourth of the votes you need to pass it in the House. You see some strange political bedfellows there when you hear similar sentiments from Nancy Pelosi and Chip Roy. I think the no votes will also be really interesting. We've heard opposition from Maxwell Frost, the Democrat who's the first Gen Z member of Congress, as well as Thomas Massie, sort of a libertarian-minded Republican. So it's going to be an interesting vote to watch, but the momentum definitely is very clearly in favor of the bill. And as our colleagues have reported, the lobbying focus has shifted toward the Senate. That may be a bit of a sign of desperation. Again, a 50-0 vote with a lot of bipartisan interest in the House is a significant movement, and I think they have no choice but to focus their lobbying efforts in the Senate because the House is about to vote tomorrow.
But Wendy, isn't Donald Trump in charge of Capitol Hill? Is that how this whole thing ends? We've been reporting on his evolution on TikTok. He's got friends who are heavily invested, we understand, and well, he doesn't want to make Facebook bigger is his most recent line on this. If he makes a phone call, this conversation's over, right?
Well, that's what you would think, right? That's what he did with the border bill. He said he didn't want it. It died. In this case, Congress seems to be proceeding without him in a way. You're absolutely right, Joe. There is reporting at least that Jeff Yass, who is president of Club for Growth, which is a Republican kingmaker sort of organization, and this individual has a large stake in TikTok, sort of was trying to talk Trump out of being in favor of this. He may be going for the youth vote. He's afraid of Zuckerberg, the president or CEO of Facebook, getting any boost from it. But in this case, strangely, Republicans in the House and the Senate are sort of saying, no, let's make sure this TikTok divestiture happens. So it's if Donald Trump can't manipulate this one, it'll be a first.
Well, as we think about Republicans in the House, it's worth noting that their numbers are about to get smaller because, Jack, today, Congressman Ken Buck, the Republican from Colorado, who had already said he wasn't going to run for re-election, announced he's not even waiting until November. He is out of Congress at the end of next week. March 22nd will be his last day. And that GOP majority shrinks to almost an indiscernible amount. We're talking, 2 votes two-vote margin that Mike Johnson is going to have to work with going forward?
At this point, as of next Friday, which coincidentally is the deadline to fund the government, so hopefully they don't mess up a vote on that, it will be 218 to 213. So it doesn't actually change the number of votes they can lose. It's still 2 votes. You still have a majority, 3 you don't. But it's 1 less Republican. So if there are tricky votes where it's a bit less predictable, maybe if we're talking about the discharge petition to bring up the foreign aid bill, it's just tougher for Republican leadership to manage it. By the way, there's a special election at the end of April to replace the Democrat Brian Higgins from New York, likely to be replaced by another Democrat. That would appear to, at least temporarily, take it down to a 1-vote majority for Republicans. So it is absolutely razor thin.
Fascinating. And our thanks to both Jack Fitzpatrick and Wendy Benjaminson for getting us started here today on Balance of Power. We should note that nominating contests are happening today in Georgia, Hawaii, Mississippi, and Washington. Happy primary day. A total of 151 delegates at stake, pushing Donald Trump ever closer to the 1,250 and the 1,215 delegates he needs to be the presumptive nominee for the party. He currently has 1,078 delegates. Coming up, U.S. inflation coming in just over estimates in the month of February. We'll break it down with Betsy Stevenson at the University of Michigan next. This is Balance of Power, Bloomberg TV and Radio.
It's kind of like when you take cookies out of the oven. They're cooling, but they seem to be cooling really slowly.
This is a tight labor market, and it's not generating the easing of the labor market conditions that could say to you, inflation's definitely going to go back to 2%.
It is coming down. But it's going to take some time, and that's okay.
I do think things are moving in the right direction in terms of prices.
But it really doesn't give the Fed ammunition or confidence to cut rates at the next meeting.
So far, I think they want to cut, and we expect to see that in the May or June timeframe.
Investors and economists reacting to the latest U.S. inflation data, which showed prices rose slightly faster than expected in February. Joining us now to discuss is Betsy Stevenson, University of Michigan Public Policy and Economics professor, joining us from Australia this evening for us, morning for her. So good morning to you, Betsy. Thank you so much for being with us. When we take the stronger than expected non-farm payrolls number that we got on Friday, evidence still that the labor market is hanging in there pretty well, and data that suggests inflation is still stickier, not going down toward that 2% target as quickly as some may hope. What reason is there for the Federal Reserve to even be considering cutting interest rates at this point?
Well, I'll stick with your direct question. What is the reason to think about cutting rates? And the reason is that inflation has actually come down quite a bit, which has meant that real interest rates are higher now than rates were when we had extremely high inflation, that's 7, 8, 9%. So that's the reason for them to think about cutting. Now, that said, I will tell you, what I've been saying for at least 6 months, maybe longer, is that it is going to be the hardest part of this is going to be bringing the last bit of inflation down, getting us back towards 2% instead of being in the 3s. And then the second is that the Fed is going to hold rates high longer than people expect. They've actually been telling us they were going to do this, so we should adjust our expectations and expect it. But I think that it was sort of hard for people to wrap their head around the idea of what it would mean to bring them up and hold. And what that means is holding longer than sort of traditional calculations would suggest they should hold, which means a period of very high real interest rates, which is where we are right now.
So what does holding longer than mean, Betsy, for the labor market that has been so resilient through an historic series of increases? Does the Fed still risk destroying this job market?
I think destroying is too harsh of a word. I think they can move pretty quickly. And there's no sign of a labor market that's even really fundamentally weakening, let alone being destroyed. I think what they have to worry about is what will it take to bring inflation down the rest of the way? And will inflation actually take off and become a little bit faster? So I think they're going to be studying this data incredibly carefully. And one of the things I don't think they want to do is cut rates and then turn around and raise them again. And so that's why I think that they're going to hold longer than people want them to hold or than expect them to hold, is because they're going to be thinking about what's the risk of cutting. And the risk of cutting is that they need to raise rates again. Now, of course, as you point out, the risk of not cutting is that the labor market cools too quickly. That's the thing that they're trying to balance. Look, if you look at the price increases we just saw, one of the things that's going on is shelter inflation remains high. And I'll tell you what, if governments around the country want to see inflation come down, what they need to do is ease the regulations that constrain the housing supply. The best way we could fight inflation right now would be to expand housing supply quickly and effortlessly, which is going to mean removing a lot of those not in my backyard, those NIMBY regulations that slow down markets' ability to increase housing supply when there's demand for it.
Of course, addressing housing and housing affordability is something that came up both in President Biden's State of the Union speech as well as in the budget that he presented yesterday, as did support for labor, for workers. And we actually caught up with the labor secretary, the acting one at least, Julie Su, here on Balance of Power yesterday, and asked her specifically about the wage gains we have seen for employees, including union members, and what that might mean for inflation. Take a listen.
People have also always said, too, right, you can't have higher wages and control inflation. But the numbers don't lie. I mean, this is Bidenomics. This has happened. And we want to see real wage increases because more money in workers' pockets is a good thing. I don't think that we have to choose between families paying prices that they can afford and getting wages that are going to allow them to feel some security. It's a false choice.
Is it really a false choice, Professor?
There's some really important subtle things here to think about. One is that inflation is about a generalized rise in all prices. So if we were thinking about incomes, a generalized rise in all incomes. But we could have a change in who gets the income, relative income. And what we've seen is the wages in the bottom and the middle have risen relative to the wages at the top. That's a compression of wages, a reduction in inequality. That's not going to fuel inflation. It certainly helps people at the bottom might be frustrating to people at the top who are seeing, some of whom are seeing their wages eroded by inflation. But we've had decades of rising inequality, and I think it's nothing short of a miracle that we've actually seen some reduction in that inequality. The other thing we've seen is a shift where more of the income that's produced in society, in American society, as we produce things, has gone to the investors and the owners of capital and not to the workers. So we could shift some of that income from capital to labor, which would just be a reduction or a return to the historic labor share of income. That's also not going to fuel wages, fuel inflation, excuse me. So that's the sense in which it is a false choice. Obviously, if all wages are sort of going up and that's causing employers to raise their prices, that's how you get that kind of wage price spiral. But we've seen no sign of that. And I think it's because of the two dynamics I just mentioned, that shifting relative wages and that shift in compensation between capital and labor.
We only have a minute left, Betsy. If wages are outpacing inflation at the time people vote, will Joe Biden be reelected?
You know, all the historic data says yes, but I have to tell you, these are not normal times. And so I'm not going to get into that prediction. I mean, obviously, he's delivered a really strong economy, but obviously people are still frustrated. I think they're frustrated about the fact that, they're facing higher interest rates, they're facing higher food prices, and they've just seen a period of, sort of decades of economic change that has been really unsettling for large groups of the population. And what we're going to need to see is, can Biden convince people who have felt unmoored that they can trust him to build an economy they can thrive in.
Betsy, it's great to have you back. Our thanks to Betsy Stevenson of the University of Michigan. Coming up, a crisis of confidence for Boeing on the heels of a Justice Department investigation. We'll dig into that story next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. Shares of aircraft maker Boeing sinking for their third consecutive session. Amid news now, the Justice Department has opened a criminal investigation into the Alaska Airlines blowout incident. We're hearing from some of Boeing's customers now, not for the better. Joining us for more, George Ferguson, senior airline analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. George, I'm sure your phone has been ringing off the hook, and now this latest development, Southwest Airlines warning it'll have to pull back on capacity because of problems with Boeing jets. This story somehow keeps getting worse.
It does. I guess, I think the potential turning point in this story could be the announcement a couple weeks ago that Boeing was exploring the purchase of Spirit Aerosystems and putting them back inside Boeing. I mean, that subsidiary, not subsidiary, sorry, that supplier left Boeing about 2 decades ago. It builds most of the fuselage of the 737 and has a large portion of the 787. It's 2 most important airliners. Quality has been really difficult down there at Spirit. The the New York Times cited that the FAA had, it observed that it failed more than half the tests, or not so much tests, observations of proper procedures, when they did their inspections. And so I think that's just an indication that as Boeing gets in there, purchases that supplier, hopefully they can, fix the problems in their manufacturing business and stabilize that quality.
Well, George, it becomes a question of how quickly they can do so and how far they could fall behind the other member of this duopoly, Airbus, in the interim. Boeing only handed over 27 airplanes in February. Airbus handed over 49. The gap in the value of these 2 stocks is the largest on record. Is Boeing's loss here all Airbus's gain?
I mean, obviously they're very much challenged by this, but it's a duopoly, and so unfortunately for Airbus, they can only make so much hay out of this, right? So supply chains are very strained throughout the industry. Airbus clearly doing a better job keeping their supply chain healthy and supplying, but increasing more than a 10% amount of airplanes per year seems pretty difficult. And so I think, the challenge is Airbus is already sort of sold out for probably into the next decade for most airplanes. There may be bits and pieces of slots available before then. So they really can't go out to the, to the airlines and sell many more near-dated deliveries. If you're a Boeing customer, I think you still got to point at Boeing, work with Boeing, hope they get their act together so you can get airplanes. My guess is this could be another rough year for Boeing, but again, as they get Spirit in-house, if they get that deal done, which will have some nuances to it, it'd be difficult to put together, they could be back to building decent numbers next year and maintain their position in the duopoly over time. But it's rough right now.
Well, yeah, and the outcome of this DOJ investigation now underway, still very much a question. George Ferguson of Bloomberg Intelligence, thank you so much for joining us this evening. We appreciate it. Now, still ahead, we'll be joined for an exclusive interview by the president of Poland, Andrzej Duda. He just left the White House after meeting with President Biden. That's next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
is nothing more common. You know this, I know this. There is nothing more common with a witness of any age when asked about events that are years old to say, I do not recall. Indeed, they're instructed by their attorney to do that if they have any question about it. You understood that. You made a choice. That was a political choice. It was the wrong choice.
Congressman, what you are suggesting is that I shape, sanitize, omit portions of my reasoning and explanation to the Attorney General for political reasons.
That was Special Counsel Robert Hur testifying before the House Judiciary Committee earlier today and apparently making no one happy. Back with us now, our political panel. Lester Munson, International BGR Government Affairs Principal, is here alongside Kristen Hahn of Rock Solutions. Lester, I don't know how much of this you had a chance to see. Republicans were hoping he would breathe life into this story of an aging man who means well but has no memory. They didn't quite get that. Democrats were looking for an opportunity to beat him up a little bit, and he made the point, I needed to show my work after being criticized for going there. Did he make that argument?
I think he did. He was there to do a job. He did the investigation. He shared his judgment with the Attorney General. The Attorney General decided to make that report public. So I think Robert Hur acquitted himself quite well. And frankly, in this town, if both parties are mad at you, you're probably doing the right thing.
Well, certainly we know President Biden, when his report was first released, was quite angry. In fact, he came out and did an impromptu press conference where he made that very clear. Do you think President Biden feels better or worse after hearing the reasoning and the testimony of the special counsel today and the transcript being released that really shows the nuances of their interaction beyond what was just in the summarized report?
Well, and I think, the way putting out the transcript is ultimately helpful to the president because, it gives the fuller picture of this. And I think that Congressman Schiff's line of questioning ultimately was very helpful as well because he's saying you made a judgment call. You had to have known this was going to be made public. You had to have known this was going to be political. So, if I'm the president, I'm not thrilled about this, but I'm happier.
Yeah,
than it was
Republicans originally wanted recordings. They wanted video of the president's deposition. Do they deserve to see that?
I don't see why not. If we're going to make everything public, let's make everything public and let's let people judge. Frankly, I think it's better for the president to get beyond this and move on to the campaign. He showed some vigor at the State of the Union address. If he can keep showing that for the next few weeks, that's going to make a lot of this fall by the wayside.
Well, speaking of the campaign, we should point out there are primaries happening today,
primary.
including in Georgia. And obviously, at this point, we're all operating under the assumption that Biden's going to lock up the Democratic nomination, Trump's going to lock up the Republican nomination, potentially in just the next few days. Can these primaries actually teach us anything, Kristen? Can we look at turnout or demographics, voters who are showing up? Is there anything?
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at the African-American vote in Georgia, see how that all falls out. Are people, and I think also are people coming out to vote for Trump? Are those independent votes that, where are those voters going to go? Are they going to stay home? Are they going to hold their nose and vote for Trump or the moderate Republicans? So I think that there's a lot you can glean also down ballot from what happens in these primaries. And we've been looking at that data in the states that have already had their primaries.
We've only got a minute left here, Lester, but talk to us about Republicans in Georgia, led by a governor who is not a fan of Trump, a secretary of state who is the opposite of MAGA. As we remember what was left following the investigation into 2020, the many lawsuits, he is expected to sweep through Georgia. Did the state go through an evolution, or was it always Trump country?
It's going to be such a wonderful, if you're a political junkie, it's going to be great to watch Georgia this year and see what happens there. It is very much going to be kind of ground zero.
Think of how many Republicans left that blank on the ballot.
Yeah, this is going to be a real test for Trump. Can he expand beyond his hardcore base and reach out to those skeptical Republicans and middle-of-the-roaders to be able to win this thing? I think it's going to be real hard for him to do that.
And, of course, he'll be doing it with a new RNC body. Lara Trump, his daughter-in-law, Michael Whatley, are now in place as chair and co-chair, and they're laying off a bunch of people as well. That made news in the last day. Kristen Hahn and Lester Mustin, thank you so much for joining us, and stay tuned because coming up, we'll have an exclusive conversation with the president of Poland, Andrzej Duda. That's next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. The White House is offering $300 million in military assistance to Ukraine, even as a broader package of aid is stalled in the House of Representatives. That assistance announced today includes anti-armor and anti-aircraft weapons, according to senior defense officials. Joining us now is the President of Poland, Andrzej Duda. Mr. President, it's great to see you today in Washington. Thank you for coming to talk to us on Bloomberg. You've had a big day here in the nation's capital, meeting with Speaker Mike Johnson and with President Biden. You just arrived from the White House. These two men are far apart, it seems, on the issue of funding Ukraine. Are you more concerned now, following these meetings, than you were about American funding for Ukraine?
Good afternoon. Let me start by saying that indeed this is a very important day for us, for Poland. This is the 25th anniversary of Poland's accession to NATO in 1999. A big event for the whole of our nation, as I said today. It is fair to say for a couple of generations of Poles after the Second World War. That meant a real fall of the Iron Curtain. It meant our full entry to the political community of the West. We have always stressed that culturally we have always been part of the West, but thanks to that, thanks to the support of the United States, which we always stress very strongly. Also, thanks to the determination of the Polish Americans who gave their strong support to their homeland over the ocean. Poland has been part of NATO for 25 years now, and today, indeed, this has been a very important day to me. Mr. President Joe Biden invited myself and Prime Minister Tusk and the Polish delegation to the White House on the occasion of the 25th anniversary, and we had a very important meeting. But before that, I was invited to the Congress, where I met with representatives of the Senate and the House of Representatives, and indeed, we had a conversation about important matters connected with security today. We talked about the security after 25 years of our membership in NATO, but also we talked about security through the lens of Russian aggression in Ukraine. This is a leading topic today. Today, I raise these subjects as a neighbor to Ukraine, as the country who is close by. I am the one who is able to follow the developments there firsthand, and that is the picture I gave today, both to senators as well as to the members of the House. I described in details how we see the situation and what Ukraine needs today to make sure that Putin does not win the war, because this is the most important thing to us. Putin, Russia must not win this war, and we are taking full responsibility for our words. This results from our experience, also from our history. We are the nation who was enslaved by Russia several times. If Russia wins the war in Ukraine, if Putin wins the war in Ukraine, he will attack one more time. He will attack other states, because this is Russian imperialism reborn, and it is greedy. It will be willing to attack further. That is why it has to be stopped. It has to be blocked, and it has to be punished. And this is the most important task that is facing the community of the West today. And this community is led by the United States of America.
So, Mr. President, essentially was your message that if the U.S. Congress fails to provide additional support to Ukraine, not only could they be harming Ukraine's war effort, but potentially harming Ukraine's neighbors, such as Poland?
Let me repeat once again. It is necessary to make sure that Russia, that Putin, does not win this war. He has to be stopped. And the only way that we can see today to do that, without getting involved directly in the war, without the need to send soldiers to fight, is support with equipment, with state-of-the-art possible armaments given to Ukraine, financial support to Ukraine. And that is today I really made an appeal to look at that, because that is the only precondition today. And I said very clearly, both to the Speaker of the Senate and to the Speaker of the House of Representatives, also to the leaders of the minorities attending the meetings. I told them today Putin can be stopped at a cheap price, because only by providing equipment and money, if one has to send troops against Russia, because if Russia keeps attacking, because Russia might want to expand its empire further on, then this price will be very high indeed. So today, one can stop Russia at a cheap price by sending military equipment, by sending money, and by supporting Ukraine, who is defending herself today. In this way, one can stop imperialism and provide peace in Europe and across the globe at a relatively low price. America has had its terrible experiences in this respect as well. I recalled the First World War, the Second World War. How many hundred thousands of American soldiers, of young boys, fathers and sons perished, and their graves are there in Western European countries. The fact that Western Europe was free and was able to develop itself for so many decades, that was a big support from America. That support came when Europe was crashing under the burden of war. Then Americans drew lessons, drew conclusions from that. And then they started the Cold War. But the Cold War meant precisely not to fight. Nobody was dying. Money was spent. American soldiers were deployed, but not to fight, but to guard their security. Americans kept investing in weapons. They transferred weapons to Europe to make sure that there is strength, so that Russia would not dare attack. And today, exactly the same thing has to be done. In order to stop the war, weapon has to be sent. Money has to be spent, only money. We do not have to put people's lives at risk today. This is fundamentally important because there is no price tag on human life. So any financial amount pays off if compared to the situation where soldiers would have to be engaged in fight. And that is what I appealed, what I urged today to do, to help Ukraine. Ukrainians are fighting today. We don't have to fight. They are defending their state, which was attacked. If we support them, they can resist. And they're waiting for our help, for the help of the West.
You believe you cannot win this effort. Ukraine cannot win this war without NATO. And you were proposing that NATO members increase their contributions to 3% of their gross domestic product. We're a long way from getting every member to pay 2%, Mr. President. How do you make that happen?
We will have to discuss it, and of course this is the first moment. You have to put that proposal on the table at a certain time. I recall 2 years ago, right after the Russian aggression against Ukraine started, literally 2 days after that, I made a proposal to the European leaders to send a letter to the President of the European Commission on opening a path of accession for Ukraine to the European Union, to grant the candidate status to Ukraine, to the European Union. And I called presidents of individual European member states. In terms of central...
Another thing that startups need to look for is a market that is either started to undergo or is soon going to undergo exponential growth. I think this is actually related to one of the biggest mistakes investors make when evaluating startups. Investors always say, well, what's your growth rate? We care about the growth rate. Investors will forgive smallish revenue today if it's growing quickly. For some reason, people don't think about markets this way. But if you think about the most important startups, they are the ones that start in small markets that are growing very, very quickly. 11 years ago, the market for iPhone apps was $0. It's now huge. And I think if you only think about the TAM today, you'll make a big mistake. What you really want to do is identify a market that's going to grow every year and be able to ride that up elevator.
Welcome to the digital age. Are you struggling to stand out here? Don't worry. Meet Blue TV, who is your digital superhero.
Blue TV is a multi-purpose online media network that also provides digital marketing services. We are based in Islamabad, Pakistan. We are expert in creative marketing, social media and digital marketing, search engine optimization, web design, page rank, and SERPs, video editing, recording and production.
So, what are you waiting for? Pick up the phone and call or WhatsApp Blue TV on given number, or visit our Facebook page at facebook.com/blue.online.tv.
With Blue TV, your business growth will be skyrocketed.
I want a bank that shows me what I spend instantly.
We're Monzo. Give us a go. See?
I want a bank that can help me budget for the things I need, like a new leather jacket for bingo.
We can do that.
Bingo's my cockapoo.
Hi, Bingo.
It's a real faff to sign up.
It takes less than 10 minutes.
Race you.
You're on. Time's up. How'd you get on?
It's a draw.
Is it? We hear you, Bingo. You make Monzo Monzo.
In your fellow native.
My general advice is continue to seek out companies or people that are maybe one stage or two stages ahead of you. And I think this is generalizable to not just to startups, but anyone seeking fast growth in their own professional lives, in their careers too. What does greatness look like? Try to seek out people who've been there, done that before, and then try to not connect with one, but try to interview 3, 5, 10 people to see what is a general pattern of greatness that look like that will get you to the next level of the company, next stage, maybe a year, 12 months from now, 24 months from now. Seek out people who kind of went down the path a few times. Then you'll start to find this pattern that start to emerge. What are things that you need to have 12 months from now, 24 months from now that you currently don't have? Then try to like build a path towards that. It's almost like Amazon's or Jeff Bezos' mantra of working backwards. Think about what your end game or next stage look like, and then figure out your steps to getting there and who do you need to work with, upgrading or coaching your existing team or recruiting from somewhere else to really level your leadership. Because ultimately, the job of a CEO is to do 3 things, right? One is get the strategy right for your company, making sure it's executed, get the right teams onboarded, getting the resources, whether it be fundraising or allocating your resources. So it's strategy, people, or team, figuring out how you need to navigate those things to get to the next level.
About that, we have always spent 2% of GDP on defense. We believe that we are a reliable ally today. We spend more than 4% of GDP on defense, and indeed, this huge change is seen in Poland, this huge strengthening of the Polish armed forces in every single aspect, actually. Having said that, I do understand those expectations that it is not only U.S. taxpayer who pays for the security of Europe, that European countries should also pay their fair share. I also come from general elections.
Okay, today I'm going to talk about how to succeed with a startup. Obviously, more than can be said here in 20 minutes, but I will do the best I can. The most important thing, the number one lesson we try to teach startups is that the degree to which you're successful approximates the degree to which you build a product that is so good, people spontaneously tell their friends about it. Startups always ask us for the secret to success. They always want to believe it's something other than this, because this is really hard to do. But this is it. If you can build a product that is so good, people spontaneously tell their friends about it, you have done 80% of the work that you need to be a really successful startup. If you think about the most successful companies you know, Google, Facebook, whatever, you probably found out about them because a friend of yours said, you got to try this, it's great. So this is the bar. Something that people love so much they tell their friends about it. One important indicator for a product like that is a product that's simple to explain and easy to understand. If you can't explain in a few words what you do, and if at least some people don't say, oh, that's pretty interesting, that's usually a mistake. It's usually a sign of unclear thinking or a need that is not big enough.
I want a bank that shows me what I spend instantly.
We're Monzo. Give us a go. See?
I want a bank that can help me budget for the things I need, like a new leather jacket for bingo.
We can do that.
Bingo's my cockapoo.
Hi, Bingo.
It's a real faff to sign up.
It takes less than 10 minutes.
Race you.
You're on. Time's up. How'd you get on?
It's a draw.
Is it? We hear you, Bingo. You make Monzo Monzo.
from the UK, and I'm the inventor of the gel razor. And today I'm looking for an angel investor to fund my project, the gel razor, whether that's a working concept and working prototype, or manufacturing possibilities with investment, or to get me a licensing deal secured. If you go in any supermarket today, you will see packets of razors sold separately with tins of mousse or gel. Hence I developed the all-in-one. The idea is you pressurise the handle, the gel flows through the reservoir up to the head of the razor, coating the blades, ready for shave. My target market is 18 plus, male or female, male blue version, female pink version. What I'm looking for in an investor is someone who's passionate, determined, shares my vision. That's an important step for me, and willing to succeed as I wanted to succeed myself. Patented in the UK in 2021 September. With copyright protection, I have a logo for the gel razor, which you will see on my LinkedIn profile. Currently working with a company in the US who have done me a lovely sell sheet. Big up to them guys. So if you're interested, contact me on LinkedIn profile, Paul J. Gwilt, GWILT, or email me at mufc219@gmail.com.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. We have final thoughts now with our political panel, Lester Munson and Kristen Hahn, fresh off of our interview with the Polish President, Andrzej Duda, who is pleading the case here in Washington for Ukraine aid to pass. My question to both of you, do you think it will, Lester?
I think it will. Duda is a terrific messenger. The Republicans are going to listen to him. The Heritage Foundation came out with a recommendation for some modest aid to Ukraine. That's going to help a little bit. It should be more than that. But I think this is, the White House was smart to bring in Duda and have him talk to skeptical members of Congress. He's got a great message.
Kristen?
I hope so. I think you've got a lot of Republicans you're looking at who are even looking at discharge petitions, and I'm not saying that's going to happen, but there's a lot of support, overwhelming support in the House, so hopefully Mike Johnson listens to his conference.
Must have been quite a meeting with the Speaker of the House.
Absolutely.
Today. Our thanks to Kristen Hahn and Lester Munson for being with us, and to you as well. Thanks for joining us on Balance of Power. We'll meet you back here tomorrow, myself and Kaylee, live from Washington, here on Bloomberg Radio and TV.